listen to this. Bad boy. Come on.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to another week of ESL Pro League. We're getting into it. It's the late in the season. This is the point we all talked about would be the most exciting. The playoff race is finally here. Last few weeks left, and teams are still very much tied up. All the games from here on are massively important to their standings going into the playoffs. I've got with me here Henry. I've got Sponge. We've got Sydney in about 2 weeks. I wanted to do my own surprise version of Fair Dinkum really quick, Chad. I read an interesting article this weekend. Okay. A little tidbit about Australia. In the 1930s, after World War I, your military returned and had to fight a battle against a horde of emus, which are bird-like creatures, much like ostriches.
We say emu.
Emu.
Yeah, emu.
Okay. So 20,000 angry emus invaded some of your farmland.
Where did you find this fact out of interest?
I actually don't know. You know, browsing the internet. You know, things tend to happen. Yeah. You get to weird places.
Okay, yeah.
We do have a lot of animals we have to kill.
I guess that's the best way to put it.
I have never heard anything about this. It's possible.
It's called the Great Emu War.
That sounds like it's fake. But
no, it's not. It's on Wikipedia.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's real.
Okay, that's exciting. Well, if you ever want to come to Australia, we fly around in helicopters killing wild camels and kangaroos because they're both pests.
So I know what we're doing in Sydney when we get there. Either way, we will bring up the standings of the North American division first after that brilliant segment. SK Gaming still on top, Cloud9 as well. Team Liquid, despite some of their struggles, firmly in third place. And then you get into a little bit of a dicey area. 5th through 8th place, all 11 wins, all tied up. So a 4-way tie between NRG, Optic, Renegades, and Luminos.
Renegades in a bit of a bounce back there.
It doesn't matter, they can't play anyway.
Yeah, they have the Asian minor the same
Again, the same thing as last season.
That
sucks, doesn't it?
That's good times. Yeah, what can you say about that one? So, yeah, all their hard work more than likely going to go to waste.
No, but they're developing into a better unit, Jason.
Yes,
you know?
that's the good thing. Silver lining.
When I've been watching them play more recently, they do look like a team that everybody is doing their roles and everything looks like it's evening out a bit nicer, even though they're not playing with Nexa at the moment. They're still using Uber as a stand until he can get over there from Serbia, I believe. Yeah,
that will be exciting to keep track of. These are the EU standings as well, moving on. We do have our own little tie-breaking situation here as well, where, I mean, there's only a couple teams tied up, 3 at 10, 2 at 11, but I mean, still, what is it, from 1st to 7th is 2 wins, to 8th is 3, and I mean, it's not very far off. Yeah,
I have to say, hats off to Mouse Sports for keeping in that top 6 after losing Nico as well. They could pick up another win tonight going forward as well. FaZe coming in with a stand-in, they could actually quite convincingly make the finals here. That's kind of exciting for them.
Yeah, and we have a cool thing as well. For instance, if the playoffs were to end today, these are the top 6 that would move on, highlighted in the green, and you can see at the bottom as well, the grayed out teams, Envy, LDLC, those are the ones that would be forced into relegation, except for Kingwin. They would be automatically eliminated. And we have, that would be...
replaced by Godsent.
Yeah.
Godsent would be banging on in there.
Yeah, so this is kind of how it looks, and we'll do this as the season goes on. You know, as teams get statistically locked into that top 6, we will mark them on that schedule, and we'll walk you guys through on the standings list. We can check out today's schedule. That's where I got the schedule from. Is the matches you will see today.
Lovely.
And that is going to be FaZe taking on Mouse Sports. We'll see them twice, Overpass and Inferno coming in. Big matches, Nico facing off against his former team, and then NiP versus Astralis. Good barometer of where NiP's at the moment.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for them, but obviously the addition of Draken coming in, they're getting better slightly. Get Right Strike finding some form finally as well, so hopefully they can bounce back. A rough game though, going up against the best team in the world.
Yeah, well, they did play the other day in the other YouTube league, the ECS. And they were able to win a map, 16-14 on Train, and they only lost Cache 16-14. So it was a very close, you know, series.
So some good stuff going on there. FaZe versus Mouse Sports, we see any difficulties there for FaZe at all?
Well, the fact that he's lost Kiyashima for tonight, I think it's Tensky coming in instead of him. So that's obviously a bit of a blunder at this stage in the season. They haven't definitely qualified at this point as well. They normally struggle with stand-ins, especially FaZe. So I'm not sure they're actually going to overcome Mouse Sports, who actually look very good at the moment, actually winning quite convincingly a lot of their games.
Yeah. And that'll be, that's going to be interesting as well with the fact, I mean, the funny part is Nico actually got them started on the right foot in the season. So he could play part in the fact that they're currently contending for a playoff spot, and he could also play a part in them potentially getting eliminated from the playoffs.
Crazy, isn't it?
Not too bad.
Yeah. And the addition of Rops as well. He's actually looked like the boy wonder at the moment. So maybe he can show us what he's made of tonight.
That's right. Rops is that new player. He did look pretty good. These are some tweets we have coming up. This is NiP taking some shots over at the Danish side. Sweden long been the historical team that dominates Counter-Strike. Well, now we have Denmark in the mix as well. Lighting cannons.
Is this
looks like a game of worms,
kind
frankly.
of history
It does.
between them? Or?
And this is the marketing guy from North. 1/6 of the world's 30 best CS:GO teams are now Danish best nation ever in the game. Now, a little bit of bias there, obviously.
Ever.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. That's a little bit of that's a statement.
If he's talking about CS:GO, maybe in the last few years, in terms of like overall dominancy per teams, maybe he could justify
I don't even know
that.
if you could say that because we started with NiP and then we had a Fnatic era.
But I mean, I'm talking like, I guess he's talking about like the teams active at once that are still competing in the top 10 and looking good, right? So
Yeah.
I think the contention is ever being the key.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm trying to
find.
find something. Like the only, like I guess Sweden at 1.6, you could go for that.
Yeah.
Well, he did specify CS:GO.
Yeah,
but
I
that's a
guess.
discussion for another day. Either way, both those nations obviously doing very well, having a lot of success over in CS:GO. Now we're going to check in with Mitch. We're going to see what he has to say.
Very much, Moses, and it's good to have everyone back for week 8 of the ESL Pro League. But in the meantime, and in between our match days, you can head over towards our social media platforms at facebook.com/ESLCS and at ESLCS on Twitter to find out exactly what's been going on in the interim. And the ESCA's Mountain Dew League held their playoffs last week, culminating with the finals on this weekend. On the line was a direct entrance into the ESL Pro League, and there was 2 chances also to move up through the relegation matches later. In yesterday's finals, however, Godsent faced off against German team Big, and with plays like this Deagle 3K by Lecro and other great plays made by Twist and Pronax, Godsent were able to defeat Big in a quick 2-0, finishing both Mirage and Cash 16-10. The familiar lineup of Godsent, consisting of mostly former Fnatic players, has earned their return to the Pro League in the upcoming season. Let's see how this all went down. Now, as I said, despite losing this match, Big don't necessarily go home empty-handed. As Dennis from Our Sports acutely pointed out, his former teammate Nex and the rest of Big still have a chance. Big will play in the relegation matches alongside Pentasports against the 12th and 13th place finishers from this season of the Pro League for their shot to get back in and enjoy some CS glory. But with the playoffs over, a new season of the Mountain Dew League will be starting fairly shortly. If you're wondering what that's about or how you can get involved or how the Mountain Dew League is giving players like you a direct path into the CSGO Pro League, you can head over to esca.net/MDL to find out all your information. And now, as we lead into the rest of the night, we'll leave you with some of our top plays from week 7 of the Pro League.
Taco's going to have a big amount of players to stop on himself. However, gets 2, almost 3 of them. One's dropped down to about 7 HP, and he gets both of them as well. This is the problem, is now they didn't even push everybody back in, so Fallen has to roll in, but he gets 2, 3 massive headshots.
Here I go. Just needs to play the information. Good shot from Config. Goes early.
Shocking.
Gets all 3.
Mousesports might find this difficult, but again, Sixer just gets isolated all alone. Scream taps away, finds Lol, but still, this is not over yet.
Yep, and XMS and Happy have to quickly rotate across, but it's Scream! And XMS was 2 for Scream already, and make it another one. 4 kills for him.
Now if he goes down 5 or 4 just like that, and it's going to be even more for Flush. A double kill, triple kill. What in God's name is that?
Beautiful calling from Henry G to
Wasn't
round out
bad.
those top 5 plays. Yeah,
Good
yeah.
counting.
That was one of the ones I was like, Matt, why were you not casting for that one? Why am I in control of this situation? No, it wasn't great.
We
but, you know.
really need to touch on every time we have these highlights how good Blue is at counting. Still got to 3 today.
Got to 3 today.
So,
one day he'll get to 5.
One day.
One day he will get to 5. But either way, the matchup we have coming up first for you guys is FaZe taking on Mousesports, and FaZe obviously last week. Probably the most exciting match that we had of the week was that triple overtime win. I mean, that was really good stuff out of FaZe. That was a big comeback. Happened on Kerrigan's birthday as well. All good stuff.
Yeah, it ticked over when they won,
Yep.
and he was celebrating, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's crazy scenes in Denmark that night.
Yeah,
But
riots in the streets.
Yeah, it was a very close match, and I think surprisingly so. We didn't expect it 14-4. You can see the scoreline right there. I definitely thought it was over like should have been a shutout from that point, and I know the guys from North would be definitely disappointed in that. But they were really big wins for FaZe. Like Henry was saying, they're definitely not in the finals by any means, and getting those wins is a big deal. Tonight, though, having this sub of Tensky, it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. Like Henry said, historically not so good with subs, but the thing that I find interesting is on the CT side, it can't be too difficult for Tensky, right? Because he's just plugging and playing in a rock position. He doesn't have to rotate around too much. It's not really going to affect strategies. When we flip over to the T side, Kio's more like, you know, like the third or fourth guy in throwing the flashes and nades, that's where I could see them having issues. And you're probably going to see more pack roll strategies being called from Carrigan, where it's just going to rely on trading and teamwork, I guess.
I guess, though, that could work in their favor. They they are very good when they're playing looser Counter-Strike, I think. That's when they look their absolute best, especially if players like Nico turn up, for example. He's been quite quiet, though, recently, I have to say, especially in Pro League. He's looked like below average what we're used to seeing from him. So if he can step up tonight, maybe that's enough. They can just go around as a pack and actually find rounds. Tensky's never going to be a player that sets the world on fire, but he's a safe pair of hands, I think. Like he can be okay. He was in Dignitas and then Rogue, I believe, as well. Like he's always been a relatively good player, but nothing to really write home about.
Yeah, I mean I mean he is definitely a serviceable player. One thing we want to get up there before we go too deep into this actually is going to be fantasy.
I love this section.
We want to get back. This is your favorite segment.
And fantasy in the same sentence.
Yeah. That's a good point. Funny how that works out. These are the fantasy standings that we've had. We've been doing this all season long. You guys can join us, fantasy.eslgaming.com. We still have pretty much, this is looking like NA Pro League, still the same top 4 for the past 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, well, we've got the stable at the bottom there, Henry, London, Mint, G.
The rock, they call it. The foundation that we've all built
the anchor.
upon.
Here we go. No, we are starting at the top. We're punching down, not up. No, we are punching up.
Yeah.
So yeah, Lauren's team now just under 100 points ahead.
Dupree there again.
XXX female gamer, 69 in fantasy, all in one sentence.
Lauren is I would say Lauren is the #1 Dupree fan in the world.
She's got to be Dupree's biggest fan, doesn't she?
Must be. I went for a really kind of avant-garde team this week. I actually went with an interesting strategy.
I've got 5 players again.
Yeah.
So you'll all be surprised in that one.
Really switching things up at the end of the season to try and make that late push.
I wanted to pick the French players who joined Misfits, but I wasn't able to locate them. So I settled for Shazam, one of your favorite players, Jason, and Sick.
That's true.
He's quite talented.
Jason has been a fan of him, especially on Twitter recently.
Oh boy,
oh,
a lot of people with Simple and Guardian.
Yeah, Matt and I have the same. Oh, that's a very similar team to Lauren's, really. Like Device instead of Dupree, Simple and Guardian, a player from Immortals as well.
I've gone for a big risk this week. We're going to see my team come up connects. I have gone heavy NA. I've got Peter, I've got Kusa, I've got Shazam, Guardian, and Simple.
A lot of Orpers.
Wow. There's a lot of powerful online Oppers.
So you've picked Peter, who will be playing against Shazam in a match, which just is probably not the greatest decision.
I'm comfortable with it. I'm very comfortable with it. Both playing 2 matches. There's going to be some buddies in there. Yeah, I'm very comfortable. This is Carbon? No.
No.
QNTM?
Who's that?
Who is that?
Cartman.
It is Cartman.
Why are we having a
I don't think that's Cartman.
Okay, well, it could be. Either way.
Machine,
these are all the teams that are really
I'm a bit of a mayor here, aren't we?
4 players, same lineup from week 1.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Let's get these.
Yeah, let's get this fantasy out
Mitch
there.
is trying.
Yeah, he's putting a good effort. He's beaten Henry.
Yeah.
All right, let's not dwell on that, shall we? Focus on the positives.
Speaking of people not doing so well.
Yeah.
Go on.
I have only good things to say about Mouse Sports. That Rops kid is really good. Watching it, it's Rops.
Yeah.
It's officially Rops.
It's Rops?
Yep.
Okay.
Not Ropes.
Okay.
Rops.
But I was watching his highlights. I've been watching like when he streams and stuff, and just the way that he approaches the game and his crosshair placement is some of the best I think I've ever seen. This
Impeccable.
Kid is awesome.
I haven't actually got to watch him yet. I'm excited. I've heard a lot of things over the weekend.
On my monitor here, Henry, it's exclusively the Rops cam.
Okay,
so
well, I'll be staying here then.
You can't miss it.
We did have that last week. It never.
Can we keep calling him the Boy Wonder though? Is that just the tagline?
Isn't that a little bit taken away from JW, the Wonder Child?
I don't think he deserves it right now. So
And
he's losing it. He's got to fight for it.
You can't just take away nicknames from people, though.
Yeah, but
I might do. I'm the commissioner here, you know. So
JW's a bit older now. He might be the Wonder Man.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, either way, though, Mouse Sports obviously looking good in this season, making that playoff push towards the end. This is a good showing for them, but are they going to have enough here tonight? I mean, there's still, despite the stand-in issue, there's still a lot of tools on this team. I guess the biggest fear you could have is that, you know, you could make the argument that Kiyoshima was probably FaZe's best player across the entirety of Star Series.
Yep.
So now all of a sudden lacking that kind of firepower, that resurgence, that could be a problem.
I would say arguably a Katowice as well. He's been excellent recently. He's been very, very good. And he's one of the players who's always got a lot of flack for, obviously, all the problem and all that sort of thing as well. well, but people don't realize how individually skilled he can be, how influential to rounds he can be with pistols, AK as well, especially very strong. And this is the thing with the FaZe team overall. They've got so much firepower available to them. There's not really much we can say in terms of strategy to kind of discount it going into this game, because overall their players on paper are going to be much stronger than the Mousesport guys. But Mousesport, especially in this scenario, are going to be the better team across the board. That's what they're really focusing on right now. Since they obviously lost their kind of main string to their bow, which was Nico, they're going to have to work on the teamwork now. And it's actually working out quite nicely. The fact that Dennis, and obviously Speedy's gone now, Dennis is looking much better. He's actually top fragging consistently for the team. That's actually nuts, considering he was a player that's like in the gutter for them for so long when Nico was in the team, and now he's actually looking revitalized.
And also, I mean, you look at this team, we mentioned Rops, now we've mentioned Dennis, who's had a great season, but we haven't even gotten to Oscar and Chris J. These are pretty dynamic players, especially Oscar coming in. I mean, originally had those issues, departs the team, comes back, and he was great for them. Was it Vegas that he played in with them? The last tournament with Nico, I believe it was? I think that was Vegas.
Yes, and we saw what the two of them could do as a pretty powerful duo in that last event. But yeah, I think Oscar is one of those players. You know, we've seen what he can do, especially in the pugs that we see the players playing online, and he's transitioning well into a team player, and he's showing a lot of impact. The biggest thing that I want to take out of this, the first map is Overpass, the second one is Inferno. To plug 10 skin on Inferno, I don't think that's as big of a deal. I think, you know, you can get away with more pop flashy strategies. Overpass, on the other hand, it's going to be so difficult if they start on the T side. How are they going to approach it?
Even the CT side, to be fair, it's not one of those maps like Inferno. You're absolutely right there. You think about Inferno, the way it's set up, you're playing like Banana. Two players, you got the roles are very separated. You're calling rotations. You have time to kind of get a player over. There's normally quite a lot of indicative signs as to what's going on within the round. But Overpass, you have to have a read on the map and work out your roles and work out who's getting information, how you get a call, and actually separate your CT side. I think they're really going to struggle on Overpass, especially.
I think that the best, or the saving grace is, like I said earlier, plugging into Kio's position, and he's one of the B bomb site anchors. So he doesn't have to rotate around a lot. He is probably one of the last guys on the scene if it is A. They're not going to be making him do that kind of stuff, so he can just sit and hold a spot and hopefully get a couple of multi-frags, because that's what Kio's best at, you know, being there late into the round, and when they come in, stopping them from planning, delaying enough time, being an impact player in that regard. So for Tensky on the CT side, not such a big issue, I don't think. On the T side is where I can see all the problems happening on this first map, Overpass.
Yeah, a very tactical map as well, so that's going to be interesting to see how they kind of devote. The good news is, I mean, they can speed things up and have a big rush. We are just waiting on 1 to 2 players to join the server, so we're just going to fill a little bit. Let's touch on Rops.
Okay.
I just said that right, yeah?
Yeah, Rops.
Yeah, Rops.
Yeah.
Cool. I know we talked a lot about his aim. What are the difficulties that these newer players have coming into the pro scene to start with? Because we know he has immense talent.
We saw even on like this weekend over Twitter, there's a lot of controversy surrounding him at the moment. Obviously, there's a new player.
What happened this weekend on Twitter?
Well, it's just like, I didn't actually.
It was my Easter holiday. I didn't pay attention.
Well, this is the thing. I wasn't really reading that much. I was just every time I was browsing. Do you see what's going on? Like people are kind of like speculating that he obviously hasn't been on LAN and he's so good, and like it's impossible to do that good at the moment without actually being in a big team and stuff like that. There's like conversations going on, right? I should say. Yeah, exactly. And that can be a lot of pressure for you. Like thinking, oh, I've made it to a team now finally. Then knowing everyone's gonna be watching you all of a sudden because they think you're so amazing. You think, oh, if I don't perform here, they're gonna think I'm cheating or something like that, and they think I'm not gonna be an asset to this team. There's a lot of pressure, especially he's like 17 years old. Is that right?
Yeah, I think he's debunked that. You know, when he was doing the stuff, he was streaming with his camera behind him. He went into the face at officers. He did all that stuff to debunk these cheating allegations. And as far as I'm concerned, if people are still thinking that, you can call him an onliner. Like back in the day, we call people onliners, but we don't assume they're cheating. Like there's some people who just play amazing in their home comfort zone. So when he goes to a LAN, that's going to be the true test for him. But the way that he can approach the game, and what I really like is, it doesn't necessarily fit into team Counter-Strike. What he does fantastically in Pugs is he can be so methodical, he can take his time, he can do whatever he wants, because even if people are yelling at him, there's no repercussions in a Pug, right?
Yeah.
And the way that he pre-aims corners, and he has really good movement with the jiggle stepping, the problem I think that he's going to come into is when the team is like, okay, split decision, this is what you have to do now. He's not going to be able to take everything at the pace he necessarily wants, and that's where he can be getting caught out. But he played amazingly in the last few matches. Keen to see what he can do tonight.
Yeah, big matches for him tonight, as well as he tries to help Mousesports clinch a spot in the playoffs. They're still in that top 6. FaZe is sitting outside of it. Big match for both teams. It's going to be Pansy, it's going to be Uber to take us through it.
Thank you very much, Broses. Yes, it's going to be a recently bolstered Mousesports up against a recently slightly weakened FaZe clan, perhaps. I'm here with Lauren Scott. How was your Easter, Lauren? Have a good one?
Yeah, I did lots of things, like sit at home, play video games, and I think I left the house once to get a coffee. I went down to the bakery, that was about it. Noticed that everything was shut because Germany. but it did encourage me to play more games.
I found something really ironic on this particular map. It actually says the park opening hours somewhere on a sign. It says it's open till like 9 p.m. on a Sunday. Definitely wrong, so I've debunked the whole theory. This is not even in Germany, perhaps, but it is overpass, Lauren, between FaZe Clan and Mousesports, and I do like this idea of a T-sided FaZe that needs to plug Tensky in terms of their, you know, to get all that orchestration going.
And the other thing I'm going to be looking at is Mousesports on Overpass is kind of a curveball. Now, if you'd seen recently, if you're watching ECS, obviously, you'd be like, well, they played it pretty recently, but prior to that, they only last played it in Feb, I think it was. So they don't play this map often. It's not been particularly sitting well with them. I think the last time they played it prior to ECS, which was literally a day ago, I think it was, or 2 days, something around that, was the Calavita qualifiers. So again, this isn't a common thing for Mousesports, but it looks like maybe this is something they've been putting work into. Maybe, you know, we're all happy to not see Nuke in this. Again, something we didn't like. So let's come back to that though, because we are underway.
Yeah, pistol round coming in. It's going to be the CT side for FaZe to begin, and already the push through monster has begun. And Rops, the boy wonder, as he's been known, leading the charge. NiP going to hold a fairly passive position back here. Rops takes down his man-at-arms. Carrigan goes down, and that's 2 for Rops. Bomb in hand, now going to plant it down.
Yeah, the guys come in swinging, let's put it that way. Now, Alu and Rain going to have to play back into this one. I'm pretty sure I saw a kit around somewhere, but that might not be the biggest issue. There's 4 players standing away, holding nice angles, and Oscar's feeling it right now. He's been made into that raid boss. He's got that Tech 9 to hand. Alu going to find 1, but 1 is not simply enough at this point. Rob's going to readjust to a more passive angle. Now Dennis to take the fight. 3 alive bomb plant round in the bag. Mousesports off to a really good start here. And this is something as I said, I'm really excited about, is if they're going to widen or, you know, deepen, how you want to discuss it, their map pool here. Because I think this is something now with maybe Rops coming in, and, you know, you've got Oscar having some really, you know, high highs at the moment. He's been really hitting his peak of performance on occasion. It's quite exciting to watch. And as you said, FaZe are in a weakened state. So if you look back on this result, you might go, well, you know, take it with a pinch of salt, etc. But still a very dangerous team to play up against. You just had that new player coming in.
Yeah, I think the point you bring up about this not being a map that was necessarily present in Mousesports' map pool to date is an interesting one. And especially the dynamic of, you know, Dennis and Rops being 2 very big players, impactful players, especially as of late. Something to be keeping an eye on. But now Mousesports, 3 players out towards long. Bomb in the hands of Dennis here. I'm going to take it fairly slow. Note that FaZe has very little utility at all to be stalling with or to try and obscure sight lines, so they just need to receive this push when it comes. They have forced pistols, though. It's going to be Deagle for Nico.
And also FaZe wanted to try and keep a couple of players, you know, around underpass, kind of pinching towards that, trying to get whatever they can away, pretty much any guns they could work with. You can see Tensky's down here as well. I was trying to work out if Tensky had ever actually been in a team with Carrigan. You know what I mean? So, you know, the Danish scene, he was in Team Dignitas, he was in SK for a while, and they had the Danes. But I don't think they were ever on the exact same roster at the exact same time. I know they were quite close into changing.
It was more on the other side of the Danish fence.
Yeah, exactly.
Your TSM and your Dignitas were very
And Chris J on a little bit of a receiving end of a nice shot from Alu, but it's all but a ruse. The bomb's going towards B. The one man close is Rain, though, and I think they've got 1 into CT now, which is Alu. So there's still threats aboard in this round if Mouse would take it too lightly, but Oscar doesn't care. He doesn't even need to see the player to get the shot done, and he will follow up towards Carrigan very, very cleanly. Now Nico locked out, having trouble with the box. It's tough out here.
German delivery service also terrible, so I can see Nico's issues.
I love how tilted you are by Germany right now. It's like normally you're such an advocate, but it's no, it is fun.
The bureaucracy of the country definitely has its limitations. But regardless, Nico now with 20 points of health. A good opening there for Mousesports. Chris J obviously making a little bit of a blooper moment there to the Deagle pick off of Ali, but that is going to happen against FaZe more than any other team who win those second round force buys more often than not, actually. That's the scary part. And also they had like 11 pistol rounds in a row, I think, the last event. So that's pretty nutty. Pretty darn good, even with the hand cannons, Lauren.
Yeah, the amount of times you'll see them with, you know, those I guess, like, Reddit montages of how FaZe warm up with Deagles. It's like Carrigan doing it, Nico, like, Rain's another big hit with it. Ali's no stranger to it. So, yeah, these guys are pretty much heavy hitters when it comes to those pistols. They're all, you know, aim gods at that point. But importantly for Mousesports, they kept all the rifles up, if I'm not mistaken. They had another UMP on Chris J at the start. He lost out on that one, but the 3 that had them at the start still have them now. So Rops, Oscar, and Dennis retain those to hand, which is always good. Don't lose them out, don't have to reinvest. They can they should be able to coast through this one. Rops going to do a quick little molly down towards short. Pressure over towards Monster a little bit, but he's just holding it really at this point. He is playing that lurking role, something that he kind of theorized was something that he's quite good at, but we didn't necessarily see him doing that too often. No. He was kind of, you know, I think Chad was discussing it before, like he seemed to play a bit of a different role, especially on Cobblestone where we saw him. I think it was like his almost debut as such, but maybe they've kind of like fleshed out the role a bit now. He's going to maybe find his own way into it. But yeah, at the moment it looks like a bit of a long take, and I don't mind this. You've got the rifles, you've got the range element. Why not use it? Just got to be careful of that man.
Yeah, Nico there getting a little bit of damage on towards Dennis early. A little bit more as well, puts him down to 49, but eventually the response is going to be there. FaZe Clan, limited capacity now with these weapons, and Alu's blindsided. Chris J just, well, he really just has to blunder his way onto the site. It's pretty comfortable, 3 kills for him.
Got to farm up the money for him as well. Considering he went down in the second round, everyone else is building up cash. He wants to get the money in the bag. Maybe, I don't know if he's AWPing as much anymore. You know, it felt side dependent and map dependent when we saw them previously, Mousesports. So I'm wondering who's going to be kind of, I guess, the champion of it this time around. They won't need it this round particularly, I can imagine, because they know that FaZe are going to be pretty limited on this. They're going to have a decent enough buy, but it's not great. Alu has been able to get the AWP though, so that's the integral factor. He's the only one to re-get kills so far for FaZe. So if anything, it's a bonus that he's been able to get onto that. But yeah, I'll be keeping eyes on Mousesports, see who runs it, whether it be that Oscar kind of headliner or Chris J. Both can, you know, do it so well.
Yeah, look, 4 smokes is pretty good for FaZe here if they want to segment the map, especially if there's some sort of hit on towards B. But if it's fast, they won't have a chance to let that go.
It does look like they wanted to get some quick map control, and considering they've got no one lurking over by the A side of things, you're kind of hoping that they commit quite quickly. They do have those mollies. They've got everything lined up. It should be, as you said, a fast take, and here we go. The mollies go in towards the toxic corner, couple down towards water, but the flashes are good, and Karrigan's even better. Fighting Oscar, cutting off one approach. That's Monster in trouble now, but pushing through is Chris J. Taking back the side control, but there's still one there.
Yeah, 2 players up for FaZe at the moment, and Rain needs to come and assist from up above. It'll be Alu working in from that A site, but the bomb is loose on B, is planted, in fact, for Mousesports, and they, well, connect the wires in just the right way. So now, this is a difficult situation for Alu and Rain to navigate, especially lack of information about positioning. And Rob's playing quite deep, quite close towards connector. Alu at least was able to use that information. You can see what FaZe can do when they know the positions of their opponents, but there are 2 players still at large for Mousesports.
That was a lovely little take towards the site. You know, it felt a bit dangerous at times, but they traded effectively. They kept everything going they needed, and the retake just didn't come through. So for Mousesports, another big round for them. The reinvestment will be interesting. They've got good money here as well. They've been getting consistent bomb plants throughout this too. They've been getting everything they need. Clean rounds as well. You can see barely any kills sitting beside FaZe, so their money is going to be very, very limited throughout this one so far. You know, limited utility coming in. You may not see mollies, you might see limited upgrades. Even though they're a team that can do damage on those pistols, they'll probably buy down to about 2k, a couple underneath it. We'll see what they go for, but there's the AWP. It is going to be Oscar on it for now. Dennis getting straight on the Mac Daddy. I want to see where they take this one. They know that Alu's still going to have the AWP, so that's going to be a factor in the back of their minds. How do they play into that? But so far, Mousesports seem to have a really nice approach to it so far. 4 rounds in their pocket.
Good start, to be sure, for Mousesports now. Again, this is a clash of 2 fully, you know, European mixes as well, but Robs has already managed to enter the B side here. He's managed to catch Karrigan by surprise. He tries to leap in the air and get away, but it won't be enough. And Dennis start to make some cash money. Dollar bills, of course, as that Mac 10 gets involved.
Love it. Why not go for the aggressive play? Try and negate that AWP as quick as possible. Don't allow them time to find these angles or these kind of plays to kind of pull in, but there's still 2 danger men up. Nico with a deagle and Alu with an AWP. That's a combo that can still work, and that's a reminder as to why Robs does go down, so the bomb won't be planted yet. 3 players still stand for Mouz. Dennis? Smiley doesn't want to step out just yet. Nade the corner, good. Push Nico away from it or force him to do something. Bit of a failed molly there, I think, but Nico's still finding a couple of avenues of approach here.
Alu still stands after Nico is gunned down brutally through the smoke. Wouldn't even have been able to make a call about their position. No traces through that smoke. And Oscar finds his first AWP kill of the game here. And Mousesports continue to keep things rolling. FaZe had to buy down a little bit. Alu didn't have to buy any weapon. He kept the AWP from the prior round. So FaZe were able to save a little bit of this utility coming forward. They got the money. But again, it comes down to the execution. And Dennis is staying on the Mac 10 here.
I guess you can go in towards underpass. You can kind of be... what's he got? Nothing particular. Oh, let's keep eyes on Dennis really quick. Let's see where he takes this one. I'm kind of wondering just if he's... I don't know.
Plunge into Plaza or maybe even try and hold
just trade off me. You know, look at this. And Rain doesn't like the idea of having to sit back in this one. Goes a little aggressive through party, trying to fall back safely, but it's kind of hard. You're hoping that no one's in underpass quickly. You're hoping that no one does that, but Chris J's read the situation well, capitalized on it while he tries to run away, but Alu is watching the push-up now.
4v4. I don't think Alu spotted that player up in towards party there. I think it was Chris J. He's just going to loop back around now towards long. Pace definitely slowed down. That little aggressive play forward from the CTs really slowed down Mousesports, but Oscar gets back in there. That's an audacious peek, to be sure, in towards the middle part of the map. And now Nico, key player, and he's dead.
This is nice so far from Mousesports. You know, it's got that nice pace to it. Individually, they're stepping up. Rob's there hitting a nice one. Oscar as well looks confident in the way he's playing, which was certainly a question mark around him. And look at these shots. The man's a little bit of a monster right now. And Tensky, the stand-in, not going to be standing much longer. Gets put down by Chris J.
like I was saying before, I mean, both these two teams are pure European mixes, right? I don't want no two players from the same country, but also more importantly is that Mousesports has an incredibly hard run towards the end of this season. Winning games like this is going to do so much for them when there's only, what, 2 games between 1st and 7th, as it were? They need to keep that momentum going. This is a great way to do so.
Yeah, and look at the money now sitting by Mousesports. It's huge.
Lowell's got 14K.
Yeah, and I don't think Tenski's got a kill yet, if I'm not mistaken. That's a little bit of a shame for him, I can imagine. You know, you're standing in, of course, you're not expected to do wonders. You're not going to be the big player, but you're meant to be, you know...
And everyone knows the player that he was, as well.
Yeah, exactly. He was a solid rifler. He always has been, just, you know, a run-of-the-mill good rifler. I wouldn't say he's going to, you know, be breaking any glass ceilings in that aspect, but he always held his own.
No fourth walls.
Not right now. But no, Mousesports taking a bit of a slower approach here, just seeing if they're up to something, what FaZe are doing. You know, there's always a danger on board. Mousesports last round actually went pretty quick through it. They went for that kind of just fast hit towards B. This time taking their time a little bit more. They've still got plenty of utility to make a play with, so they don't need to rush anything. NiP probably going to play in Alu here if they do get any contact towards Monster. Tenski playing up on short as well. And as soon as that first shot goes out from NiP, you can imagine Alu will make the swing out too. Let's see if it's effective. That's the big thing. And the weapon switch doesn't actually hinder him then. He does find the shot towards Dennis. Put him down to 8 HP.
That's stopping power for him, isn't it? Really no other way to put it than that. Rain getting aggressive here towards the playground there. Chris J not ready for it at all. Even his response wasn't fast enough, and even Tenski wants to play up a little bit closer, but he gives information. He knows the call now in towards Monster. That's where Mousesports are going to go.
FaZe know everything. They know exactly where they are, but can they stop them? NiP is one man
Not
in their
again.
way, and he can do a lot of work from here, but he's got support. Tenski gets on the board finally. Karrigan on the flank, and that is what you need to be seeing from FaZe. Well played predominantly there, at least in my eyes, from Rain. Rain and Karrigan pushing up for the map control to get that information flowing through to the rest of the team to kind of bolster their confidence that, all right, we can just stay here on B. Tenski coming in through short, coming up with the goods then as well, was absolutely paramount to that round actually working out for them. But that felt like a long time in the making. It didn't feel like that was a gift to them. That was a very well played out round.
It's quite insane, Lauren, how such a cursory exchange like we saw from NiP at the start of the round there. The one deagle shot brought Mousesports to a screeching halt, realizing that, okay, our entry fragger, our front rifler, is now down to about 9 HP after that one shot. We really need to play this slower. That allows players like Tenski to push off of Connector and get a little bit more information about where the T's are set up there. It was essentially no plan B for Mousesports in that round. They were quite committed, but even still, nicely done by FaZe to work around the fact that they had bought themselves valuable moments because of what NiP was able to achieve. And from there on out, it was just straight into the meat grinder with Mousesports.
Yeah, and looking at FaZe as well, as of late, this has probably been one of their worst maps. You know, and that's again, you know, something that's a bit of a sweeping statement, of course, but it's one that they don't have that really nice kind of sitting percentage on. They do play some relatively good teams, but you still see those kind of out there losses. During Pro League, they lost to LDLC on this map, so it's like they've had those kind of questionable moments, but it does seem as though we are back underway. Double AWP now coming out. Karrigan and Alu running those.
Okay, Fnatic, hello. FaZe Clan, as soon as they can buy into it, really are going to make a play. We'll see how they want to put these to use. Karrigan playing over on the B side. Was playing over the B side. That's one of those AWPs down there. The ball's on Rops to come forward there and just get the spray. That's pretty frightening. And now Alu, of course, the second man with an AWP in hand. Pressured a little bit now. It's a Molotov thrown towards his feet. That's going to force a bit of a backtrack here. Rops finds Tenski on the B side as well. That's going to open it up. Tenski has been lurking around Monster in these last few rounds, and this time he was caught.
Yeah, on the other side of that smoke, though, is NiP. Let's be honest here. No sloucher holding any of these sort of spots, but Rops has been hitting some pretty nutty shots, I'm not going to lie to you, but NiP wants a piece of the action too. Ropso wants to try and pounce on the moment that NiP will be backing away in between the shots. But he is very much alone, but he's baiting this out pretty well for now, but he is very isolated. No teammates with him, not even close to being with him. Can he find an angle to play with here? This is so dangerous, but he has made noise, and I think he knows it. NiP knows as well. So there's a bit of cat and mouse going down on B, but that bomb is edging over towards that A side. Yeah,
I mean, Dennis is going to try and pressure A a little bit, maybe deal with Rain up on the top side there. Rops is just going to maintain a presence, get some damage on towards Alu. Doesn't look for too much more, but NiP still is able to find it. But this A side is open. But look what he's achieved. He's got both players to the wrong site, and now they're playing retake with double ops on towards A from this angle. It's almost impossible. So him on his own has done so well. And it's just like from bad to worse for NiP. It's like, how much do I need to do here to even get towards this bomb site? And well, what's behind door number 2, he wonders.
He's going to find out pretty soon.
A swift end, and Mousesports get yet another round there as well. I mean, they don't really give the man too many options. They double Molotov the one corridor towards the A site. Mousesports knew exactly where they had to be looking. And those double AWPs, Lauren, gone. Scattered to the 4 wins, and there's been forced another buy-in of it. I think even Rain bought that one for Alu just to keep it in his hands. Mousesport's looking good. Rop's looking excellent right now. Playing almost like a one-man army. Playing the small side, often playing that lurker role on his own. It's been effective thus far.
You look at the kills he's getting, they're kind of hard kills to get. He soloed out the AWP, you know, took it out of Karrigan's hands. There's the failed smoke to Monster, so he might be predicting sort of peek down
smoke as
well. Now you haven't see another smoke being kind of committed towards it. That's the rush smoke. Yeah, excuse me. No, they've been watching the games. But that's caused more of the very limited utility that FaZe had to be put out to try and deal with just Rops. And there's still 4 players on the other side of the map. So far he's been doing really well. But let's keep eyes on the rest of them too here. Rain's still in a very, very dominant position. Even though very isolated, he does have Alu on long to help him out. But, you know, there's limited amounts of what you can do. They could slow walk up short. Alu finding Oscar is important, though. That's big. That's just, you know, a step in the right direction for FaZe here. Rob's maybe looking for options to allow his team, though, to try and make this hit towards B. 3 and underpass kind of indicates as such.
He knows Tensky likes to sit a little bit further forward of connector. This round, he's actually backed away towards the side after getting decked by Rops in the previous round. So he checks anyway, just to make sure. Now the rest of Mousesports can work their way out there, but there's still the issue of Monster here. Karrigan, another smoke. There are no smokes left on FaZe Clan now. They've used them all.
Got 2 Mollies still up for Mouz, but the plan's been noted. FaZe know this now. Rain's on the rotate. Lol is watching it, so should be able to handle this if that door does swing open, but timing is everything. 29 seconds, they gotta go. Lol gets caught out, timing not on his side at all, and Karrigan completely locking down Monster with the support Tensky coming in the end, and all in all, a well-handled round, but FaZe kind of giving, excuse me, Mouz giving a lot of kind of information over to FaZe. Once FaZe start pushing up, you saw that where Rain was, he started to push his way around, taking a kind of an educated guess there. I was giving away a little much on that one, I guess, just because they wanted to swing around towards B rather than the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they had so many players committed towards Monster and they took so long to actually get ready to make a push. They left no one in towards Connector at all, except Lol on the outside, who got unlucky, safe to say. He had to commit a Molotov to the B side to help his team, but in that small window was when he got picked off.
Really quick molly from Rops as well. I know the lineup that you can do for it, but, you know, on the move, that's a pretty spicy meatball. Rops that. Having a little go himself. Switching up here, not going down Monster as he did previous, having a look towards short. Maybe eyeing up Tensky this time instead. And Alu and Rain still vigilant over by A, trying to keep back basically the other members of Mousesports who are, again, working their way through underpass and fancying that this is the route they want to take.
This time they're very wary of Rain. His late round push in towards Connector was what was their undoing.
This could be what they're waiting for. If you look at Christian and Dennis right now, this could be it, but somehow Lol finds Tensky.
Oh, Tensky and Karrigan go for a 2-man peek there as well, and somehow it doesn't work. Tensky was maybe a little bit early on his face, because Karrigan didn't see any of that action. Does now, though. Shots in towards Rops, they do connect. Note that Dennis is quite low, and he's playing probably is just a pivot now over on the B side of the map. I think Mousesports are going to rotate through, but Rain's there to meet them. This time, he just bides his time, waits in toilet block, and makes it costly again for Mouz.
Rain is still such a consistent player. I think he doesn't get us through the attention that some of the others do on FaZe, but he is such an impactful player. Alu missing a shot that he'd probably like to hit at this point, considering the players are now pretty much encroaching towards the site as fast as they can. A little bit of a slowdown there just to get the mollies down. Isolating Dennis out on long. Big problem now for Mouz. They're dwindling in numbers and time. 14 seconds. Alu is right up in that smoke. Oscar's shadow gives away the game. Nico takes his time on that one, and now 8 seconds remain, and not a hope in hell for Lol there.
Bizarre positioning there in the end from Alu, who actually pushed all the way towards toilets because of the smoke. It was a tough one. He didn't really know where he could stand. The Molotov was thrown right at his feet, so he just ambles through the smoke, does a 180, and finds a final kill. Mousesports pressuring themselves almost late round. They're being forced into situations that are definitely compromising, not having quite the time to put together these elaborate plays, and this is what we had to ask ourselves about Mousesports on this particular map. How many protocols do they have set down for these mid to late round scenarios when they get behind early? Might not be a problem this round, though, as FaZe push Alu a little bit too deep.
Yeah, and this is a different approach. Rops isn't holding down by Monster this time. He's in underpass, so maybe a quicker hit. And Rain, what's going on?
He underestimated the spread of the Molotov there. Yeah. He thought he was clear of it. He was not.
It's a real shame. That's going to be a huge problem. But Nico's very, very quick to get over towards A, but the flashes are good as well. Mousesport's being played into this nicely, but Christian can't handle it. Nico finds another for almost free there, but he does get found in the end by Dennis. Bomb not being planted just yet, and it's a 2v2.
Well, they're committed to this. Mousesports can't really pull out of this site, but they need to deal with Karrigan. He's a threat. He's going to push through smoke as well. No respect, but Dennis is going to give it back as good as he received. Now it's Tensky. It's a 1v2. Bomb off towards Optimus. 2 players to watch. He finds the first. Was always considered a very solid, consistent rifler, but 2 men maybe too much of a job for him and Mousesports to get back in this now, and the money for FaZe is looking dubious.
They can scrape together a buy, as can Mousesports, but it is a little more limited than before. You can see Rops is actually only sitting on 3.3, so I think he's going to be dropped out there. I think he has been.
It's a big spend.
And Chris J going to be only on the UMP. So yeah, this is you know the let's get what we can here. Hope that FaZe's money is kind of shattered as well, and it is. They've got a bit of a mismatch of a buy. You've got the Deagle on Nico, powerful as it may be, probably not what he wants ideally. Let's have a little look at what we've got. This looks like maybe more of a default from Mouz. It's how they'll play out, but Karrigan is doing something very different. Yep. Making up for the lack of what they had by taking the aggressive fights. Robs just does not expect that, and you can't blame him for not expecting
It's actually
that.
a really rare thing to see these days, that CT player push so deep into towards Monster.
That was some bad timing on that flash. There was a little off on something there, because Chris J's just walking out anti-flash before the flash even came close. But it was traded out eventually.
Still, Mousesports have the man disadvantage. So far these trades, if they've existed, have not been nearly effective enough for them. And now what? That's the question. Mousesports always seem to get a little bit stagnant in this stage of the round, where they're a man down, where they may be lacking on some utility or don't have map control. They freeze up, sometimes funnel themselves into a very bad engagement on a site.
I think they're just looking for that one pick. If they get one, then it's game on. It's kind of tough to play back into this, though. Rain, again, doing the usual, right around the back, getting all that information, all these flashes and utility being put to play. It doesn't really matter when Nico's watching the push-up as well. Spots out Dennis, knows where Oscar is, and look at that pinch coming in from Rain as well. This is almost impossible, and now, certainly so. Nico going to find Oscar, and it's LOL. With 3 to find, 24 seconds, and bomb not to hand. This might be that step too far, but he's going to give it a good go anyway. And might have to eventually just kind of walk away from this one if they allow him to.
So this round is a really nice illustration of how map control can impact your decisions mid to late round. You can see Mousesports had few options. Despite a costly trade for them on long, they didn't want to push it because it had them too committed to that part of the map. They wanted to try and keep their options open. But moving the connector didn't exactly, you know, meet that need either. There was a player on either side of them and they were sandwiched. Double AWP again for FaZe.
Seems like it's a bit of a go-to these days for them. And finally, seems like a lifetime in the making, the money's been broken. Mousesports down to pistols. UMP there, and the rifle for LOL, of course. Not too surprising. Rain, though, going to go straight in for this. Right up to Fountain. He's got Ali watching underpass. This is a bit audacious here from Ali, but I like it. Why not? Look at that shot. The follow-up's very impressive. Rain's like, are you good? I guess I'll go back to what I was meant to be watching. All right, no worries. You're fine there. And Oscar left reeling after his teammates get absolutely destroyed.
It's almost as if FaZe is starting to get a feeling that, okay, Mousesports seem to be so entrenched in their routine or in their actual positioning early around that they just sort of commit themselves to a route, for example, or maybe don't expect the unexpected. A little bit of a lack of flexibility on the side of Mousesports there seems to have hurt them, because in the prior round, you remember, the Karrigan went aggressive over towards Monster on the B side. This time it was Rain and, of course, Alu. Really choking this map out from Mousesports and not allowing them to actually get into position, let alone, you know, let any plays happen from there, you know, without making it very costly. So that's very, very nice. Now FaZe sit back a little bit more. Ali, this is still a deep and very committed position for him to take, but he still comes out with a kill.
Yeah, FaZe looking like they're starting to warm up, and just taking these more aggressive fights seems to work with them. He's not fully backed off here, kind of down by the quote-unquote Guardian stairs. You've got Rain there with him too, so they're just doubling up towards toilets. Mousesports do only have pistols, and limited at that. You know, AP 250 left, and then 3 Glocks.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be a bit of a weaker round for Mousesports. They're thinking about the last of the half, this next round coming up, of course. This is round 14, and Rain is, should I say, putting a couple of frags in his back pocket. Now, Tensky's been able to flank here through mid, so this should be fairly comfortable. Finish here. He may be overwhelmed by these 2 pistol players up close, but there will always be players at B, so Tensky's not got the right angle. Will require a quick correction. He gets it, and he gets the second there as well. A little bit of a close one for Tensky, but he had the better weaponry, and he's going to win that situation now. 6 to 8, last round of the half here. Mousesports to spend a bit of money, but this is Alu's early play in towards connector.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, the impressive thing so far for me is at least how good Mousesports are on their T side. They played against Dignitas recently, which is, you know, the line of like Michael Ailey, Fox, people like that, and they only lost 2 rounds on their T side two of those guys. So it looks like this is a bit of a core strength for them. We'll see if that can be replicated later on. Alu going for a bit of aggression again, which had worked before, but doesn't work this time. There were 3 AWPs then. You've got NiKo and Karrigan on them as well. This is a very interesting last round. Not exactly what you'd be expecting here. But Rain and Tensky, joined by NiKo not too far away, going to be waiting over here. And this is going to be big. Rain gets quickly picked up. Rops is so on point at just making entries happen through Monster.
The flash was so well timed, though. Mousesports had to push through anti-flash, but by the time their opponent was able to look around, I think it was Rain, whoever it was, we had no time to respond. So yeah, Rops found the kill there easily enough, but his opponent was in a very disadvantageous situation. Now 96 points of health on Karrigan, so. Bombs down. A bit of anticlimactic of an end to that one there, but Mousesports still managed to get them 9 rounds on that T side. Coming up after the break, Lauren, we're going to be having to see what FaZe can put together on that T side. Let's see if they can make good use of Tensky, if it all works, or if it will be that puggy FaZe we used to know that had their own share of success. We'll find out very shortly. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. The 2 only pure mixed European teams in the Pro League now are going head-to-head. It's NiKo against his old team. It's FaZe without Kiyoshima bringing Tensky in, and it's Mousesports with the new addition of Rops on full display, Lauren.
Now, it was all on good terms with Mousesports and NiKo, to everyone's understanding, but there would be a pretty little smile on, I can imagine, Mousesports' faces individually if they do get to best NiKo, the superstar of their team not too long ago, of course. It'd be a nice feeling. For FaZe, of course, a little bit of a hard game for them considering what they're working with, but Rain going to get things off to a big bang there. Oscar gone in underpass is actually pretty impressive. That's going to mean almost encouraging to them to hit this B site. Now the rotates become a little bit trickier, and Lowell is still on the site, but he's coming up with the goods. 1 kill, that's towards NiKo. Good trades, but Mousesports still only operating with 2 left and now making 1.
Okay, if they didn't lose Oscar really early in that round, those trades actually would have made a lot of sense for Mousesports and would have actually given them a pretty decent, at least post-plant scenario, but we didn't even get that far. So FaZe Clan offered up a lot of frags there. See, Mousesports couldn't do much but stand on the site and try and hold their own. Lowell pushed very deep on there to try and get the engagement up close and personal, but it is what it is. FaZe Clan win that pistol out. They didn't win it in the first half, and Mousesports got out to a 6-0 lead. So this is where FaZe Clan start to make those rounds back, ideally with interest.
Yeah, you kind of need to as well. Oscar, are you good?
That is so weird to watch. It's like going down a water slide backwards. It's the most frightening thing ever.
Why would anyone do that?
I did it. Why? Sometimes it spins you around. If you're on a real good water slide, you don't get to choose, Lauren.
Alrighty, Robson, Oscar, well, pretty much just Rob's down there over by toilets, and Oscar trying to just stay alive, but he's going to be pinched, he knows it. Tries to get a bit of a pre-fire on Karrigan, steps coming down the stairs, but can't get it done, can't land the shot. And so far, FaZe taking over the map quite handily. You've got NiKo waiting all the way back in case there's a push-up, not to be the case. Mousesports heading all the way over to A, while that bomb is heading slowly towards B.
Slowly is right. NiKo's playing so far. You can see where he's standing. He'd been there the whole time, listening to the club music, of course. Okay, then, Rops is going to meet Carrigan in the middle of the map. Pretty comfortable there with a 5-7. The headshot gets the job done. That makes it a 4v4. However, B only has the cursory presence of Chris J at the moment. And FaZe are going to hit it pretty darn hard. Mouse Sports have been in the dark a little bit about where the positioning is, and now they've lost that single player. There should be a plant at the very least. Dennis wants the challenge now, and he wins it out. He didn't even have teammates to make it work. But now he's got the after plant scenario with the 3v3.
He's got early territory as well to play this retake, purely because they don't have a kit up. So, you know, Mouse might have a step to this. Now they know where Tensky is. That's pretty good information. They're wondering where the rest are. Robs finds Alu. It's big. Is back on now, but NiP and Tensky put their foot down finally and find the round on the board for FaZe. It felt like a long time coming there in the end. It almost felt a bit close towards that one, especially with those kills coming in from that early play coming out. But in the end, it does seem as though they smooth things out. Now Mouse Sports have to kind of ease off this round.
Yeah, this was the pistol round, of course. But I actually don't mind Tensky's position there. He was sitting right at the back of that area. I guess Monster, you called it. That's quite dangerous if there's no smoke towards heaven or if there's a player up there as well. But that makes it quite challenging for any player, like you said earlier on, Dennis, who had fairly close and early positioning on that B side. So he shuts him down pretty comfortably. Very, very nice turnaround for FaZe. And now this is the Mouse. They got to be eating some humble pie and save their money.
Yeah, they've got one P250. It's on Robs. That's your lot. Nice molly.
Solid. Let's try that again.
There it is. Tensky's going to put it down there just in case. I guess Carrigan might be found out of anyone. A couple of shots coming through. Nico's really low. Tensky has found Dennis. This should be an easy round. It should be very, very comfy, and it is so far. Rain's going to make a bit of money on Chris J, and now the last two aren't really in a position to do much, just playing for exits here.
If that. Oscar's so far back, he might go looking for Carrigan in towards the connector area. Lol's hoping someone delivers himself up in just that manner, so that's not too bad. But really, Mouse Sports don't do much at all, really, to slow FaZe's money down whatsoever. Just Nico falling. Rain got 2 kills with the Mac 10. That's pretty nice, and obviously Carrigan getting involved in a big way. So now it's even Stevens, 9 and 9. Ali with the AWP. I don't see FaZe really worrying at all about double AWPs on this T side. It'll sort of work for them to a degree, I guess, so much so that they bought 3, or they had 3 in hand on that CT side, but no, behaving themselves. Mouse Sports have to do the same, though. They can't even afford to go for the AWP at this early stage.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see how Robs fits into the CT side, too. Looks like he's kind of supporting over by Oscar, but this looks like FaZe really wants to do a quick and quite dry hit, I guess you could call it, towards that B side. Lol is under so much scrutiny right now, burns alive, and Chris J just gets found in no man's land. Dennis sure has the real estate towards short, but surely someone's going to check on that. 2 players giving us back. What is this? How do you ignore that entire side of the site? It's like, well, it's fine. We've got monster control. That worked out well. Now you're down to a 2v2. Oscar and Robs playing back into this. They were the 8 players up against Alu and Nico.
The classic disadvantage to playing ahead of your smokes, Lauren. You want a fast hit towards the site? Sure, you can't use that utility, but you can be caught off. They actually started to smoke up when they went for the plant itself, but they weren't thinking about connector at all. I mean, we saw that quite clearly ourselves. So, Nico now needs to rescue his team. Dennis the Menace with 3 kills earlier on is not a factor anymore, but the bomb is out in a very exposed position, and Oscar is playing quite close here. Nico will have to make an adjustment here. He does, a quick adjustment. Oscar has to watch 2 angles. He was actually watching towards connector there.
Robs definitely saw the foot there, but that still felt close. When Nico makes that turn, you still kind of think, oh god, this could happen, but I'm pretty sure he saw the foot at the end. But yeah, no one checking on this, no smokes, no mollies, no flashes, no nothing. The third shot I'm surprised at is the shot to Carrigan they adjusted for so well.
And you can see that. What is so baffling to me is that FaZe don't have control of the middle of the map. They don't have control of connector, they don't have control of short. So they should be saying with a reasonable degree of, you know, suspicion that we've got players. There should be some players there.
But this could also be a slight downfall of, you know, the Tensky implementation. Maybe that's where normally you'd see, you know, Keo, that's his piece. That's where he looks at. That's, you know, how he checks the side. He takes that short control or he plays to it. We'll see if that's maybe a factor down the line. But right now, FaZe look like they're doing it again, just trying to overwhelm the side, and it's worked this time. On a lesser buy, it comes through. Now, Robs and Oscar are in no position to play retake. They're a long way off. Bombs down, and it's secured.
Much harder for Mouse Sports now. Although Oscar does make the first frag on towards the bomb site, he doesn't actually have a lot of support from Robs. Robs isn't playing forward right now. So Mouse Sports are purely playing for exits here, or if anything, just to get a couple picks.
Guns.
Yeah, and also try and keep the money a bit low. I mean, this is a round that FaZe come in and sort of go for a bit more of a smattering of Tech 9s and UMPs. So this is not a terrible round to try and get those guns out of their hands here. Nico actually wants to try and do the same here, but he's walked straight into that. FaZe will only come out of this with 2 AK-47s.
Let's see how much money these guys will have now sitting beside each other. Mousesports, of course, extremely low. Double eco territory for some. On the other side, they can spread the wealth around. You can see a couple of drops coming in. They can really fashion together a nice buy now with all that utility off the back of this.
Jeez, Dennis, 1.5, yeah, that's rough.
He got dropped to UMP, and then I thought got armor, got some utility. They're going to buy up around it, because, you know, double eco anyway for some of these players, so you might as well. But we'll see. We'll see if this actually does hinder them down the line. I can imagine it will, but maybe they're going to go aggressive and try and do something with it, and they are going to play down short, play in Oscar. Look at this. Now, I'm liking this, but FaZe is sat back. That's the big issue to this one.
And no early molly from FaZe Clan as well might tell Mousesports a couple of things about their setup here. You know, a lot of teams like to bank one down in that position there. Tensky gets the better of Rops there. That
eventually.
It looked closer than it was. Rops didn't actually hit any of those shots. The fact is that Tensky took a while to kill his assailant. Regardless, the kill comes out. Mousesports going to just move back towards the B site there, knowing how that exchange occurred over on A means that they need to play someone a little bit more forward of that A-bomb site. It's going to be Chris J in toilets. But that's about as close as they get. Again, Chris J doesn't benefit from using a pistol on long or facing it towards Plaza. He needs to play the corner.
He's going back into this as well. It's good info as well. He's like an early warning system almost. You can kind of remind your players over by B that this is still a problem. They're down to 50 seconds here, FaZe. Starts to become more and more of an issue the less time they have. It's purely because the angles become more and more deadly.
Dennis and Chris J want at least a 2-for-1 if they can get it here. That's why they're committing 2 players so forward. That's nice. That's really nice. Bit of misdirection there. As you saw Dennis sort of back off and try and Kobe a flash in there. Chris J was there. Lowell's there with a pistol. 5-7 now. It's Nico trying to challenge up with the rest of FaZe. He does win out that battle, but the bomb is loose and Oscar can watch. Yeah,
that bomb position is nice, but Oscar has to be careful that no one's going to sneak around and try and take a fight while they've recovered it. Actually, Tensky already gets the bomb, so quick play in from Dennis. He knew that Oscar had that angle for him, and now Oscar's even found a frag even better. Dennis tries to walk through the molly, Nico's watching it, but Chris J, he's going to handle it well, but it's Alu in the 1v2. Bomb is planted, but is it planted for him? Peeks up towards the first, looks for it. Chris J steps out, spots him. Knows the information is there, but how are they going to play this one out? Is anyone on the bomb right now? It doesn't seem as though, no. Alu's found Chris J, and now Oscar, he's stuck in between a rock and a hard place. He does have a kit, he's got an AWP, but he simply won't have enough time to play this one out.
No, he can only tickle it. Alu plays this so well and even gets the kill in the end, but it's unlikely that Oscar would have had a heck of a lot of time to work with anyway. It would have gone right down to the wire regardless. You're torn in situations like that. As you're Oscar, you generally only have one angle to watch. He's like, okay, he's in Monster. He probably doesn't have the time to flank me from short, so I can just hold this one angle and know that this is where he has to come from. But that's all well and good, Lauren. But you need to win that duel. You need to back yourself saying, the one angle I know he's going to peek from, I need to be ready for.
Yeah, and considering what that round was, which was, I guess, 2 guns really, and some upgraded pistols, that was good damage from Mousesports, but they need the round on the board pretty soon. That's the simple thing for them.
And FaZe trying to recover with 2 MAC-10s here.
Yeah, and a nice pinch towards underpass. Carrigan going to claim Oscar. Rops, you've been spotted, buddy. You can't wait it out forever. Tensky does land that. And now you're down to 3. Lowell going to try and find the little corner of the side and hope that maybe he gets played into it by Chris J, baiting out. Carrigan does actually fall for it. Dennis going to find Rain too. This should be surely as much as they're going to get from this one. There's not much more to play with. They recovered, I guess, a MAC-10. Congratulations, Lowell.
Yeah, up against armored players doesn't really mean a heck of a lot in the grand scheme of things. However, FaZe are still adamant about hitting this A site. Mousesports still have a strong presence here, although they've sent Dennis Walkabout to be just to check, just to make sure that they're not, you know, overstacking a site. And he's going to come back now. He realizes, no, it's definitely going to be 8. This is also going to steal the Mousesports players and prepare them, but not much can prepare you for this. Lowell and Chris J get absolutely run over the top of, and Nico watching. Oh, the headshot. Oh, Dennis. Pistols. That's as good as he gets with the P250. It's going to take more than one shot. At that range, at least.
There's the follow-up line. Good old CSGO pistols.
I like to weave it in, Lauren, every now and then.
Yeah, so far, you know, Dennis isn't going to do much here. Might get one more. You know, Nico is pretty low. Tensky's 40, but they're backing away now. But Mousesports are doing damage. It's just not converting into rounds. You're seeing it here, even on this round, with, again, limited amounts. Nice little bit of, you know, chemistry, synergy between the 2 players there. You saw Chris J kind of baiting in Lowell. It worked out nicely, nice enough. But they need that round on the board. They need to kind of get FaZe off this kind of confidence rebuild. So far, Mouse have only claimed, if I'm not mistaken, 1 round this half. Now, their T-side looked good. It was quite dominant for a while, but it didn't seem as though they had that depth of a team that runs this map constantly. It still feels a little bit new to them, a little bit like, okay, we've got to work our way into it, you know? Get past that teething phase almost. But the pause has come in. Like, I'm hoping it's a tactical one, just so we get Mouz maybe discussing what they need to do wrong here. How do we approach FaZe on this map? What's working for them? How do we work it out?
Well, the positives are that Mouse did actually win a gun round in this half. That was the one that they managed to pick up there as well. They're just not getting much luck really with the pistols. A couple of rounds where it has been quite close. And that's why FaZe aren't soaring to astronomically high, you know, levels of currency, despite winning 6 out of the 7 rounds in this half so far. That is definitely a good sign for Mouse. Need to convert properly though. The reason why we have a tactical pause here is because Mouse have hit that threshold of buy. They're like, okay, we can actually buy into this round pretty comfortably. Most of them have about 4.5 to 5K. That's quite robust. It's now the decision is, do we take an AWP in this particular round? You know, do I drop one out for Oscar, let him have his armor, or does he try and, you know, go for some sort of glass cannon play? We don't really have all that much money. Does he try and challenge out? Alu's generally been the better of him so far. He's also shown a little bit more flair and a little bit more variation in how he sets up. We've seen that aggression on the CT side from FaZe Clan get some really good results, whereas for Mouse, it's tended to flop a little bit more.
Yeah, they seem a little flatter here on the CT side. Now, the problem is, as you highlighted as well, their money's been pretty atrocious throughout this. They've been, as said, not having that many gun rounds to string together. When they do have it, it feels like there is a challenge, but hopefully they get that money building for them now. As you said, a bit of a buy coming in here. This time, much better, but they don't have much. They've only got 1 kit on Chris J, for example. They don't have everything they need, but it can be pulled together here. Let's look at what they're up to, though. Rop's aggression, it looks like is the name of the game. Going to smoke out towards the stairs, get up towards Party. Chris J and Oscar are going to be probably quite attentive towards Long. But Alu, very, very aggressive, you know, leer in towards that B site, misses a bit of an uncharacteristic shot there, and maybe Mouz are a little bit baffled as to where that came from.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if they've heard it at this stage. It is an interesting position. Botensky could be in a bit of trouble here. Oscar guns him down. Nowhere. It's all right. Nowhere to go. Now it's going to be Lowell up on that B site. Does trade here, but FaZe already swarm over that site so quickly. Mouse at least trade 1 for 1 in the grand scheme of things across the map. It's a 3v3. They lack an AWP.
Oh, that smoke's dirty, Nico.
Needs a bit more FPL before Rops is ready for that one, I think. That's pretty nasty. Now, a boost for Nico.
I love this boost.
Oh, that's so cheeky.
Yeah, I like it. They want to get the guns away. They know how much Mouse' economy and their money is suffering too, so he can actually chase that really, really quickly from an angle they probably wouldn't expect if he wants to. But looking at Christian and Oscar, they are well away already. Down long, having none of this FaZe malarkey, but FaZe have been so aggressive at hitting that B site too. Let's be very clear about that. And maybe these fast plays just work a little bit better for them. Sure, we saw that one round where it kind of went wrong when Dennis was able to dismantle it in 1. He got those 3 big kills. But beyond that, when everything seems to go well and they just get a quick hit, kind of just going in for trades, building off the back of each other, it's such a nice little bit of work from them, depending on the individuals, which is a good look for FaZe. Bearing in mind, sure, we're not going to see their tactical depth here. It's not going to see the most beautiful of games from them, just purely because they've got a standing. You know, Tensky is there. Keo's a bit of a utility man at time. You know, he fills that role. Yeah, exactly. So it's hard to try and get around that. But one way to do it is depend on your fraggers, get them in good spots and make them play, and so far it's working.
It's interesting, though, as well, what the team of the role player maybe doesn't understand about what he does as well. You know, maybe we saw a couple of blunders for FaZe where they maybe would have had Keo doing the work, but they just didn't realize what they needed to tell Tensky. He's improved, though. He was 0-6 now. He's looking a lot better in kill score, so he's definitely making an impact.
Yeah, and I think FaZe obviously coming out the back of the last pause, you know, into this sort of round as well. They're just going to be taking their time. They haven't really shown any big presence anywhere, but they do have players across the board. So they're looking to see if there's going to be that aggressive push-up, bearing in mind there were 2 players on long last round. Robs had pushed up towards Party. So again, this is just kind of responsive play almost from FaZe. Pretty default, pretty standard, just kind of holding the extremities of the map. And then they can start clearing. They can start working through the angles. They can pull away all that utility that Mouse so tentatively have in their pocket. They don't have much left now. They're down to 1 molly, 1 smoke, and 1 flash. That's your lot for Mouse. So they're going to have to hold this one in as it is. And
this is situations where Mouse tended to make some mistakes or errors in judgment or just sort of get crushed when they tried to execute. So this is what we see if FaZe can actually stand the test of time in the round. And so far, it's good. They find Chris J. And now Rops realizes that his wingman is a little bit injured. He needs to back away as well. Oscar, though, responds. A quick double for him. Yeah, certainly not a grouch in that. Tensky is going to finally shut him out, but
By this point, Rops is a little surrounded here. He's got a player already working up along. That's Karrigan, so he's trying to get amongst them, and he has. Finding Tensky is big. That's bombed down instantly, expecting Karrigan there. His thought was right, but the execution didn't work out. Karrigan lands the shot, but it's now an achievable 2v2.
NiKo's not sure, though. He spent about 10 seconds checking behind him in mid, just in case there was someone else pushed up the flank. Now, Lol is on the way, but far slower than NiKo anticipated. Regardless, he has time to plant. Now, with 8 seconds left in the round is when he starts to punch the numbers. And Dennis has not shown himself yet. FaZe don't know he's there, gets a bit of a free shot there, but NiKo comes out relatively unscathed. He's still so concerned about mid, and so he should be. Lol has made his way for the flank. And Karrigan tries to go down and deal with Dennis, and now he's starting to stress out a little bit more if you're NiKo. He sees the head of Dennis, but he knows that the other player is close by. Now he's in the 1v1.
Nice. That molly is big. And there is a smoke as well on Lol then, but timing is a factor. And NiKo, as you said, though, he was so paranoid about the back throughout that, he safely positioned himself to find that shot towards Dennis as well in the end then, once Karrigan was found. But really well played out so far, and it feels like a very individual game from FaZe, but it's fine by them. They're a team that can depend on that even in their proper matches, you know, if you want to look at it that way.
Long,
yeah, exactly. It's nice seeing that FaZe now have depth to them, but you know, they can still fall back to this.
Yeah, it's a lot of Robban, actually. I remember speaking to him in Katowice, and he talked a lot about protocols, setting up protocols, you know, to be a bit more flexible than just taking aim duels, which is what FaZe did. But eventually at the top level, you don't beat Astralis by just taking aim duels, and FaZe learned that the hard way, but now they've started to show the fruit of their labor. Oh,
definitely. These guys have certainly come up with a lot of good plays and obviously good results off the back.
Just love it because Rain always used to give me that answer. I interviewed him about 4 times over the last year, and it always just say, well, we just do our thing, man. We just go for aim duels. I'm like, piss off, mate. You're full of it. That's not what you actually do. But it's a way of simplifying the game, I guess. And Tensky now simplifying things a bit for FaZe. They've got the man advantage. Rops is down, trying to play on long. And this is looking very bad for Mousesports. Rain onto Oscar.
Yeah, that's a little nasty to watch. Lol, Christian, Dennis. It feels like the steam's kind of run out here for Mousesports. It was one good side, and it feels like they haven't been able to replicate it. But then again, we saw not too long ago, it seemed like the battle of the T sides, wasn't it? It was that overtime game that Matt and Henry were casting just last week. Every team was able to play T sides and none of the CT. Yeah, it was kind of mad, but it seems though maybe this is one of those days again. FaZe have finally turned up. It was a bit of a shambolic CT side for them, but seem far more robust, well fleshed out here on the T side, considering they've got a stand-in.
It's funny, we talk about FaZe having maybe not such a great start to the game. Yeah, the gun rounds weren't stellar, but it was also one of the biggest things you notice about FaZe Clan. You go, something's wrong, so they're not winning these pistol forces, these Deagle buys, these Tech 9s, these UMPs. They're the rounds they win. I say it all the time because it's just such an interesting statistic when you look at them holistically against other teams. But Oscar, bit of aggression for him. He's only got the scout though, gets the shot, but it's not the head. That's what he needed, and he goes down. It's a blaze of glory, but unfortunately it's not enough to light a campfire for Mousesports to gain Warth from here. It's looking nasty.
It is. Robs, try as you might, but this might be a little bit too far for you now. FaZe lining up on long, looking towards getting that bomb towards the site, and Chris J is in their way. A bit of a scout god, but he's going to have to need more than that this time. He has Dennis with him. Swings down it, but Alu's fighting back, taking Chris J down with him and the rest of his team, it seems. In a 3v3, it's messy, and it's kind of trading back and forth right now. Tensky and Alu still alive, and Alu's putting on a show for us. Lol's on the side, but it's just Lol. And not much longer.
FaZe are in their element, Lauren. It was a messy round. It was a bloodbath, but that's exactly what FaZe want. That's exactly how they wind down after a long day. You like rituals? You like bath salts?
I do.
FaZe like the blood of their fallen enemies. First map done. Overpass going over towards FaZe Clan. Lauren, let's head over the desk and see what our takeaways are from game 1 of the evening.
Well, Mitch, that got dark really quick. Bathing in the blood of their opponents. That's FaZe, apparently.
Yeah,
that's
it's not bad at all.
Bubble bath, perhaps?
Yeah, potentially. You never know.
Bath salts, Epsom salts that they use in the float tanks. Is that the same thing?
I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it is.
I don't have a lot of experience
dense
with
Have you ever done a float?
No, I want to though. I've heard some good
in a
things.
float.
Maybe this weekend.
Maybe.
Got some time off. Anyway, back to the game.
Back to the game.
Yeah.
You know who was floating in that game?
Who's that?
Alu.
Alu, he was having a good game, wasn't he?
Yeah, impact frags all around the board, 4 on the T-side pistol, really to get the ball rolling in that second half, and then he had that 2v1 situation with the AWP over the B site. And then
even that last round, I mean, picking up a couple key frags to get him in.
Yeah, against that, you know, really poor buy of UMP's, Famouses, and Scouts. But
Pretty strong by these days, to be honest.
One of the strongest.
One of the strongest.
Well, should we go back to the start of the game?
Let's do that. Chronological order is usually my favourite.
So, I said to go into sort of especially, I thought Mouse Sports were going to run away with this one. FaZe, normally quite weak with the stand-ins, looking a little bit ropey. Tensky, not the best addition, I guess, to replace Kiyoshima. But going into this one, 7-1 down. I thought, okay, this is what we're expecting. Mouse Sports has used teamwork, shut them down, and this was on the T side. We did say the CT side was going to be difficult and overpass for FaZe. They certainly struggled. They got some rounds together towards the end. They actually started to get the double AWPs out. It looked a lot better.
I think that was flipped. I think we talked about the CT sides being a little bit easier because the stand-in could just step
I didn't say that.
That's what I said.
That's what you said. You said the opposite?
I'm sticking to what I say.
Well done.
Remember that?
Well
anyway,
done.
thank you for interrupting.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Pick
your point up where you left off.
Yeah, I'm trying to now. So yeah, the idea. So when they got on the T side, that's when you see they really came into their own. They actually just using the kind of Wolfpack tactics, going in together, basic executions with smokes, and then hitting the shots. Pound for pound, FaZe is going to be a much better team in terms of firepower, going up against Mouse Sports, and winning the duels. Alu had an amazing game. Nico, we said if he stepped up, he's been quiet in Pro League recently. He actually topped the scoreboard as well. He's looking very good. And there's not really much you can do once they start shutting you down and start winning all the clutches, resetting you. The one round that Mouse Sports did win, shut down straight away after that as well. So it's a real rough second half for them.
I mean, that happened in the first half to FaZe as well. I remember they won a round and were reset immediately. That's how Mouse Sports got out to that 7-1 lead, but it all switched. It all changed.
Yeah, they pulled it back from there. We were able to put a few rounds on the board. I don't know how you turned it around on that CT hard so late, because when you're the T side and you're in such control like Mouse Sports were, you can play around with a few ideas and you're not too worried. But then, what was it, the last 3 of the last 4 rounds in that first half, they lost. So I think they'll be disappointed with that T side. So have to see what. Ropes didn't look too. He did his job, but he wasn't living up to the hype. I guess.
No, you were calling him the best player in esports right now. At one point.
I was saying
that didn't really happen, did it?
Yeah.
It was okay. Like we watched him the majority of the time. And I see what you're saying about having the awareness and good like crosshair placement and that sort of stuff. Definitely potential, but wasn't his game.
I mean, to be fair, that one round where he sold the fake, playing very patiently in the B bomb site, and you commented he even made Nico, feel like he was on the back foot.
It looked like he made Nico sweat, where he lobbed that smoke down and jumped up on the barrels, just kept delaying for ages, and the rest of his team were able to take A. Like, he didn't actually get a frag there, but what he did was pull another player over to that side to help Nico out, who was stressed, and they were able to take advantage of that rotation, which is always a positive sign to see someone playing with their head.
Yeah, well, promising signs, as we've always mentioned with Rops so far in his early time in the Pro League. Either way, FaZe do take it. They recover from a tough first half, and they beat Mouse Sports on map 1. When we return, we're going to see the second map between these two teams.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back again to ESL Pro League. We've got another one for you. FaZe and Mouz Sports going head-to-head on no other than Inferno. And this is a spicy one because this is the map that brought FaZe their first ever championship at StarLadder.
They're very, very good on Inferno, I have to say. It's one of my favorite teams to watch in this particular map. We talked about how good Ali was then on Overpass. He's lights out on Inferno. He's one of the best AWPers on this map right now, especially on the CT side. No one can really mimic how he plays the map. He's very aggressive. He's not scared to actually push down middle as a CT player. Rotates, yeah, exactly, right? He's just crazy good on this one. And after what I've seen this then, I was speculating whether Tensky could keep up with this team. He actually outfragged Rain in that last game when they won as well. So
yeah,
that's actually looking good.
He was one of the best players on that T side. Yeah. Well, he had the most frags. I don't know if that makes him one of the best players, but he had impact, obviously.
Sure.
Something which is interesting to me on Inferno is if we're going to see the return of the double AWPs from FaZe.
Thank you. I was going to bring the discussion around that level because you said they're very good on Inferno, but that double AWP setup looked mighty sketchy at times in that championship.
That was with Nico, right? Yeah. I discussed it with Karrigan afterwards, and he's obviously the in-game leader. But the thing is, every player has contribution to what they want to do that particular round. So a player like Nico, it's very difficult to argue with him, right? And the idea was Nico wanted to AWP that day. They don't normally run a double AWP setup, but he felt that was the right solution to that particular map. Obviously, they won, but it was very sketchy at times. And I was commentating that game, right? I'm sure you heard me kind of having a bit of an aneurysm watching, you know, the thing is, well, they weren't complimenting each other. That was the problem. So Nico would be like, new boxes on B side of Inferno, right? And Karrigan would be in CT Spawn. That doesn't make any sense, right? Because as soon as Karrigan's smoked out, you've got an AWPer who's getting Molotov the new boxes as well, and he can't do anything. He takes one shot. If he misses that, the round's done.
You kind of want the AWPer to be the rotator, right?
Exactly.
You want that to be the player at Coffins or CT so they can rotate on over to the jungle arch side of the map and cover off there. It also has a good use in that part of the map. And I think, you know, to be able to swing out and take more risky picks would be a positive thing as well. You can't really do that from the site, like you're saying. You just get completely isolated by utility.
I think what they are kind of expecting to happen going to that one, they wouldn't be challenged so much at Banana and Alnika to be set up at the car position, and then they would have been fine, but they kept getting overwhelmed by the grenades. So obviously going against Astralis, they're going to be very methodical with their nades placements and pushing CTs back. Obviously a lot of teams right now on Inferno, especially using double AWPs. Like G2 kind of presented that first and looked very strong with it. People tend to mimic it now, but slowly but surely teams are learning how to push the AWPers back and make them almost useless. So I think it's situational. If you have firm control of the money and you know the nades aren't going to be going on the T side, you maybe pick an AWP up. Sure, let's run with it. And as soon as it starts getting shut down, that's when you need to drop it off. Especially a player like Nico as well, one of the world's best riflers, right? Decent with an AWP, but you want him rifling. If he had a rifle in those particular scenarios I described, he's getting 1 or 2 kills every time.
Yeah.
So.
I know we don't do predictions here, but let's do one quick one.
Go.
Just very quickly. Is Tense going to do better on the T side or the CT side, Henry?
CT side.
Chad?
Yeah, I'll go with CT side.
CT side as well?
Yep.
Cool. Well, I have good news.
Go on.
I believe we're ready to go over to your casters. The game is ready. The players are all on the server, which is phenomenal. Great job, players. Take it away, Uber and Pansy.
Thank you very much again, boys. Interesting on Tensky. He actually performed far better on the T side from FaZe in that previous game there as well. I mean, it wasn't rocket science. It weren't reinventing the wheel, Lauren, but FaZe came out on top regardless. So this will be an interesting map indeed. 4th versus 5th on the ladder. I mean, both these two teams managing to, or trying to, you know, dig their claws in and keep themselves within that playoff bracket, which is only 6 teams, Lauren, and there are many vying for that position.
Yeah, they are certainly not alone in a very close section of the Pro League. It's incredibly tough for these guys. Every win can change everything. We saw it, obviously, basically, you know, week by week at this point. New top 6 shuffles here and there. Someone, you know, just about coming in, then having to drop out because other teams finally get the wins as well. It is very, very tough at the moment. It's very cutthroat at that sort of point. So for Mouz Sports, they need to stick into this one. This would be a great map pickup for them, but I don't know if this is quite the go-to yet. Not sure if we've seen Rops on it yet. Again, something to keep your eyes on. Maybe you can find a role here. But yeah, FaZe, a lot of question marks how they're going to play this one out. Will we see those double AWPs? We saw it just feature in the last map again. Something that I know people don't necessarily thoroughly support. I think there's maybe some room for switching it up there. Maybe are looking for new options as to how to make it fit into that if they want to start running it on more of a regular basis. But that'll be some time in the making, I can imagine, as it will be FaZe starting out on the T side. CT side will be Mouz Sports. And, well, Mouz need to get that CT side rolling for them.
And the gun round's going to be really spicy. Talked about Alu, talked about the way he plays on this map. That aggression that he shows, we see him often go for that mid-peak. For example, I think that's something interesting to see. Let's see, though, FaZe going to start off on that T side. The pistol's where it all begins, and Karrigan is carrying a lot of utility.
Yeah, it seems as though he'll be the man to kind of instigate what happens here, and it looks like a fast mid-play, and Alu again on the pistol has been an absolute beast. You saw her on Overpass, and it looks like we might be seeing it again. One for him. Nico's going to easily claim Rops. He's got not much of a chance in that, and it's a bulldozer piece from FaZe. A deep smoke towards Library side, keeps them safe from anyone trying to challenge in, And you've got 5 alive and an after plant to boot. This is a lovely start for FaZe.
Doesn't get much better than this, Lauren. Pretty much perfect from where to go for FaZe Clan. Straight up mid, and now getting into the heads of Mouse Sports in more ways than one. LoL attempting to try and do something, but FaZe have just taken hardly any damage in this round. That is clean as a whistle. Like a glove, and FaZe Clan start off with a very strong pistol.
Not a single kill coming in for Mouse Sports there. Force up, though, from them here. We're going to be seeing those upgraded pistols, bit of armor, and if they can afford it, maybe a flash or 2. But that's your lot here. And on the other side, 3 SMGs or the UMPs that, you know, can sometimes be almost confused for a rifle these days. And then 2 of the real deals. You got the 2 AKs, 1 on Alu, 1 on Nico. So they're the eyes, you know, you've got to be watching almost a point, see if they get caught out, picked up. A little bit of the slow spam through the apartments. It basically allows Rain, and I think it's probably Tensky to get to these spots and know or have a little bit of safety in knowing that there won't be someone pushed up too quickly. It's as simple as that.
I think it also dissuades getting too close up the corridor as well. Forces Mouse Sports to stay right back, which they're happy to do in this case. It's a cursory presence in towards apartments here. In fact, it's minimal at best. Oscar seems to be more interested in what's happening in mid. He'll have a target in a moment if Karrigan chooses to swing out. LoL will also be watching from the far side, but won't see this pick from Karrigan. The Desert Eagle gets absolutely nothing done. Oscar gunned down where he stands. LoL's forced out of position. Almost another opportunity there for Karrigan to make good, but it doesn't matter because the rest of his team is doing it for him.
Yeah, and this was a stack towards A as well. There were 4 players here and only 1 towards B, but already the B player's gone down, so it's down to LoL and Robs. There's 1 player on the side that could do some work. It's going to be LoL. That's good work from him. Nicely done. Gun recovered if he wants it. Got to be a little bit cautious. There is still 1 man lurking around. I think it's going to be Rain pretty close by, but the bomb's been planted. So job done for FaZe. They've lost out on 1 player, but that's not the end of the world. That was one of the UMPs. So as long as they keep the rifles up, they've got a bomb plant, they're feeling pretty good about this.
And for Mouse Sports, if you're stacking a site, you expect more than just the 1 kill at the end of the day, especially if LoL's not able to maintain this SMG for the late part. Alu's going to find him eventually, and oh dear, that's not good. Mouse Sports, again, only 1 kill in this game so far. That was to LoL, and no extra money from that round, really. You can see how they're all very poor.
I see the pace from FaZe here. We saw their first pistol round was incredibly explosive, straight up middle, no messing around. That deep smoke eventually utilized once they'd already got the kill down and in the bag. So I really like this, and I wonder how they approach this one. It looks like Mouse Sports, as a reply, going to go for the 5-man stack towards A for now. They can always jump on back over if they hear, you know, enough steps, possibly. I think that's going to be LoL's job, pretty much. Just kind of call where the stack goes here if he does hear anything on Banana.
Well, FaZe are already onto the B site here, and I think by now they're starting to realize that they've stacked A. So Mouse Sports maybe not making the correct decision here, but hoping to get something in this round. Again, they don't buy anything, so the onus is really on them to try and make this worthwhile. Rain realizes that he's a little bit too deep. Up on top of the trellis now, as Karrigan wants to come forward and try and make a little bit of money. But this is pretty well held at the moment by Mouse Sports. Karrigan is lucky to get out alive. Very uneventful map so far.
Yeah, not much of a resistance from Mouse Sports here. You know, we'll wait for the buy to come in.
Ooh, Oscar.
And even frag-wise, it is very light for Mouse Sports, so even this purchase is going to be so limited. You've still got, you know, very low end of 4K here, so if you go onto the full rifle, you're going to be down to maybe a flash.
Chris J has to settle for UMP for that reason.
I'm wondering if he's going to maybe play a little different. I actually don't know how Mouse Sports play this map, so I'll be looking to see where they put themselves throughout this one. Chris J going to take that utility over towards B. That's not a bad plan at all. Probably a good theory piece from him. And Karrigan still on that Mac 10.
Yeah, minimal upgrades so far from FaZe. I think Nico has gone up to an AK, or at least exchanged. Rain going to be in towards the apartments now. We'll see what this utility for Chris J is mostly used. He's actually over at B at this stage, so not a lot that Mouse Sports can really do for themselves here at A, but Oscar makes the peak. Timing is good, and Karrigan is down.
Yeah, so far FaZe just not winning out in the gunfight. It's taking some very dry 1v1s, and it's not panning out to the way that they'd want. Karrigan kind of, I guess you expect Karrigan to not win that one, but Rops finding the frag towards apartments is a very nice addition. Now, you've still got 3 players here towards the A side dedicated from Mouse, and you've got 1 on the jump off, which is Chris J, playing very passive towards CT Arch. Nico has found a little bit of room to work. Rain finding Oscar. Nico needs to check towards deep pit. He does, and he wins it. He can't find the follow-up, though. Dennis will still stand. Takes his time on the frag, and he gets it. That's big from Dennis. That follow-up shot towards Ali was very well played.
Especially where his position was well known, that had been sort of given away to FaZe They understood where Dennis was going to be standing and he had to change position and win that fight out regardless. And so far, so good. Another slower start for Tensky in this particular game. But Mousesports fight back. The gun round comes in. The problem was that getting only one kill over the first few rounds means that even here, even winning that round, they can only really go for UMPs. It was costly.
Costly indeed. NiP and the boys putting down some early utility towards the top of Banana, and right to be doing so. You can see the two attentive players towards the top of it, and they can't really back away, but maybe they don't need to. A lot of damage taken, but the frag will fall in towards their pocket. Lol going to find NiP. That's a nice bit of play from him. Bit of impact to come out nice and early. Now 5v4. You've got the CT arch, well, excuse me, no one in CT arch from the CT side. That could be a problem down the line. It just takes longer to rotate. Lol. He sat right at the back of New Box. And Chris J, very, very passive by CT, so he might slowly work his way around. If I don't know if I like this. This is putting so much, basically, pressure on Lol if they do go for this B hit. The first flash and smoke comes in. Chris J can't really play back into this either. Yeah, he's very low on HP. He's only got a UMP, so it's kind of tough for him to make this one count.
No one else from Mousesports has drifted across yet, and Chris J, yeah, kind of already put himself out of position a little bit there with the smoke that was placed down, and now there's no way he peeks that now. That Molotov doesn't quite connect. I think it might have been for the boost, actually. That's fine. It is, yeah, and you can see it spreads a bit towards the roof. Physics, throw it out the window. Now Lol, 2 kills. Dropped into the Molotov. It's going to have to take him. He was very low. 1 tick was enough to get the job done, but Mousesports are still looking good. Lol's done his job. 2 kills. The bomb going down. FaZe, now they're going to have to dig themselves in. This one could get nasty. Alu in the far right corner with the AWP. Looks in towards CT, but doesn't realize that most of Mousesports have already made their way through into construction. There'll be a late play from Robs onto Banana. That's a tag, not a kill.
Yeah, but that's going to soften them up for Rain. It's still a nice crossfire. He hasn't shown yet. There's 2 back-to-back kills for FaZe. There's the 3rd. Alu standing up to the challenge. This is the man you want to be seeing on this map. A highlight player and almost going to get another one there. That could have been his 4th, but it's just taking his time, and he's got to be aware of this one now. Time is ticking. And Robs knows that he can't really do much about this. Fake's running away. Alu's just dancing with danger, but feels confident. And why not when you're landing shots like he is?
4 kills. It's insane what you can do with 2 players over that B bomb side. It's actually one of the reasons why retakes in this game or on this map especially can be ill-advised, especially if you don't have a man advantage. But Mousesports did. 2 players at the back of B site held it down beautifully. Mousesports didn't really have the utility to get them out of position, right? We talked about them coming into that, even that round, after winning the prior round with not much utility. Forced to buy UMPs to give themselves a semblance of said utility, and they didn't have it late enough in the round, and FaZe Clan just walked all over them.
Yep, 4-1 now. Money depleted for Mousesports. And Alu going straight in. Peers towards quad. He's going to claim so much of Oscar's HP. It's been a disaster to begin with. And Tensky finally get himself on the board here. Dennis goes down. And it's the upgraded pistols to try and put up the stand in the Mousesports' hands.
Oscar can only just peekaboo this corner for the moment here, and with Carrigan and Rain both watching it, and the smoke there. Interesting, it goes a bit longer than it maybe was intended to. Perhaps it was supposed to go to library just so there wasn't another peek. Either way, it's not going to be a wrap. That is the giveaway. Only pistols for Mousesports, but they're making it happen somehow. Rops walks straight into Tensky. Somehow, not ready for that at all. Unpredictable, uncharacteristic maybe, but Rops, who knows what his character is right now. So far, it's the hero in the film that manages to kill everyone, but now it's 2v1 for him.
Now he knows he's got the player pinned on the side. He had his one big opportunity to hit that shot quickly, and he didn't get it in the end. Carrigan safely got across. He would have been allowed NiP to come around in time, but all in all, he shouldn't have even got that far. That follow-up shot that he got in towards Apps was enough to make what sounded like my voice crack. So, yeah, 5-1 scoreline-wise, and the AWP's around. Oscar's got it in hand for the CT side. Alu, again, no stranger to it here on the T side. He's having a big game too, so nothing to be sneered at this time. I know a lot of AWPers find it tough on Inferno T side, but he is making it look very, very easy for himself.
Oh, Oscar lending his strength to the B side hold early in the round, actually managed to find Alu straight off the bat. Alu was all over Oscar in the previous map, so he brings that one back now. A little bit of a confidence boost going forward. And Oscar is going to stay here. Nico throws a molly. Ideally, a little bit deeper, but no one from Mousesports was pushed any further, so that really has no impact on them in the grand scheme of things. Enough to push Oscar back. The incandescence of a lit Molotov can be quite annoying to try and sort of aim through as an AWPer, but Robs from up above. This aggression in towards apartments is actually quite unprecedented from a lot of teams. We don't see this often at all. But Rops found that player trying to press into mid.
FaZe finding no inroads until then. Tensky removing Rops is a little bit of a step in the right direction, but still 2 players stacked towards this side, towards that quad side. Dennis in the corner, Chris J can try and play him in if required, and they're still aware of what's happening. And it does allow the player to come in. He gets one, but a quick adjustment from NiP, but Chris J trades out well. It's just down to Tensky here. Tough to get that bomb back, and even tough to get past these last 2 players. But Chris J's the first step in the right direction for him.
Yeah, Lol, the smoke was in his way, actually, so Lol couldn't even get involved in that fight, but then he pushes past it anyway, gets in position to receive Tensky as he comes back with the bomb. And Mousesports find their second. It's a murky mess. They reach their hand in, and they come out with the goods. Oscar maintains the AWP crucially.
Yeah, and him finding Alu at the start, you've got to feel that was a huge helping hand coming through for them. Now, FaZe's money getting depleted on the other side of things. That's already kind of running dry. You've got the rifle on Karrigan, Tensky with the UMP, the rest on the upgraded pistols, but they do have a fair whack of utility, so they can still put up that early fight, deny that early peek, and try and stop any of those quick kills coming into play and push back those CTs as best they can. But always going to be tough, always going to be tricky, but maybe they're starting to get a read into how Mousesports like to play this.
2 Tech-9s, a Desert Eagle, a UMP, and an AK. That's what FaZe are working with in this round. They've got 3 smokes here, and flashes to boot. The early commitment towards apartments doesn't really reveal anything for FaZe Clan. Mousesports opting to step quite clear of that zone. It's just really Rops again who's going to be holding it, who has been holding it over the last few rounds. We recall his freaky pistol play not 2 rounds ago.
Here we go. First smoke goes in. It's a nice little deep one towards CT Arch. Flash to follow out, deny them a little bit of play towards mid, but FaZe are holding. They're not actually hitting off the back of this yet. They still have another set of smokes to put up, so this could all be almost like a double fake, but it's Karrigan going in through the apartments. That's the first thing. He's baiting it out, trying to look for a reply. No one's there. The bomb's going towards B. It's a wrap. It's a play through CT Arch. 2 players heading off that way. I think it's probably Rain and Tensky at this point. It is. And now Chris J and Lol will be tested from so many angles. Chris J in a good spot for this, though.
Karrigan's going to be tested as well. He is the player still sitting back at A, trying to stop any rotations from coming through. Nico and Ali should be able to get the better of Chris J here, but Karrigan falls. He was overwhelmed rapidly by the remaining Mousesports players at A. Now Chris J's got to stay alive. That's all. There's a kit on Dennis. He's on his way. So Chris J needs to purely stay alive, get information, and be embedded in a position where he can spring forth from. FaZe realize they need to clean him out, but they've only got 2 players to work with. And Nico's low, and the Desert Eagle is not going to be enough. This time, Chris J looks over the body of his fallen ex-teammate and gives Mousesports 1 more round.
Between Lol and Chris J, they've been playing very well towards B, and they've not been comfortable hits at all. The nice little crossfires they've set up. Lol was very alone then. He was still at the back of Nubox, but Chris J was in a position where he was basically watching for that CT Arch split. So as soon as they walked up, he was able to get the better of them. Now, FaZe's money being so low, they're back on the Tech-9s. They will be able to get armor here.
Karrigan was in a really rough position in that last round as well. We often see a lot of those wraps via T-sides over towards B be quite effective, but there were 3 players at A, and Karrigan had to not only stop them from coming through CT, but also keep an eye on mid. He had to do both of those things, so he couldn't actually take up a safe position at all. He was out in the open with the UMP. Not much to be done there. Maybe a little bit more thought about where he'd set up may have helped, but regardless, Mousesports responded well getting out of A. So, again, FaZe playing up quite close here. They know that Mousesports don't really like to take much real estate inside apartments, so they will take it themselves. Rops is always going to be a factor, as is Dennis playing on the site here, but FaZe are making tentative steps towards A, but haven't got much information at all.
Mousesports playing this so far back. Players in Graveyard, in Pit, one at the back of the passive CT Arch. It's going to be Chris J to hold back the flood at the moment. 5 players coming his way. Nice little flash there. Does catch a few, but not Karrigan. He was ahead of the curve. So finding one is big, but he gets traded out very, very quickly. But that molly's burning, and that's doing wonders for Mousesports to keep this round together. Bombs down in a very awkward spot for them too. Oscar can watch that like a hawk. He down to Alu. Bit of a pistol god, I'll give him that recently. But what's a god to a non-believer? Oscar puts him down, and it's Mousesports getting back close.
Is that Kanye?
It is.
Some Kanye up in this, all right.
Yep.
I can get around that.
I like the way you noticed that. Appreciate it.
That's where I got my lines from. Kanye. What a beast. Anyway, 9 rounds down. Onto the 10th here. Mousesports starting to make a bit of a case for themselves here on the CT side. The AWP remains in the hands of Oscar, and it's been effective thus far. Some ungodly flicks earlier in that previous round, but now he'll be watching towards mid early. This time, FaZe don't have the liberty to push up so deep. They actually haven't used second mid. They're distributing a few more players over on Banana at this stage. But with Oscar playing an early B at the start of this half, definitely made it hard for them now. Christo's going to try and fill his shoes. He does. 2 kills. He'll take that.
Getting away with that is really, really impressive. I don't know how he was able to find that much and, you know, stay there for so long. Lowell tried to bail him out and took the damage that I thought Christo would initially, but yeah, okay, 2 players in the bag already. That's incredibly impressive to play back in from the old car spot. It's just not as viable. You can get wall banged out so easily these days. But still, you've got Oscar over here now, keeping his vision once again towards Banana. It looks like FaZe do want to hit this site. They do have the smokes. That's one towards Coils there and one towards CT. Flash over. And I'm guessing it's Tensky going in pretty darn soon. Molly goes out, though, buying more time for Mouz. And the nade to follow is just perfect.
Lowell in position. We've seen how easy it can be to hold this site, but Oscar wasn't in a position where he could help Lowell at all. He was completely segmented off the site. When you've only got one player sitting back of B, there's only so much you can do. It's amazing how much more strength is added when you have a second player in the opposite corner. That wasn't possible here, though.
They have split out where Karrigan is, so they can start playing back into this now. Dennis does try and do exactly that, but Karrigan bests him. Oscar still feeling so away from being relevant in this round. Tries to make a play happen for himself, but brilliant work between Tensky and Karrigan. Able to make that one stick, and the pause comes out.
Yeah, and this could be for multiple reasons. It's a Mouse Sports pause, if I'm not mistaken. They haven't bought yet, so there's some discussion to be had. The only player with sort of less than 5K is Chris J at the moment. So they're probably just, you know, thinking about, okay, what have they done? Have they changed things up in this round? What happened at Banana? Do we need to send Oscar back there early? We saw that he'd get those 2 quick frags. Although Chris J managed to, you know, put up a similar fight there, that wasn't the problem for Mouse Sports in that round. What was an issue was the positioning of the 2 defending players over on that B site. Oscar was easily segmented with a smoke thrown towards Coffins. He had the AWP, and it was Lowell left to do it all on his own. Not ideal.
No, Lowell, he plays well with back to the wall sort of style, you know, play. He does seem to be doing okay. We saw that between him and, who else was there? It was Chris J doing the kind of crossfire piece. You know, he was kind of almost the bait in that situation. He does step up to the plate on that one, but you know, eventually it does get very hard to handle it all by yourself. And as you highlighted in that moment, Oscar got completely shut off from him. The smokes came in. It's very hard to handle it. And to be fair to FaZe, they hit the shots on the way into the site. That was the part that just swung it around to them. Simple as that. Now, FaZe have a good buy here. Tensky wondering to see what he gets here. But on the other side, Mouse Sports able to scrape something pretty decent together as well. So this is a really important round coming up. Probably another reason as to why the timeout's here. For Mouse Sports, they need the money to stay in the bank here and build up as much as it possibly can, but it's going to be kind of tough now.
These are the best rounds, Lauren. This is critical mass where both teams have made investments that would leave them otherwise poor in the next round if they were to lose it out. So, this is where you see the real juicy stuff comes out, that the stakes are high. Nico, now see, eventually that Molotov should go off. Like, you don't just light it and then hold it in your hand. So what do you think? But it is in CS. Chris J is going to back away. I'm pretty sure that's been identified before. But, okay, we've seen Mouse Sports now bullied out of the top of Banana so far. Nico with the helm. It's just been Molotov's use so far. So keep an eye on the utility count here for FaZe, because they are investing a lot just to get position now outside of this big site. Lowell goes for the peak, but Ali was waiting for him. Talk about a life cheaply lost.
Yeah, and it's Chris J holding it down, not Oscar this time. A little bit tougher, but he does find Nico through the smoke. I guess it's easier to spam with the M4 rather than the AWP. But Bomb's still at the bottom of Banana, but Oscar's found one through the smoke. Maybe I judged too quickly. Maybe you just saw something on the cross there. Maybe there is a slight gap. That could have been the issue, or it could just be Oscar being Oscar. Bomb will be finally planted. You can see the spray from Chris J trying to hinder it, but the bomb is down, and it's retake time for Mouz, and it's not going to be easy. 2 flashes and a smoke to try and get back in on this B site.
We've seen FaZe win a 2v4 in this position in the past. That B site post-plant's been really good for them so far. They're not in the same positions, though. They've got Tensky towards Banana. Karrigan, you can see he's sitting here at the grill, or what used to be the grill. It's just a stack of coffins now, rather macabre, but there it is. Rain gets the spray down, it's traded out. Rops is going to be coming in from that B side. No, from CT it was. Through the smoke, if I'm not mistaken, it was Tensky to fall. Maps, there was a gap in it. But either way, the Tracers gave him away, gave the round away, and Mouse Sports win a very important round.
Yeah, hugely important. The problem is that their money's still low for 3 of their players left up here, but, well, I guess Lowell's the only one who's going to truly suffer. He'll be dropped out. It's okay. But he did dip a little lower than the others. But yeah, keeping 2 alive was very important. 3 would have been ideal. But at this point, they're bringing this game back. You know, FaZe aren't just running away with this here. Their money's been kept humble. It's been broken down again to the point where you do see Tech-9s coming out. So it's going to have to force their hand a little bit here. And Oscar's feeling it.
That little correction was ridiculous, actually. Beautiful stuff from Oscar. An early peak akin to those that we would see from someone like Alu on a similar round. And Oscar's looked really, really good on this map in general, actually. It's funny, he's a hot and cold player. That's the honest truth about him. Sometimes he's really firing and sometimes dead in the water. This time it's the former that will lead the Mouse Sports forward.
Now, FaZe have shown so little towards B this time. You can see already Chris J's cheating over towards that A site. So getting the quick rotate in, going to try and put his numbers to it. Yeah, and he's not been bad at it either. It's you know, it's hard to handle it. It's not easy, but he's doing okay. Seems to be quite relevant to this round so far, just sitting very passive at CT Arch. Now, if Oscar feels pressured, Chris J can spot it. He has. The damage gets done. Readies Oscar for the challenge. That just works so well. Now, Alu and NiP have kind of been ground to a halt here. Perfect uses of utility. Great positioning from Mouse Sports. And again, another big round on the board. And this time, they don't lose that many players. Yeah, and that was big. Oscar, 3 kills for him. The AWP playing a huge part of what Mouse Sports can do now. The capability strengthened drastically with that. FaZe Clan, though, their capacity is going to be severely limited in this particular round. 2 players with below 2K means no one buys, no one breathes until they get money back in their pocket. Yeah, and they know it. They've hit a wall. I'm surprised the FaZe haven't called their own timeout here, really. It started off quite well for them, considering they got the first 3 rounds, and they got them cleanly. Mouse Sports barely made a single frag during that. It's kind of surprising to see it down to this point and get this far. Oscar, so confident. That's dangerous to go up that close when you know pistols are a possibility to be in your face. Even a P250 can do so much damage. And he's sticking around as well. So clearly feeling like he's up for the challenge, and Dennis is just mopping up everything else. Comfortable here for him. He peeks out and gets 2-man spray down, and a third, and then Lol is going to be there. He wants to be involved still. Expected for FaZe Clan. It wasn't even a pistol force by their standards. It was a clean save. We've seen them, you know, pull out those miraculous rounds. Not tonight, but their pistol forces have been nice. Now it's all AKs. Tensky even has a decoy there, interestingly enough. But now, of course, Mouse Sports going to have plenty of money now to work with here as well. A good little bit of buffer means they can buy in the next round, even if they lose out. So that's a good spot to be in. But we'll see now as FaZe going to pressure. In a banana. Oscar. So quick. Doesn't get cold feet. He hangs around for that shot. And I love that angle from Dennis. This is a variation, right? This playing towards apartment sort of early round. Now, I find it interesting that Carrigan stood back here so long. Sometimes we see players just spamming down the hallway. But on the odd occasion, we actually see a CT player play so deep into apartments, he can respond from that position. Boost. Oh, that gets just absolutely ruined. Oscar and Ops going down is actually very integral to this one. They know that Lol and Christian are the 2B players, so they have to play back into this. A nice position from Tensky. Crosshair placement for the second time of asking, but yeah, did the job, got it done. And this should be 1 in the bag quite smoothly for FaZe. But considering how this started and how it ended, it feels like a very unique round. You know, you had that opening pick from Oscar, right over by Banana. You're like, okay, that's good for them. Dennis as well, doing some work towards apps, but as soon as that happened, you saw the burst coming from Tensky. Finding that stack was perfect for them. It's the kind of thing that's going to unravel you in a round like this. And when you're stacking and when you're trying to set something up like that, the timing's always, you always take a risk, right? Someone could peek top mid. Someone could just be that randy player that, you know, you hate to go up against in your ESEA games or your rank games in general, but it does happen. And Tensky made the play, something a little bit different now. Chris Day hoping to try and salvage, but only gets as far as Carrigan, who's waiting in the pit. So let's keep eyes on the money for FaZe here. How are they going to keep this one up? So we've got 2 rifles. Do we have 3? Can I get a 3 rifles here? Rain and Tensky, yeah. And no, there's a rifle drop. So they will have the full buy coming in, which is good for that last round of the first half. Try and get that on the board, because so far Mouse Sports look way more diligent on their CT side here in comparison to the last map. They looked so out of whack on that one. It's just crazy how little information they're able to get on a few of those rounds, how deep Mouse Sports sit. Now, if you turtle up like that on site, you actually can make yourself very vulnerable to being out-rotated. Like, if there's a wrap through CT or they collapse on B quickly and stop rotations. But Mouse Sports actually haven't saved any of those rounds. They haven't been saving these after-plant situation rounds. They've been going for the rotate, and they've been winning them out as well, which is what's really impressive. Now, this looks like a bit of a fashion B hit. Carrigan's en route, and this is a very dry hit to start with, but you can see the utility is there to follow. Trading up pretty evenly so far, leaving in this 3v3, but the problem is that Oscar has no info on the site. The bomb's eventually going to get there, but Dennis and Robs are so reluctant to rotate because they didn't see the bomb. Now, the bomb's going to be planted, and you're going to hear that Oscar's going to make the call, and it's the last round, so you got to get moving. And it's such a long journey. Oscar has to try and somehow maintain some sort of map control here, some sort of area of safety to just speed up the process of this retake. Robson Dead is still on the way. It's still such a long way to go, but they do have their utility. They've got mollies, they've got flashes, and they've got to use them well.
Which is what they didn't have last time they tried to break FaZe on this kind of hold. You can actually get, you know, a molly into one of the corners of this site, and they've done it. They forced NiP out of position, but the 1-2 punch needs to come after that. Still needs to be present, right? It's there. At least Oscar makes the AWP shot in. NiP's being pressured. He gets tagged up nicely. He's down to 13 points of health. Carrigan's close by, but he can't get involved in this fight. He had to turtle up in the corner and wait, but then he chooses his time to spring forth very well. And FaZe Clan hold the site. Mouse Sports can't do much about that, despite utility being present, Lauren. And the first half of Inferno has lived up to its name. It's been a spicy one, Lauren. Let's see if the second is any similar now, as Mouse Sports will transition to the T side.
Hello?
Oh, hey.
Hello, mate.
Hey, we're back.
How you doing?
I was going to say, I hate the cliche of a back and forth half, but that's really the only way that this first one on Inferno can really be described as. FaZe Clan trying to pressure Mouse Sports into moving around the map, but it hasn't actually worked. Mouse Sports have set their feet, said, no, we're not going, we're going to hold these sites. And for the most part, it's worked out for them here to give them 7 rounds, but FaZe just in the lead at halftime.
Yeah, the opening couple of rounds from FaZe were blistering. They had such pace to them, such power. The first pistol round, you know, Mouse Sports barely got a kill. It was incredibly hard for them to break back in, but Mouse did recover to some degree, but it was more the T side on Overpass that impressed me from Mouse Sports. I hope we get to see somewhat of that here, but let's keep eyes on what they do for this pistol. I always like to see if the teams have something interesting lined up for that pistol round. And so far, it's a face mid and take the long-range fight, and well, it kind of worked, I guess. Robs finds Carrigan, but it's just this crazy quick play up. What is this? It's worked.
Scrappier than a cockfight in downtown Calcutta, Lauren. It's about as simple as it gets. Bomb going to be planted here. FaZe Clan only have the one player left. It's Nico, for all that it's worth. Although somewhere across the world, his Deagle's calling to him. But he can't find it. Doesn't have the money. He's fallen on hard times, you see, Lauren. Not enough change in the pocket. And not enough blood in his veins. Dennis going to find him there, just the peek out. Pretty comfortable there, and interesting for FaZe to go for that. I mean, we've talked about them as a team that said maybe their strategical depth is not to the degree of some other teams, and they don't need it. But I don't really know what you call that.
It was weird. It worked for Mouse Sports, though. That straight up mid-fight, and then FaZe kind of taking the straight up mid-fight, too. It was just like, all right, boys, fair enough.
And they
hey, why not?
Punch down mid and then went out 2 duels there as well.
It was just a straight up fight, simple as that. Not much class to it, not much, you know, pizzazz. It was just, what is that? I speak of class and pizzazz, and Nico turns up.
That's
all right.
disgusting.
You're an animal.
Maybe he's expecting a boost, right? Because obviously the player already just jumped. So Nico's expecting to maybe even see a player boosted up there briefly. So, you know, he holds for 1 shot. Probably didn't expect it to only be a jump. Doesn't freaking matter. He still gets the kill anyway. So we talked about the stopping power of the Desert Eagle before. We saw it on Overpass as well. Nico, I think it was Carrigan actually with the first frag. and it completely stopped Mousesports. Now, what do you do if you're Mousesports when things go wrong mid-round? We've seen them choke, we've seen them seize up sometimes, but now Oscar wants to try and seize the day. He's going to press forward and get 2 kills over on that side, and we see Tensky and the rest of FaZe trying to get to that side, but look at this. 4 men for Mousesports, sat on B with a plant.
Yeah, no kit as well for the rest of FaZe, so it's probably just keep the armor, keep the pistols. You're not going to probably get much more. Maybe I'm writing them off early, but I think I'm pretty safe in calling that one. Tensky's getting a little closer. Does get the UMP. That's a nice little pickup. That's not bad at all. Something for free is always nice. But yeah, Mouz lose out on Chrisjay so early. You know, to the headhunter of NiKo. And come back. Tensky loses his nerf and loses his gun and his life.
Yeah, rough one there. Rain gets 2 though, comfortably with the 5-7. There's probably no follow-up here for FaZe. The heck up. Just FaZe up. They still lose the round, of course, but that was nice from Rain. 3 kills with the 5-7 at extreme range if you're thinking about pistols. Unfortunately, it's not enough to give the round to FaZe. Their pistol work is sharp as always. Problem is now is that they're going to have to use them for yet another round, Lauren. They don't really have the money to work with here. Alu has an AK that he salvaged. That's it.
That's it. That's not great. Mouz. Yeah.
This reminds me of casting old Meisterschaft games with, you know, teams like Euronics and stuff like that. And we'd see that kind of play all the time. But this is the Pro League, Lauren.
It's not Meisterschaft, Mitch. Alu, where are you? So he's playing. He's basically being played in by NiKo over here. That's a bit of a powerful combo. It's not NiKo's Deagle, so of course he can't do anything with it. It's not the Deagle Blaze, it's not OP. But Alu, up to the fight. Spots out the amount of utility being thrown over, knew there were more players, but he can't handle them. Chrisjay and Oscar in unison, able to get the job done. But will Mousesports actually commit off this, or will they just hit the brakes here?
Carrigan makes a change in tact very quickly. He heads over towards construction instead. He's got a player coming in from CT at the moment. No smoke on the cross for Mousesports, although they have smoke, but maybe want to save it for that after plant. They get some control of the bomb site first. It's pretty comfortable. They're up against pistols here, so it's only Rain. He's going to admire the nice stained glass work. I think that's about all that's really going to get done from this position.
Maybe just hoping for an exit. See if anyone would dare walk through ruins after not having safe vision towards CT during this. Oscar's pushed up quite far. He's just, I think they've got an idea where Rain is anyway. Yeah, they do.
That's a bit keen, isn't it?
For a guy with a Deagle, yes.
10-8 though. Mousesports actually making some CT-sided rounds happen here. FaZe get some guns back though. Not exactly what they want. Not quite anyway. It's like you ask for a car for your birthday and you get a model car. Not exactly incorrect, but not quite what you wanted. 2 UMPs. Plenty of utility, though, on top of that one. So we'll see what Mousesports want to go for here. 3 men early towards Banana, though. So FaZe going to want to try and face this a little bit here. The Molotov's going to prevent them from sitting up on the car. And actually, they can't go any further because it's a fusillade of ordnance being thrown down the end. Banana?
Big words, Mitch. I'm tired. Stop it. But no, it's more the Mousesports are so hell-bent on pressuring Banana. Now, it's actually gone pretty well from this time. NiKo gets, again, pushed out of the way, and this is going to encourage a quick hit to come in, so they know they're going to catch Carrigan all alone, and Chrisjay is not going to be relenting at all. He goes down, Tensky's locked out, Rain and Alu are a mile away, and the bomb will be en route.
Yeah, Rob's going to bring that in. FaZe now realise this is a round that they don't win. We're going to save this one up. A position that Mousesports weren't put in that often at all. I alluded to that one a couple of rounds ago. On the CT side, Mousesports were either in position already, especially with players like Chrisjay being very ready to rotate, or they just sort of won them out, or they kind of just got wrecked anyway. So it's not exactly speaking positively of Mousesports in the fact that they didn't have to save any of these rounds, but this is more common. This is what you normally see. Fast hits on towards a site, and 16 seconds is what it takes to get from the fountain on B towards top mid or to that A site, right? So it's just a hell of a long time. And you got a man disadvantage, and you got a weapon disadvantage. You're going to sit tight.
Yeah, it piles on, doesn't it, at that point, when you start actually considering what they're working with. So, yeah, Rain, I like the spot, mate. Don't worry. I'm into it. I feel it. They're holding on.
Okay.
it's a costly rate. Yeah, Mouse like, oh, God, what have we done? Kind of gone for this one a little too much. Can't escape out of it, and they've lost the guns. Now, their money's okay. They're fine on that. But still, it's a bit of a shame to lose out on that much. But see if it comes back to bite them at the end. And for now, Mouz going to be, of course, making that nice little comfortable rebuy. No worries there. And FaZe can get a decent buy into this. 11-8, though. That's the more impressive factor here, is how many rounds can Mouz actually string together. So far, it feels like, okay, a couple of aggressive peaks have worked for them. That very active challenge on Banana seems to be going very well. But this is a very different look. They're cutting a new figure here. Lots of play towards second mid, taking that control. And they've got, I guess, Oscar and Chris J both keeping an eye towards middle.
FaZe got no intention of playing anyone close in apartments or deep there. So it's going to have to be Mousesports ultimately to try and find an opening. So far it's been pretty good. The fast hits have been good for Mousesports. The slow hits, not so much. Same could be said of their performance on Cobblestone. Sorry, Overpass, should I say. Yep. Was a little bit ropey, especially mid-round if they lose a player, trying to play 4v5 and hit a side. On a map like this is a lot easier because the rotation obviously is much more perilous. It's also longer. But even still, Mousesports are going to have to come up with the answers soon. We've got a minute left in the round. They've got to go.
Yeah, 1 minute left. Mousesports seem to be in that position where they're not quite sure what they want yet. They're eyeing on Banana. They've got a fair few players on there, but FaZe still have so much utility left that you can see another molly just being put down. More time is being bought, another flash, another smoke, whatever they want to do. Mousesports have so much work, so much room to still have to try and cover 40 seconds now, and you can see it. Karrigan knows what's coming. He's just pre-firing into it. Now NiP next up to the challenge on the fountain. Sans Tool gets 2, looks for his 3rd, but that's just out of reach by this point. And now you've got 30 seconds in a 3v3.
Mousesports have an opportunity to plant. They've done so. Lowell puts the bomb down. Robs has a smoke on him as well, so that can go to CT or even to Coffins if they want to get that one set up again. I don't love Oscar's positioning here. If you notice, he's sort of sitting about midway through. The smoke comes down now, and this should be enough. Not a fan. Really not a fan. Gets himself up in that boost spot, hoping to see about the smoke, but Tensky was waiting for just such a move. And now Lowell's going to be caught on his own on the side with what's going down. No, not a fan at all, Lauren. Seen better. And it doesn't work out. The B-hold that FaZe Clan managed to make work so well for them on the T side. For Mousesports, it just falls apart. That's FaZe down, us up kind of play.
Solid, mate. Love it. Yeah, now Mousesports still got money to buy. Bit of a problem because they can't get an AWP, but that's right. Oscar's fancying a little go on the scout. Alu, not got a great spawn either. He can still peek. Ooh, nice block. That's always fun. No, maybe go for a late peek, but that's risky as hell. Oh, he's gone for a little bit. Deep nade down. Now, molly down to Banana. Again, you can see how heavily contested this is. It's probably both teams really vying for it. I'd say early game, you know, Mousesports are winning out on that Banana control. They do generally get it, but more often than not. NiP, though, this time going to be up to the challenge finally. Takes out Chris J. Bit of a tougher game for NiP here. Not seeing him, you know, just dominating everyone. Just being, you know, put to task almost. 5v4 though. Mousesports looking for that next step in towards this map.
I think it slows down a bit from here on out. We've got a couple smokes here still on FaZe Clan. So, I mean, smoking B yet again is a possibility. Oscar just gets wrecked by Alu there. Peek straight down mid. I think he only really had a scout to work with, judging by the sound. This is pretty perilous here. Robson Dennis will be at the 4. Karrigan and NiP. So Karrigan's turned anti-flash waiting on B. NiP's going to receive from the fountain.
Yeah, Karrigan's going to put down the molly now just to buy time, right? He's got the jump flash here. Now playing nicely for him. Flash over to the site. First flash comes in. And again, bit of a trade out of utility, but FaZe still stand. They're still holding their nerve here, but NiP's position this time's noted. He used it before and they're not going to fall for it twice, but Karrigan's is harder to dig out here, especially when the shot's coming in from CT. The crossfire holds up this time, and they keep the round in check. FaZe get 10.
Yeah, we're 22 rounds in now, or at least in the 22nd round. And FaZe is starting to bring it back a little bit after Mousesports started the half with that just ridiculous pistol round, or at least FaZe served it up to him a little bit. Yeah. Mousesports don't have the money to buy in, so this should realistically be 11-11.
Yep. Now, NiP's got a little bit of run boost and an MP9, so might just gun it down Banana, actually just, you know, literally run down himself. So you can see the utility being used to almost like allow him to do this. Deep smokes, deep molly, and he just gets down and plays coast. That can actually free up Karrigan to rotate over. And this is just, you know, it's a lot of work for just pistols, but it's good. Why not? It gives them so much information. You know, if you're Mousesports and you've lost complete Banana control, where do you go? All right, apps, next, you know, logical step. Sounds about right. And through the damage, excuse me, through the smoke. Tensky able to achieve some damage. He falls back in and allows to play in Rain here. As soon as they take a step too far, you're going to see it start to hurt. And yeah, Rain at the helm of this one. 3 for him. And I may not be able to count like Blue, but I can assure you that is 4 kills for Rain there. Nice and comfy, easily done. And we're at 11-11.
Do you want to double check it at all? Or?
I'll get an Abacus out or something.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right there, Lauren. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt anyway.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
All right, so Mousesports buy back in for this round here. Well, 11-11 as we did expect.
Double up.
Nico, interesting. Not Carrigan this time, so the spawn... well, it was faster to be, I suppose, for Nico. So we'll see what it's going to be. Probably an early peak from the top. And then Alu in towards mid now, but no aggression from Mousesports towards Banana this round at all. In fact, they're really respecting mid, both of them. Neither AWPer on the side of FaZe is actually going to see a lot of action early on here. So, in lieu of this, expect some action to happen towards apartments in second mid as Mousesports trying to work around the parts of the map that aren't being watched closely by these AWPers. But my God, it's slow.
Yeah, this is a very calculated approach, it feels, from Mousesports. I'm not sure what they were expecting or why they've kind of hit the brakes a little bit, but they have. It's been a far slower build than before. They've got 1 minute and 13 to make their minds up as to where they want to go. Currently for FaZe, there is that 4-stack. They're entrusting Nico with the entirety of the B site, and with this sort of angle, you can't really blame him. It's pretty darn strong. Deep flash comes in. He can't really avoid it. He does come out on the other side, but the bait comes in. That's Mousesports just jump in the corner to try and cause him to make a shot, cause him to get off the angle, and now they pushed him back to the side.
Yeah. Straight back in the corner. This is going to draw Carrigan away from watching the CT angle, and now both of these two will sort of try and set up on the side. As we've sort of seen before, works okay for FaZe. This time Nico's not going to play on the fountain, though. He's going to sit back. Tensky! CT aggression.
Ooh, that shot was horrible.
Well, didn't work out. Didn't work out. Now Rain going to be on his own here. Alu's a long way away. They were already tending over towards the B site before this started happening. Rain's going to give an account of himself, but Alu swings in as well. Helps out from Library. Shot was good. Not that one, no. He squeezes his way through smoke, but before he realizes it, he's looking straight in the eyes of his enemy. There's a bit of bomb down. It'll be the 2v2. The B players now have to make their way over to A from FaZe. Carrigan is first. Good Molotov. Chris J has to respect this, but look at that pushing ahead of the smoke. That's beautiful. A lovely little burst of pace from Carrigan. He gets on towards the bomb side. He actually goes for the defuse. That forces Chris J out of position. He can fake it. That's fine. But FaZe get the round back after a horrible start.
That was so sick from Carrigan, the way he played that out.
Where did that come from? That was insane.
Love it. Absolutely love a bit of it. Go on, give him a go on the AWP. Why not? And this is my counting moment again, I think. Yeah, very proud of myself for this one.
Right, count along, everybody at home.
I love how long we had on that replay, too, to really get us excited for it.
It's like an episode of Sesame Street. Have the numbers down the bottom and have like a little sun bouncing across them.
Perfect.
Like,
that would help me, really actually. And yeah, let's have a little look at Rain as well. There you can see the stats coming up. But yeah, this is a big play through second mid so far from Mousesports. Alu's going to get a good idea of it because he's going to walk right down mid. That's the aggression that people wanted to see. Maybe he feels a little bit freer to do it when he's got the AWP in the hands of Nico as well on the other side. And also deep smoke down to Banana. They're already getting control. It all kind of encourages that aggressive play. And Mousesports do have 3 players now in apps. Chris J waiting at that jump off point in middle. And FaZe just kind of ready themselves for the hit coming in.
Well, if this isn't committed, I don't know what is. Mousesports don't have the utility to back away from this and go for something more protracted. And the smoke can't stop them either. They're going to pull straight through it. And Lowell actually hits the ground. 2 feet on the ground and 1 hand on the trigger. That's enough. Tensky, though, responds. He gets another one there. 3 for him from this pit. Chris J, all on his own, the bomb is up on high.
Yeah, bomb on balcony makes this almost impossible, or at least incredibly tough, and there it is. Alu to shut the book on him in the end. And that's 13 now sitting beside FaZe. That scoreline is starting to look like maybe the end of the story here for Mousesports. They're 3.7. They can get a buy going, just not a good one. Might just buy up lightly here, maybe down to just above 2K around that marker. So Tech 9 armor, they can get a touch of something to play with in the form of utility, so the smoke, the flash there. But beyond that, you're looking for a plant. You're looking to get yourself ready for those final couple of rounds.
Cursory glancing towards mid for Rain as the smoke does just land there. Tensky's had an excellent CT side actually playing from pit. It's been very effective. That's a molly down. Smoke and fire. Not a great combo. Fan of your health. Robson's going to press forward though. Here's Rain though. He tries to meet them at quad, but Robs came first with the Tech 9. Tensky again putting in solid performances. His contribution now will slow Mousesports up a great deal. He's on his own though. That's the scary part. Nico won't rotate yet and Carrigan still on his way. Tensky shows himself perhaps prematurely. Hard to know from the timing there, and Mousesports will have an open sight. sometimes you save this, but Carrigan's so close now, he figures, I might as well just go for this. We've got so much money. We can steal this round away, it will be good, but not so simple.
Yeah, 2 players in pit almost becomes impossible. As soon as you have those 2 there, it doesn't really matter about anything else. And yet NiP wants to get those guns away. He wants to make him sit there and, you know, have to take the bomb, but yeah, he's off ski. He needs the AWP too. So for him, that's the integral factor. mousesports do get to exit and keep those 3 guns up, so finally their money's got some sort of, I guess, opportunity to recover, but it is few and far between at the moment. These rounds have been kind of scraped together, and somehow this one is the one that works out for them. So back into the game we go. You can see the kind of break in rounds that finally comes in. FaZe were on a bit of a trot for a while. They certainly had all those rounds falling into pocket, but yeah, this was Tensky jumping down here. Did find that shot in the end towards Lol.
One of the harder positions to play on this map, we actually see Taz has to do it for Virtus Pro as well. It's a good example because he had his problems with it last time we saw them. You have sometimes a minimal amount of time to respond to the enemy team.
Yeah.
You can use sound, but normally if there's a smoke there, the enemy team is already pretty much right on your doorstep before they start pushing. You can't really hear them. So that was quite nice for him. Really good response. Oscar's gaming.
He's good at stepping into that. He is really good at stepping into almost pre-held shots. And I don't know how he's just that much quicker on an angle that he's not, you know, 100% predicting or knowing there's a player there. It's so impressive to watch, and that's just, you know, one of the things that he's good at. It feels as though we're seeing that throughout this game. Overpass, a fine example of him being able to do that too. But now mousesports with the man advantage, where do they take this? They've got to be aware of this angle. NiP played before, and they are. Oscar gets played in again. This man is just providing it again and again.
I didn't even see that. I didn't even see from Nico's perspective where the heck Oscar was. You could see the wireframe, but that was about it. All right, Carrigan, what'll it be? Well, I think that's pretty clear. He just backs away, sees the smoke was there, probably heard the footsteps as well and realized that he was out of his depth somewhat. Rain at least is able to recover the AWP dropped by Alu. But how about Oscar in this round? Beautiful stuff. Both AWPers for FaZe get knocked down a peg. And Oscar was the culprit.
That was so good. It felt like mousesports needed that as well. It felt like this game wasn't quite working, you know, their way for quite some time. You saw the impact of Alu's aggression starting to come into play, the impact of NiP having the overwatch down on Banana, and it started to feel like, oh, you know, maybe they're going to run away with this one now. Maybe this is pretty much the done deal, but no, it did seem to work out much better in the end. And mousesports trying to keep 5 alive here, trying to hunt these remaining players down, and they're doing quite nicely at that. Carrigan's going to try and stay alive as long as possible, but Oscar will find him too. And you can see the impact now that has had on this game for them losing out on money. They're down to 3.3k on a couple of players, 3.1 on another. They can get an upgraded pistol buy, but beyond that, you want to be readying yourself for that possibly final round to get yourself towards OT if required. It's
not nice, to say the very least. You see Alu, of course, has to save because he wants the AWP real bad. Oh, there's a Deagle here in the mix, though, for Nico. Again, mousesports are so well kitted out. No, yeah, again, a lack of early presence towards Banana here for mousesports. Now, this is perhaps not around if you're keeping tabs on FaZe's economy that you expect them to really be bringing AWPs in, but still they're playing this so passively. It's a 2-man stack on the inside of apartments for Alu and Rain. They're sitting at Boiler right now, and Tensky's sitting quite a long way forward. And you can see that wallbang now. You can see the impact of that. Rops was just tapping through the window we saw earlier on. You can see the bullets cross quite close by Tensky. He's looking at it. Slowly now, Mouse will make their way towards B. It's just going to be Nico on that B side. Mouse have so much utility here. None of that's really been drawn out yet. Rops will probably just circle back and grab the bomb and then join the rest of Mouse in Banana. Yeah, and you can see Lol basically holding the back. He's not actively doing anything. He's basically waiting to push out. He has a very passive angle on it. It does display that, okay, yeah, this is probably a B hit now. So maybe Mouse can, you know, switch up, maybe abort this plan, and then try and head elsewhere. Getting a pick in any aspect is always good for a T side. And you can see them trying to use utility here just to try and keep FaZe considering it's going to be that B hit. But they're running out of options, and Lol is just... How does Rain get out of that unscathed? That's quite astonishing to me. Okay, so as mousesports pull out a B, what you didn't see, Carrigan and Nico tried to get aggressive, but mousesports left Oscar there as that centerpiece, as the pivot. And he gets both kills there with the AWP. That's super nice. Now Alu has to go and try and make something happen here with just the pistol. It's just a P250 for him. Well, even Muertos means murder or something along the lines of that, but he'll be struggling to really try and enact any sort of simulation. Although ask Anders about it, he might be able to tell you a bit more. Bomb's down though, time's ticking away, no kit. No interest And Alu trying to pressure this.
Yeah, Alu just playing for exits. He knows that money is so tight for the FaZe side.
He especially has been saving as well for the AWP in this round.
And you saw what he could do with it. I'm not a big fan of it being on NiP as such. We saw him being kind of outdone on Banana there, but Alu's giving us a great showing of it, that little bit of aggression towards mid, falling off it, but the instant response has always been Oscar. He is having a very, very impactful game. Something that you don't normally see as a consistent element, but when he has
He's not. That's the problem.
Yeah. It is his biggest issue, is a matter of consistency. He seems to have, very, very high games, almost, the pinnacle of what he can achieve, but it doesn't come around this often. He has been game-changing, though, especially on this T side after bringing back a good couple of rounds. Those openers, he's been getting have been second to none. So now this is a big kind of hurrah for FaZe here. They need this one. Otherwise, money, again, becomes a little bit problematic.
Molotov in mid slows Mousesports down. I actually think they wanted to go for something there. But the timing was very, very good. There'll be a smoke thrown to top mid. Nico has control of Banana at the moment, so that's all quiet on that front. Tends to get a smoke up. So this is just that first wave of utility being drawn out of FaZe Clan here. For Mousesports, this is expected. This is something they're quite happy to go for. They know that they're going to have to bide their time a little bit here. Oscar gets taken very low there. Goes for a very close peek. I don't know who that was that hurt him so badly.
It might have been Tensky. You can get an angle on that from the balcony. If he steps out wider, you can spot Boiler. So that might be it. That's why he's being very cautious of how far he's setting. I could see the bullet impacts on that corner. That was wallbangs, yeah. So that could be him. You can see it pop up on the radar. You can also see it visually, but very, very slim amounts. Now, Alu being a little forced away from the angle, pretty encouraged to play passively almost by this point, but Mousesports are down to 30 seconds. They do need to make their minds up on this site here. Now, you've got Tensky, Rain, and Alu here. Karrigan has gone over towards B, so they might at least have a fair shot at this. And here it comes. 3 players through towards CT Arch. Alu does find one, but quickly traded out. Chris J gonna just barrel straight on through. Did not expect Rain to be sat out on the site like that. What an off angle. What a strange place to play from. Lol gonna correct well. Oscar towards Tensky and his bomb plant time. Retake is on, and the HP is low for Mousesports.
2v1, and it's Lol very low here. This will be Mousesports. This is where they break the game. This is where they break FaZe, but FaZe won't allow that to happen to them this way. Karrigan's low. The smoke not obscuring quite enough of him. But he's able to find a kill on towards Lol regardless, and they keep themselves alive. Now, it's getting very interesting. It's important to note as well that FaZe were forced to save quite conservatively, so losing 3 players in this round, we'll probably see a situation where they don't have a lot of money even for the next. They're going to grab these weapons, but there might be UMPs and, God forbid, even Tech 9s built around that. We'll have to keep an eye on that economy. Mousesports, though, we're looking very, very good money-wise, and they still are. You can see here, 3,600 for Tensky and Alu. Not a lot to work with there. You're going to have to go for something a little bit less. There was a dropped weapon, at least.
All right, so they dropped out Alu.
I think Tensky can still get a rifle here.
Should be able to. Yeah, he has.
Too.
So FaZe's buy is actually okay considering,
good.
And I'm kind of happy that Nico's back on the rifle here. I actually prefer it. I know we've seen some very, very quick, very nice shots from him, but it's a matter of how much he achieves on it. We've got the 3-man play for FaZe over at the start as well towards Banana.
Dennis.
And please be careful, Dennis.
What choice does he have? He has to go there. Now he has to stand his ground and try and get the spray down, but Chris J was there to back him up. And FaZe, they go for this aggression. It's a gambit towards Banana. It may still work, though. Tensky slows Mousesports down. Oscar falls. We have a 3v3.
Well, you just don't expect that third man to be aggressive as well. You lose out on 2, you're like, oh, back he comes. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a solid capper. Chris J, Rops, and Lol. The 3 remaining Musketeers for Mousesports. Had to get past Rain and Tensky. Tensky playing not quite at the back of Nubox, more I guess by the pillar. Just off to the side, a little bit of an angle you get on it. It does play in well. It bodes even better for Rain as well. Gonna back away, readjust. Tensky though, maybe,
not good.
Yeah, didn't need to stand out there in this one. It means it kind of comes back on to being possible, and the new man has to do it all here. Rops, can you deny match point from FaZe? We're about to find out. 45
seconds left. Keep an eye on the timer. Rops has time to work with here. But he wants the plan. He wants to try and force FaZe Clan to come forward. He may as well. He didn't fancy pushing smoke. Either way, somehow, Rain is caught blindsided. It's Rops to push in towards him, and Alu has an AWP. Needs to go toe-to-toe with a newcomer here from Mousesports, and Rops has spotted him. Now the spray is there, and he gets it done. Straight out of Estonia to your screens, and he gives Mousesports the 1 round they needed.
And look at the money now for FaZe. That round was so important, and we saw hesitation before in this, man. It was on Cobble. We saw that weird little 1v1 he had on towards the statue before when he was playing out of Chicken Coop. Just in that first match day when we saw him, we saw the hesitation. He did win it in the end, though, and we were real worried. Maybe he's got that, you know, couple of nerves there, you know, a little bit scared of those 1v1 situations, doesn't want to let down the side, but no. He stood up well and truly to the challenge there. Taking on FaZe is never easy, buy or not, it doesn't matter who it is, all incredibly talented individually in those clutch situations.
So sick.
So, now into this one. Deagles, 5-7, CZs, UMPs, and Armor with a touch, a light dash of utility to boot, and it's not much to play with. So again, FaZe gonna have to dig deep here and find a way back into this one. Otherwise, it's gonna be Mousesports closing out.
Either match or overtime point is where we are right now. Now, Mousesports, a very quick hit in the last round, so much so that Ropson in 1v2 still had 45 seconds to work with, which is very, very good for him. But you've got to respect this. The Deagle doesn't come through from Ali, though. We were certainly caught in a little bit of an unexpected location, but it's not enough to get the job done. Now, Rain's going to back away and smoke as Mousesports press forward.
And they're taking the wrap towards CT Arch for now. There is that deeper smoke towards the site. Rain's still on the other side of the smoke. Chris J swiftly getting round here, but Lol's going to try and pinch in as well. They need to get the timing right on this. Karrigan and Nico en route too. Rain now worried. Tensi has found Lols. That's going to cut off one of the approaches, and really, Mousesports got stuck. What is this? They just got stuck in the smoke. They had nowhere to go, and Karrigan comes around. The CZ tears apart Mousesports, and it's Oscar in a 1v3. He misses that first critical shot. Molly goes down. He's burning alive, and I'd be frustrated if I was Mousesports.
A critical moment and a critical failure. Oscar's barrel shows through the door, and it's going to be going to overtime. FaZe, by rights, shouldn't be winning rounds like that, but we can't forget who we are talking about. Karrigan, out of nowhere, the CZ finds its mark, and Mousesports got stalled in enemy territory as in a smoke that was already clear, and they were flashed. Here we go, Lauren. It is going to be overtime. And look, you're mad about that if you're Rops as well. You really gave your team a ticket to getting that important win, those important points to stay up in the Pro League. And now that could all be down the gurgler.
It could be. And if you're Mousesports, that is a complete and utter, you know, failure of internal organs to lose that round. Yeah, okay, don't get me wrong, FaZe, they're good on those rounds. They're very good with pistols, but that was just purely Mousesports allowing that to happen, and that is not a good look. That's enough to make you tilt, let's be honest. Now, I don't know about the mentality of Mousesports. I don't know if they're chill guys, you know, they wouldn't take that to heart, really. You know, we used to know there was a little bit of fire with them on occasion. You could hear it through the studio, so I wonder if that would ever hinder them, but hopefully mentally they can reset, sort themselves out, and they get themselves ready for that overtime.
Mousesports need to think long and hard about their T-sides here and how definitely it feels to me like a little bit of a weaker facet of theirs over the course of this map. Bear in mind here as well that both these two teams are, I guess, in a bit of a new look phase, and we kind of talk about the honeymoon period for newer rosters, but I also need to realize the origin or the genesis of this kind of sensation is purely the fact that opposing teams don't actually know what to expect from this new player, where he's going to play, how that changes the style at large. Now, FaZe, to a degree, are that kind of team that can be quite fluid, but bringing Tensi into the lineup, you know, will give you pause for thought and say, okay, well, does this change anything now? Like, we're going to see Nico, for example, playing more aggressive. We've seen a bit more of him with the AWP in this match than Karrigan, for example, despite both of those two players actually playing B together. So you justifiably could give Karrigan the AWP. The point I'm trying to make is that FaZe probably showing a couple of different elements, I guess, at more of a microscopic level, that when you're in a position where you study teams and you're Mousesports, you want to know what FaZe are about. Yeah. This may not be exactly what you're expecting to see, but Tensi's really held his own so far in this game. He's had to play sort of the pit role over towards A, Diggity as we call it, back home. And he's done a very, very good job. A couple of rounds where he's getting those 3Ks and stuff like that. There have been a few situations where he's been in clutches, Lauren, he's forced out of position with mollies and stuff like that, but that comes with the territory playing from that position.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the other thing we want to say now is we're back in the big money. FaZe, the last couple of rounds, have been consistently trying to make it count on really shoddy buys. Now, I love this screen. What is this? Oh, we're back. God knows, after Rush's... We had a little bit of a glimpse onto Rush's PC earlier. It's terrifying there. We won't talk about what we saw.
Sometimes we see it, the stuff that he gets into. However, we do have a nice pro tip coming from him today, which I think we'll like. It's got a little bit different.
Do we know what map it's on?
Inferno.
Oh, lovely.
Got me
Love a bit of Inferno.
Yeah, a little bit of spice to it.
Yeah.
Not your everyday thing. So that's something to.
I love the way at the start of this, production goes, Yeah, it's going straight into OT. I'm like, oh, okay, straight into OT.
It comes down to what the teams want. I think we are there. We're about to get into there. I mean, teams want to talk.
Consistently triggered, Mitch. You know that. But yeah, we'll finally see the FaZe have that decent buy coming in. They seemed for a couple of rounds on that CT side to be lacking the funds to get that full purchase. I'm hoping we don't see double orbs coming out. We aren't. So far, it's just Alu. So no worries on that front. And Chris J first round going UMP.
Well, it's a money grab, really. I mean, we have 10K to start with, right? And what can happen? I mean, this might be just an investment for Mousesports. If you lose the first 2 rounds, you generally have a really crappy economy on the third. So there might be that. But look at this fast push here from Mousesports, and Rob starts it well. Tensky desperately trying to throw a flash in position, but Carrigan gets the double nade. Will it be enough? That's the question, though. Tensky now is one left in this wake, but he falls very, very quickly. Mousesports, that's what we'd like straight out the gates, blistering pace, and they shake FaZe Clan from their seats.
What is that for a beginning? Crazy, indeed. The nade finding 2 is a nice benefit, I guess, bringing it back to a winnable situation for FaZe, but playing back into the site isn't easy. Alu trying to be relevant with that AWP is going to be even tougher for him, and Chris J's position is going to make it even more. You have to commit so much to the angle just to be able to push him out of that corner, even though he is low. The mollies now coming into play make it even trickier. This one might be slipping out of control now. The last 2 remaining members of FaZe don't even have a kit on them either. I think they could pretty find one on the site. Rain is doing as much as he can here. He has found 2, but really he knows that time is not on his side, and there it is. The back away from both the orbs, but the round will go to the T side, which is Mousesports.
And that's big. Maybe more UMPs required for Chris J here as well. He's up to 11K now, so it's more than his starting budget, but it's just a buffer thing that you can give yourself. So how we see that manifested, does that mean that maybe he's just got an extra bit of money to drop an AWP to Oscar if he needs it? Maybe they realize how important Oscar's AWP is to them in this game in terms of what he's been able to accomplish for it. So it's like, hey, I'll take the hit. I'll take the slightly less powerful weapon here and have a bit of money later on. Just a thought, just some theory craft, but we don't have time for it now. If Mousesports are going to play like that last round, this could be another quick one.
Yeah, but they're going second mid this time, but they are all lining up for it. I think Oscar might be lining up for the shot here, just waiting to see if anyone peeks in. Allows the rest of his team to get that second mid control, but the smokes finally bloom from FaZe to try and keep top mid staying into their possession. Alu holding the smallest of angles possible, it seems, and FaZe with 4 players towards A.
It is a slow start for Mousesports, but a bit of aggression. Alu down to 1 point of health. Just the spray was enough, and by the time the flash had cleared, he'd realized the depth of his folly. He'd hung around for just a little bit too long.
Yeah, now NiKo very alone at B. If Oscar gets played in here, already pushed off the angle, this gets a bit worrying, and no one's rotating from FaZe. Rain's finally getting over there, but if they jumped off then, that could have been so much worse. But 50 seconds now, and it feels as though FaZe don't really know what Mousesports are up to.
Oscar just behind Rops there. He wants to line up a smoke. So this is the hit. So Rain has had time to rotate, but Carrigan is so unsure. You can see the minimap. The player in CT is actually heading back to A. Now back to B, but that might have cost him some precious moments. It's a good 8 seconds before he can get involved in this fight. Chris J gets in there, guns down 2, and Carrigan's got smoke in his way. And no mirrors. He can't even make a magic trick out of this one. It's Chris J again who finds him. And Alu with that 1 point of HP. He wants to hold on to this AWP, but Dennis is going to chase him down as well. He knows he's there. It's a good old Mexican standoff. The tumbleweed rolls by, and the clock strikes. High noon, it's going to be Oscar to find him. 17 to 15. That was a thing far before what you're looking at me for, Lauren. That was always a thing. It's a Mexican standoff. Tumbleweed. 17 to 15. This has been a sick T-side on overtime for Mousesports. Just after we did say how they can stall out mid-round if they lose players or whatever. That hasn't happened. They've really been carrying it to FaZe.
And let's be honest here. That round was all Chris J too. The 2 openers were his, and they were hard shots. He was just going in for it. So Alu, he's going to try and find a response. Aggression down mid. Perfect adjustment towards Oscar too. And now if you're Mousesports, you've lost an integral kind of piece in your puzzle that's been working so well for you up to this point.
Yep, took a dookie on him, no doubt about it. Ali gets a bit of extra damage on the Rops there as well. So Mousesports are trying to keep their distance from FaZe, but Ali's not really interested in playing that kind of game. He wants to get up and get in their face and get aggressive. And now we have Mousesports slowing it right up. Sees Carrigan's just ahead of NiKo, just on his side of that wall. Can always be anti-flash if he needs to, if he feels like he needs to turn around. Carrigan's shadow will show if he pushes any further. Further around the corner, sorry, that's not a word, further. Definitely not a word.
Further and corner together, though.
Dennis, yeah, exactly, which I've done that all night. But Dennis will know. So Carrigan, okay, smoke's fine. Slight gap. How curious. Dennis not really interested in playing games with it, though. If you smoke it, you can push it. Karrigan and NiP are just jockeying for a slightly better position here. Rops has the AWP in lieu of Oscar. Rain and Alu are playing that corner so tightly. Now, Molotov should bounce in. Now, this is the chance for Rops. Needs to make this shot. No, it's Alu comes out. God damn it, man. That was the opportunity for Mouse Sports. They really had him. He was forced out of position, but Alu was just so consistent. 3v4 now, Mouse Sports losing yet another player.
But NiP is all alone here, and he's only got a deagle. They can still make something happen this one. If NiP doesn't, do anything, it gets a bit problematic, but the bomb's gone loose. The nade did the work that it needs to. Rain finding Chris J there. Dez picks up the bomb and will be putting it down, but Dez is also low, 32 HP, and they're easily picked up. Just spraying through that smoke is Rain. And now Lowell in the 1v3, surrounded on all fronts, and Tensky pounces from the back. FaZe to at least get one on that first half of OT.
Yeah, not bad. That's definitely not bad at all, considering the kind of pace that Mouse Sports were bringing in. They go for a variation, or should I say, Alu goes for a bit of a variation. How he wins that second duel is ridiculous to me. He's been Molotov'd out, he's sliding out, so you can still connect shots quite comfortably like that, but Rob's just got completely smashed in that case, and you could see him, his reaction was not slow. So Alu was just damn fast. Really nice stuff from FaZe. They turtle up when they need to. They hold those sites comfortably enough, and then they can have situations like that late in the round where they're playing from ahead, player advantage. So, second half, both teams go back to 10K. A lot of that will be spent early on. I think Oscar just spent 7.7K. That's a lot of money.
It is big dollar bills because Mouse Sports know they're pretty close. They need to get this going, though, but the WMP as well, Dennis and Chris J both going on to that, so maybe the kind of, as you highlighted, contingency plan. But do you expect the mid-aggression from 4 players coming out? They're right down behind them. The mollies come in, the nades come out. Oscar just needs to stay alive.
That's brilliant. I mean, maybe the UMP pickup gives away the idea of pace to us. That's what Mouse Sports wanted to do, and the fact is that Alu, I think, fell to the Molotov before he even saw the players from Mouse Sports in mid. He might have heard them, but he didn't know that the punch would be coming from that direction. Now things get a little bit dicey. The fact is, though, is that Mouse Sports aren't in a position where they can make a wrap here or rotate or flank from Banana, because Nico had a smoke up there. He was watching it. They've got to force themselves through. Bomb's ticking away. Nico finds a first kill. FaZe can turn this around. I think they might even be able to do it now. The last vestiges of smoke clears around Nico. That's an interesting position, to say the least. Not sure about that one from the Bosnian, but now it's Karrigan in the back corner of the site. Time is ticking. There's a kit on Dennis. Karrigan needs to choose his opportunity to spring forth very carefully. Here we go. Lowell going to push ahead now. They're going to face it down. For whatever reason, Dennis decides to leave it and go for the defuse. Too much faith in Lowell, perhaps, to get the kill. And then it's just a spray down. Unbelievable.
Let's watch this again. Oh, Lord. That's... You hate to see it, but it's 17-17. Mouse Sports able to buy up fine. They were on the WMPs, but that round could have been so different.
What part of being 1v1 against Nico, diffusing in smoke, makes you feel safe? I know he had a kit, right? I know it's 5 seconds, but... Time to kill in Counter-Strike is probably the lowest out of most FPS games. It doesn't take long for him to mow 2 people down, especially if they just lay down and take it. Ugh. No. Opportunity was there, that's for sure. Anyway.
Yeah, FaZe now have the upper hand. Oscar, you land that, do you?
The correction was quite insane. Like some sort of like upside down J or something. Either way. Really nice from Oscar. Puts Alu out of commission in this round. Either team can take it from here. 19-17 is a winning score.
Just need to string those rounds together, which both teams seem to be struggling somewhat with. Mouse Sports running a little low on those mollies and flashes and smokes and such. FaZe retaining theirs as long as possible. Bit of a slower approach from FaZe here.
Left side of top mid is smoked out.
Yeah, and there's a big play towards quad. The bomb actually came up with that.
Yeah, Rain is quite far forward here, so Rops is going to be a pretty important factor here. Oscar knows that he can essentially help Rops with a crossfire, but that smoke is now cleared on his side. They're going to pull out with the bomb. This is interesting. Dennis goes down, though. Rain faces, he challenges, he wins it out. Oscar catches an airborne. Tensky, but he misses Rain just behind the box.
Bomb's going B. There's 2 players here still. They've not moved. This could be still incredibly problematic, and they've lost it. Rain did it all against the odds. They did not expect it to happen. And then Lowell and Christian just stood still. Simple as that. Heartbreak for Rain. He fought, tirelessly to create opportunities aplenty towards A, but it just fizzled out.
I need a cold shower after that. That's rough for FaZe. I mean, I get it, right? You're not even cheat a player. You put a player over towards A going, you know what, you're not supposed to get kills here. We're not expecting you to win. Yeah, maybe get one, right? He just went absolutely ham. The problem was that FaZe was so committed to that B push at the exact same time that Rain would have been screaming out, I've got the site. They're already in B. And the bomb carrier went first there as well for FaZe as they pressured through it. Yeah. And just look, without the kills on A, B would have seemed like the better option. I totally understand that, but things change so quickly in this game. If you can't respond quickly enough, you're not going to win. Oscar hangs around. Sometimes you make that investment of health to get the kill, that's fine. He doesn't find anything though, so now he's just 66 health points in the negative. 56. Math is hard.
It's tough out here. But Oscar's now just kind of free-floating around the map, trying to find where he can be most relevant. Oh, someone's got a cup of coffee. Oh, Naya.
The one person that will never give you the cup of coffee if you want it.
Unbelievable. But FaZe lining it up. It looks like this could be maybe that hit towards A. I think I hear Matt singing in the background as well. Everyone's losing it. Where are they going to take this, though? They don't really have much real estate. Tensy's got apps control. That's good. Now, Chris J and LOL, we've already noticed they don't rotate easy. Unless they've seen that bomb, they're not going anywhere.
They will turtle sites pretty comfortably, yeah. And they hold them so well.
They do. I'm not disputing it. They are absolutely fine at holding it. And again, the bomb's not committing early with FaZe. Now, they are working through apps control. That's the one thing they are doing. Well, excuse me, banana control. That's what they're doing right now. Nico and Karrigan are working up. So now they've got apps and they've got banana. Now, it's not surprising. Mouz like to play the sites. They're playing it because they know they can. They're forcing FaZe to finally commit. There's 30 seconds left. Now, they're still trying to force a rotate here, FaZe. They're still trying to get Oscar to float over towards that B side, which he's actually doing. Now, no one's pushed through, so hopefully Oscar realizes this soon. They need the call. They need the call to come back through right about now, because they're already FaZe are up on quad. Dennis, they're holding an incredibly passive angle. Robs as well gets played in. Great crossfire. Robs a little bit maybe wanting more than he was entitled to, but hungry for the frags. It's not a bad thing for a young man like him, but Dennis is showing him how it's done. 8 seconds remain.
3v2 now. Bomb going to get planted one way or another. FaZe get it done. Now the quick trade with the AWPs. There's Oscar to find Karrigan, and now it's Alu in a 1v3. He's already got 3 kills in this round. That's all, though. That's all he's going to have. Mousesports will take this one away. It was an overtime. It was a bloody affair. You can even see the decoration on the battlefield here on Inferno. But as it stands and as it finishes, it's a 1-1 split between the two maps, and Mousesports keep their playoff dreams alive, Lauren. What a stunning overtime from these two teams.
Yeah, both of them fighting tooth and nail. You saw huge performances not only from Alu, but Oscar as well. You know, both AWPers really setting this game alight.
On that note, let's head it over now to the desk, who I'm sure have plenty to say about how this one went down. What a series, gents.
Plenty to say indeed. Overtime gives a great opportunity to get some of those last-minute points ready for the death segments.
That was an exciting one, wasn't it? I'm kind of glad Mousesports picked that one up, you know. I felt like they deserved it. They had a lot of big clutches as well. We saw the young men. What's going on?
I was just saying
it's just Jason's face.
Oh, really, was it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, lots of...
your words.
What's
your words were going over the...
They were going somewhere,
Sorry
but
to
interrupted as usual. You know? I'm trying to do my best here, but always getting shut down by you two. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed that one. I have to say, like, Rob's actually stepping up in some really key clutch situations, especially towards the end as well. I felt a bit gutted for him, especially in that like 15th round when he's up against Pistol. Like, he wins the 14th round, they go into it, he thinks he's done enough. He forces a full reset on FaZe, and then they go and lose a round in such a typical FaZe fashion, right? Just you thought, okay, Mousesports will be out of this one, though, but they kept it together and managed to actually win in overtime there. So, fun game overall, I think. What have you got, El? Why have you got your water, though?
That was your water, and I'm just hiding my coffee. So we fixed that.
Well, yeah, we did fix that.
But
mistakes as always. Headsets on the right side.
Oscar, for me, was the hero to get them into overtime with a couple of like really important AWP picks late in that half. And then when we got to overtime, everyone kind of contributed and did their job. One thing that you pointed out, Jason, was the fact that Chris J bought a UMP on the first round of overtime because they knew they were doing a beast.
Good stuff.
But it makes sense, though, right?
It does.
We also commented on Overpass. We didn't bring this up in the post game, but there was the round Karrigan had an AK-47, switched to his Tech 9 to go through to actually attack the bomb.
It's just the world we live in now.
Yeah, it
doesn't make sense,
isn't it?
Yeah, but it's
yeah, obviously using the mobility to good effect. But I mean, both offers. We mentioned Alu, how good he is on this map. Not a lot of people can contest, and Oscar did a great job of it.
Yeah, Alu didn't really turn up to this one in the kind of fashion I set it up to be. Do you know, like I was saying, he's probably the best Inferno player in the world right now. And
had that great build-up, and it just didn't live into the hype.
Yeah, Oscar actually shut him down pretty convincingly as well. I think at this point, everyone knows how Alu plays this map, and they're probably watching him quite convincingly before they go into it, right? Actually watching his demos, watching his tendencies. And I think at this point, that's always going to happen. It's going to be a drop-off eventually. If someone's so good on a particular map, you're going to be watching them, especially as an AWP going up against him, right? And you can see that coming to effect. He tried to do his aggressive stuff, getting shut down quite a lot. He had some big rounds towards the end there as well, actually finding some clutches, but overall, not the performance we're used to seeing from Alu there. And maybe that was the reason. Obviously, we talk about Tensky being within this team as well. It's always going to be difficult on a map like Inferno. I kind of suggested Overpass might be the difficult one for them, but they actually picked that one up and drop Inferno, which doesn't make sense to me, but that's the way it falls apart.
Did drop it in close fashion as well, so it's not like it was deficient.
Sure.
Anyway.
I was thinking the same thing as Henry. You know, I thought the Inferno would have been a much more of a clear-cut map for FaZe with the stand-in.
Yeah.
But that was surprising. Something to look at in this game would be interesting to get stats up for it. We don't have anything for someone to look into it. Was the B bomb site? It looks like teams now know how to control Banana that mid-round and then execute onto B. And on both halves, teams were able to get that site consistently. And then it just came down to, did you play your afterplant properly, or did the other team retake in fantastic fashion? It's such a. I think the B bomb site is super interesting because most teams can get it a decent amount of the time, maybe 70%. You know, you're not getting shut out too badly. We even saw like rounds where Lau boosted up on that back box.
Yep.
You know, he got multi-frags, and then they were still able to hold like a 2v3 afterplant situation.
That was a really interesting boost, actually. Yeah. We should just touch on that quickly. Like, it's the new boxes, you can actually boost on top of it. The way Mousesports were holding the B site, one player by Coffins, like spotting for him and getting the information, and he can throw really high flashbangs. When you're boosted up in that box, you're not getting flashed at all. Yep. And obviously, it's not a pre-fire spot, so he's getting multiple frags. We've seen, well, we've tried boosting together, but that one kicking 2 players behind there. So we were kind of interested to see that. Well. And then the thing is, well, you're protected from the Molotovs coming in, the set piece Molotovs that land towards new box. You're not necessarily going to be checking that as a T coming in because you don't expect them to be anyone there at all. So that's quite an interesting idea.
Yeah, cool game from both teams that Mousesports do take it. They split the series there, the 2 games at least, 1-1 for each. So we'll see how that affects the playoff standings at the end. Stay tuned. When we come back, it's going to be NiP taking on Astralis.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back to the ESL Pro League. Another way we've involved in how you can get involved, of course, in the show over the last few months or so is the PaySafeCard fan vote. All you need to do is head over to paysafecard.com/fan vote to choose your favorite player of the month and have your voice heard on who your star is. We just saw FaZe go up against Mousesports on the map of Mirage, a map they're about to see fielded yet again. This time it will be NiP versus Astralis. And sneaking into the news from this weekend, in this matchup, we have our latest invitees to ESL 1 Cologne. The Ninjas will be making their way over to the Lanxess Arena on July 8th to 10th and joining a host of other top teams, including VP, SK Gaming, FaZe, Fnatic, and Na'Vi. And now, before we move along, it's time for another pro tip from our very own Rush. And this time, it's not just blowing smoke.
Hey Future Pros, the Deagle is one of the most powerful pistols in CSGO. Mastering this hand cannon can win you eco after eco. The Deagle kills with one shot to the head, but when used at extreme ranges, this is not the case. The best time to shoot is just after your view model resets. Moving and shooting with this weapon won't get you very far. It also takes a while for the pistol to regain accuracy after falling, so make sure you wait a bit before firing. Don't spam the thing too. Be sure to make slow, singular, controlled shots for maximum accuracy. And now let Nico take it away.
Yes, thank you, Mitch, and thank you, Rush, for the beautiful pro tips on the Deagle. I'm a little bit disappointed. There could have been a very cool clip used. Not that Nico won the simple one with the epic cast of "What are you made of, my man? What are you made of, my man?"
Who casted that?
I've never actually figured that out, to be honest with you. I don't know why. I just don't know who's casted it, but it was phenomenal. Yes, NiP is going to be at ESL 1 Cologne as well. That's cool to see. Are there any teams missing from that list? NiP,
Quite a few.
VP,
yeah.
SK, Navi, FaZe, Fnatic?
Astralis.
Well, I mean, they've already decided.
They've declined. They said they're not going.
Always focusing on the negatives with Lauren. Episode 1. Yeah.
There's a series.
That could be a series. Speaking of series, we have NiP taking on the aforementioned Astralis just now. First map is going to be Inferno. This NiP team, though, I mean, we talked about a little bit. You know, this seems like it could be very one-sided, but they did just play Astralis pretty close over in ECS.
Not on this map.
Not on this map.
They played Train and Cage, the one map we're going to see after this one. But I think Inferno, it doesn't look like it's too fantastic for NiP at this stage, whereas Astralis, on the other hand, they've looked pretty decent on the map. You know, they've had some good showings. Close showings. You know, there was that one where it required Zipnix to have that 1v3 against Fnatic at Katowice, I believe it was. So it's not fully polished for them at this point, but I would say they're the favorites here, and I like the way that they move Device around with the AWP. It's quite dynamic. They use him to poke and prod on that CT side and be able to find a lot of picks, like we just saw out of Oscar and Alu. Both of those players are also good at that. But in terms of Astralis, going into this one, that, you know, we're going to have things. I was already talking about Astralis. I meant to say NiP. Lauren, you can take this one.
No, you
just give it up.
No, go on. You can do it. Go on, you can do it.
No, well, there's got to be a burrito analogy you can make in here somewhere.
Well, you know, Astralis, they had all the pieces before. You know, they had the rice, the beans, the meat, even a bit of sauce. But now they've got Glaive. What kind of meat did they have?
Was it chicken, barbacoa,
barbacoa? Yeah, but Glaive, you know, he's the wrap that brings them all together. And
that nice tortilla shell.
Yeah, they love it. Speaking of wraps, that's a wrap from me, and over Lauren.
Okay, well, you know, it's Astralis, I guess it's a bittersweet map for them right now, let's put it that way, at the moment, just because of the FaZe loss that happened to them over at Katowice. It was one of the maps originally they really liked, then they kind of suffered that OT loss, and they found it back, they still like it. But NiP, on the other hand, you know, originally when they came back to form with Threat and such and so on, it felt like this was one of the maps they were incredible on, and that resurge of their performance not too long ago. But in the newer version, we haven't seen much new from them. It doesn't feel like they've kind of engineered anything yet. I may have missed a couple of games.
I've got something
you got something to show me here, Chad.
Let's whack it up on the screen.
Show me something, Chad.
So which I thought was relatively interesting was this is an NiP play from the Pro League when they were playing against Fnatic. What they do here is Gerard is going to smoke off the quad side, but it is going to be shallow enough that the players coming out of Boiler Room, with this sick pop flash here from Exist, he throws it twice, and actually the first one flashes anybody there and then is flashed behind, so the rest of the players are able to enter into the site. Draken flashing off the pit player, and you get to see it from JW's perspective, right? These flashes are coming over, he's forced back off of these flashes, he's running back to the pit, he's completely blind. You see in the top right that, well, actually, no, Russia's edited this very well. Forrest is able to enter into the bomb site, JW is completely flashed in pit. Before JW comes unflashed, Dennis is already dead, and now he just gets isolated by a Molotov and he gets taken down. Just a nice little execute there from NiP. I thought it was a very good way to isolate pit and site players.
That is a lot of trust in Forrest that those flashbangs are going to work out perfectly.
Yeah, well, it was Forrest and Freiburg on the entry. They just basically go up with their eyes glued on the site. They don't even worry about pit, and then it's Draken's job to come through halls late.
I would say, though, like most teams now, though, double stack pit. As soon as you get forced back, there'll be two players kind of sat towards it. So I'm kind of curious to see how that would kind of help towards it if they actually get to do it, because I don't think you could be able to isolate someone on site so easily there. So I'll be
that is unusual for Dennis to be in the site like that, especially that early on in the half. That was only the 4th round of the game. So
it's a nice piece, though.
Yeah, and normally what you see, you can see them when you run a play like that. You like to run it earlier on, especially if you know the CT team is force board in the second round, because you know they're going to be lower on utilities, which means they can't stop you with Molotovs and smokes as you're running an execute. So I really like that by NiP to run that relatively early in the half. That's the way I'd be doing things, and it tends to work out, and you capitalize on the low economy.
Buys, yeah.
Nice.
Now, this Astralis team, I mean, we saw them, like we mentioned, at Star Series and Academies. They played a lot of finals on this map. I mean, this doesn't seem to be like the strongest map in the world for them, but it's just, I mean, another map in the Astralis pool that's not bad. And just before we get started on this topic, we don't have a lot of time, so condense some points.
They barely lost this map when it's not gone to OT. I think they have a couple of times, like VP or something, in a specialist environment, VPL land when they're performing, right? You kind of narrow it down to that, then okay, you've got one of those games. But they're a good team on it, they're solid on it. I think they need to go back to working on it. Other teams are now picking it up, so the challenge has just gotten greater and greater, pretty much for me.
Yeah,
Laura did good there, didn't she?
She did do very well. She actually surprised me with how condensed that was. I'm a little bit caught off guard. Did you have anything to add before we go to the cast?
So we had to throw, and now we don't have to throw?
No, we didn't have to throw. I just said there wasn't a lot of time. Okay, now we're throwing it. Jesus. Thanks, Chad, for all your help. Please, Henry, Sadicus, bail me out.
Listen, no worries. North Americans aren't great at throws, so we will take over there, and we will get into two teams that are very good at Counter-Strike. Astralis and NiP, although you could maybe...
One slightly better.
Yeah.
Right now. Yeah. Well, NiP, it's Inferno, right? We saw this over at the last event. Starlighter, they actually look quite poor on Inferno, I have to say. What's wrong?
Just, I need a haircut. Sorry, carry on.
Okay.
It's all about me. Just being a diva.
If you remember when they played this map a few times, and against the G2, they looked a little bit lost on this one, I have to say. Their T sides, I spoke to Gero after the game, and he said they'd never experienced real aggression from the CT sides, but I couldn't believe the fact they weren't using grenades towards the banana area. They're getting shut down consistently by shocks. Draken looked a bit lost in this one. So I have to say, I'm sure they fixed it. That was a fundamental problem on this map, and I'm sure it's not going to be an issue here. I do highly favor Astralis, though, I have to say. Astralis on this map is on the T side. I think against NiP as well. Quite a loose play style, stick together, 4-man packs, and then having one player faking the other side, making the frags work, Dupree towards Boiler Room. I think it's going to be quite a clean-cut game for them. We'll see, though. Maybe NiP can step up today. Like they said, they split the series over an ECS, and they can step up here as well. We'll get into it. 4 sets of armor. Exist aggressive towards middle, of course. Trying to find that first headshot. Freiburg's got the defuse kit and a smoke as well. Nothing really given away as of yet, but we have got 3 players towards the apartments. Bombs waiting at T-steps. Just trying to show some presence towards that side of the map, make sure those CDs are pushing down and getting information for free. It looks like it will end up towards the B side of the map, but get right. Here's at that car position. Boosts it up slightly, doesn't nail the first shot, and gets a headshot in return.
Zip will start his way up. Catwalk, smoke off. Freiburg wants to go through it and play inside of the smoke that they put out towards CT. He's going to back away through it as he runs out of ammo. Wants to make that decision early. Glaive, though, good shot. Finds get right. Not easy thing to do on the Glock, to be fair. I hate that weapon so much. Just Freiburg wants to get back in. He's got the USP. That's a little better for headshots. Dupree's gone and picked up that of which his teammate dropped in the back of the site. Get right's weapon starting to haunt them. As Draken at least finds one to pull it level, but the kit is now in his hands, picked up as well as the armor, so he's the strength in the situation. Needs to go down near the bomb if he's going to. Seemingly not, because he'll take Dupree. Xipix has to peek from far. Ooh, and another good shot. Draken's got 3 in the round. He's already on the defuse. They'll line up. Forrest will take down KRB.
Yeah, great round from Draken there, and they've got the kit, so it's looking quite comfortable overall. They lost their first frag in the form of Get Right, but stepping up. It was Freiburg to find one, at least bought his team, made some time at that point with the retake coming in. Draken not missing a single shot. That looked very sharp, especially towards Banana with 2 players from Astralis awaiting the post-plant positions. Didn't really work out for them. That's a difficult spot, especially those Glocks that you mentioned, to find those sort of headshots coming in, especially you've got 3 players to try and fend off for the meat shield setup as well. It's going to be the bomb planet for Astralis, so this will be a full eco going to round number 2. They've got some P250s, and Glaive will get a deagle, but they're aiming for AKs in the 3rd. If they can find any kills here and limit the CTs going forward, that'd be great. And Draken does go down to 1 HP, manages to get away with his life just about as he takes down Dupree there. As we said, though, this round doesn't really count for much. Just trying to farm some cash, pay off the debt to the P250s, get a kill or 2. That's $300 in the bag. They get a plant down, that'd be amazing for them, but it's very unlikely at this point. So NiP with the man advantage, falling back into the minimap right now. Onto the bomb site, allowing us to have middle, that's absolutely fine. He's denying the plant and then he kills at this point.
Xipix backs down from the apartments. KRB will go over toward the smoke at quad. It's going to be the library. The exist, perhaps reading some tactical analysis books that are on loan in the library. Who would you read them from, Henry? Who would be the best author?
I would say Well, maybe Threat could have written some, and he could have left them in the library for him.
That's true. Little Easter egg for Exist. Well, the boost behind the smoke amounts to nothing, but they will go in, and Freiburg is seemingly ready. Gets 2 before going down. That allows Get Right to swing out and collect the last kill of the round, make it 2-0 in IP.
Yeah. But this is where it gets a little bit interesting now, Matt. The AKs come out.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, well, in terms of the NiP buy, they do have the UMPs, which is getting to the point now we can't even say that's a limitation anymore. For the CT side, especially on a map like Inferno, you can hold tight corners and get crossfires set up, lots of close-range opportunities there. But here it goes. And Astralis coming in with the 5 AK-47s. Not a huge amount of utility. They've got 3 smokes and no Molotovs, which can be very key on a map like Inferno. Not going to be overcommitting just yet. We have got one player making his way up towards Banana. That's Glaive. Smoked out for now. And this is going to be quite a standard default from the Danish side, but usually they get Dupree towards Boiler Room and Zipex helping him out, just trying to give him some positional control here. But an interesting setup from NiP. You can see 3 players towards the quad side. We're seeing this more and more. Potentially a boost coming as well. I assume Draken's been boosted. It's actually beneath the quad. So a little bit of a bait and switch for him as he's got that UMP. Team will try and bait him in from the corner, and then he'll pounce. But full B control coming in now from Astralis. Glaives at the top. They haven't had to expend much utility either getting this, so this is looking quite good for them. Like we said, there are no Molotovs to flush out those key positions.
Kiarbi waiting with Glaive will try and make his way in toward the B site. This time slightly different approach. Freiburg's the one that's close up.
This will be the full B execution there. Smokes, calls, and towards CT spawn as well. Try and find those first headshots. You know the CTs will be limited. They are smoked out though. That's a nice smoke deployed by NiP. Could slow them down somewhat here.
Yeah, it's good timing as well because Get Right just was smoked off himself. They've switched it, as I said, to keep the rifle at range rather than Freiburg toward Coffins. It's Get Right instead. Freiburg has gone down though. The UMP unable to prevail in the duel versus Glaive on the AK. Get Right still fancies a chance to walk back in through smokes. Maybe should have waited. Patience might have been better or Exist. Nearly got Patience to work in his favor as the smoke dissipated on his arrival. However, Astralis will pick the round, and NiP not only going bonus with the SMGs, they're going full-on money-making because they're going to sit back, try and get exit kills, and that's going to work out at least for now to get Glaive. That'll be 3 only remaining and an AK grab, so not bad.
Yeah, it's always going to be a difficult round for the CTs, going up into 5 AKs, especially in a clean second round as well. You're going to have residual SMGs going into round number 3 here. So Astralis keeping it simple. Default, stopping any aggression coming into the CT to start. Bait out some nades, like they did very well. And they didn't commit as soon as they got locked out of the B side as well. They didn't run through smokes and make things complicated. They waited till everyone was there. Smoke goes down, they find that first frag, and then the remaining CT has a real rough time.
Good news about this AK-47 as well. Get Right doesn't have a lot of money. Draken can drop him and still buy an AWP if he wants to.
Yeah, he probably will at this point. We'll see where that comes in. There it is. It's a very good weapon on CT side of Inferno. Seeing a lot of teams run double orbs on this map, and it seems to be the common trend right now. But Draken, decent spawn from as well. Might challenge towards middle. It's very unlikely Astralis have an orb themselves after winning that previous round as well. Glaive's actually just down to a Tech 9 here, so that was promising as Zelda liked. Draken will be challenging. He steps and gets spotted.
I would have thought he would have shot into that.
I thought he would as well. I guess at this point he doesn't want to give away the fact he's got an AWP, unless it's like a done deal, a guaranteed frag. They probably saw it, considering it's Draken, he's top and middle, but here comes commitment towards mid, and Zipex.
Exist did all right to get one there. To be fair, Draken comes and bails him, baits him in, and Draken's looking aggressive once more. A game where Draken impresses, I have to say, has been few and far between thus far since he's joined NiP. They are much to be desired, and he's certainly showing us one now. As Zipex will wait to get out from apartments. He'll get one on Forest, but that's about as far as he goes.
Yeah, Draken stepping up there. The AWP had to deliver. Certainly did 3 kills for him, shutting him down towards mid. As I said, Astralis, this seems to be their approach on Inferno T-side, especially now. Give you a very simple default into just a set area, all 5 players committing to it and trying to trade frags at that point. Couldn't find their shot on towards Draken, so he'll run away with 3 frags and bring NiP into a huge advantage here. 3-1, and in terms of the buy for Astralis, 2 AKs and 3 Tech 9s. Dupree with no utility whatsoever, so this will be a difficult round for them. Draken knows it. He'll be going aggressive once again towards middle. This time nails the shot, brings it to a 5-4 straight away. And at this stage, they probably can be reading the money situation. They know they're going to be weak. They might have a couple of AKs here or there, but now they have the advantage. Fall back into that crossfire mentality, and we'll see whether it works out for them.
Forest looking inside of the smoke, will not find anything yet. Draken's gonna wait for the same angle this time. Smoked off. 3, 2, 1. Do we hear the op shot rattle in? Trying to time it from far. Doesn't need to. Forest in the corner of the site. Instead, though, picks up Kiarbi. Glaive Still in this, though. Wraps in, force tagged up, gets a third in the round. He's done extremely well to take the arch side late. He's picked up an AK-47. He has the bomb as well. And he's actually going to bail on this and try and outduel them by beating them over toward the the B site. This is even smarter altogether because GetRight's going to assume, oh, I thought he was just going to wait. That still works out. GetRight wasn't ready for it at all.
This could be the ace for Glaive here. 4 kills so far, 1v1 with Freiburg as well. Freiburg's completely lost track of him. So much time remaining as well. Glaive will be committing towards the B site. It's going to make sense for him as well. Flashing in, looking very confident. I don't think Freiburg stands a chance here. Once the bomb goes down, Glaive has got so many options. He could actually go in towards CD spawn if he wanted to shut that rotation down. But for now, Freiburg top and middle. And we'll see what Glaive decides to do. Doesn't go aggressive here. Doesn't want to risk anything. Stays at the back of the site for now. But Freiburg's got such a tall task, but he has got smoke and an incendiary to work with.
Very favorable angle for Glaive, but it puts pressure on hitting the shot. There's no element of surprise anymore. Sees his backside. Freiburg knows where he is. Is that going to give away the play for Glaive? No way. Gets all 5, starts on a Tech 9, finds 3 late in the round, and then brilliance to catch off GetRight and a clutch against Freiburg.
That is not bad at all from Glaive. Amazing performance there, getting those Tech 9 kills and a very clever play towards middle as well. GetRight was taking the bait, hook, line, and sinker at that point. He baits his run down towards middle. GetRight is checking quad and making sure that wasn't the fake coming in. He gets his head blown off, and at that point, Freiburg in such a rough position there. That's a harsh reset for NiP as well. 3-2. Astralis still on back. Buy comes back in from NiP. They will be forcing themselves UMPs, Deagles, and PT50s. And in terms of actual utility and diffuse kits to work with here, not much at all. We hit the 1 minute 35 mark. They have 1 smoke and a flashbang left, no kits. Someone needs to find a frag hit. They need to be going aggressive and maybe flashing through and finding that first pick. But GetRight gets a chance. Actually, Freiburg to open things up as well. It's going to be a 5-on-4. And a Bizon comes out for Dupree. That's quite a rare appearance. I'll come back and hold them, considering it's a force buy.
Dupree continuing around the corner. Molotov into the pit, and Glaive's going to lead the charge. They won't check corner. That Deagle Draken has to be very careful. Down to 2 bullets, tries to beat them to the Tech 9. It does. Somehow pops out to get Dupree, and NiP will respond to the previous round.
Astralis is going all in at that point, weren't they? After getting a bit of exchange towards middle, they actually, well, the first kill was towards Banana. They got funneled towards middle there, and once again, all sticking together, pushing towards quad, and at that point, NiP are loving that because they've got the crossfire set up in pit, the bomb side as well. That is hoping that Astralis run in towards that position, and especially when they've got Bizons as well for some reason. Astralis, I'm not sure that was a misspy. That's, I'd say, it's fair to say it's one of the worst weapons in the entire game. Against armored players, there's absolutely nothing. Dupree was almost non-existent in that round and shut down by the Draken Deagle, who was missing quite a lot of shots as well. It's hardly like he went absolutely wild there, but still. Another force buy, of course. This seems to be a current trend at the moment in CSGO. Battle of the force buys. It won't be such a strong one here. Dupree just down to a Glock and armor. Let's see whether he can step up here. Or for Draken, of course. Top middle this time, watching towards Boiler.
Well, Boiler is occupied. Kettle's on, Henry. Would you like some tea?
I'd love some, please.
Would you like to visit the Queen as well, Henry?
Not really, no.
No?
Not her. Anyone but her.
Yeah, I heard you called her an Australian word once. Freiburg, good play. Coffins finds 2. Not playing aggressive on Banana, as you might expect from Freiburg. I don't think he's quite comfortable enough to play aggressive in the new Banana. It's been passive from NiP, top of every single time. But Freiburg stepping up. Doesn't matter where, he'll still hold off the position.
Yeah, quite a convincing round here from NiP. It's certainly going to be an eco going forward from Astralis. That was the force buy. Not a great one. Glock armor for Dupree there. He's had a rough few rounds on 1 for 6 right now. And Astralis, yes, you can see, they're only at second stage loss bonus. That's $1,900 coming in. 5-2 for the Ninjas here. Money accumulating for them as well. This should be an open shut case in terms of this round. 1 PT50 purchase, make it 2 now, a device, and maybe just grouping up together, rushing apartments, something like that. Just try and find a couple of trades. Krakens towards middle. Won't be getting anything just yet, but Kiabi is waiting on the T-steps with the bomb as well. Needs to be very careful there.
Smoke. Top mid for Exist.
NiP used to be famous in this map in the old iteration of it. When they were up against full EKs and they knew it was coming, they used to just rush down middle and just shut it down as quickly as possible to send out a message and maybe just rattle their opponents slightly. They don't really do that anymore. Not as strong in this map as they used to be fair.
Glaive will go back with Kirby. Money has become a detriment to Astralis in this half.
Yeah. No one really running away with the cash, but this is a chance now. This finds the first frag. It looks a little bit dicey, but this should be a very simple round. Device just find one. There's going to be a simple procedure for Forward to finish things off there. 6-2. We do have a buy available for Astralis this time. They don't really run the AWP side that much, so they do bring it out every now and then. I don't think they're in a financial position to do so. This round will be 5 AKs, and Dupree, let's see what he brings. He's got a Glock. I'm presuming he's got an AK on the floor. Makes sense. He spent $4,200. Might have just had to juggle some things around there. There's the AK. Still not a full buy as of yet for the tees, but it's enough. And 3 players towards Banana. This is quite aggressive by the looks of it. Not doing smokes here. Actually going to be nading at the start. And see where they push down with it. To be fair, I think they're doing that new smoke everyone's doing, where you throw it from the corner and it gets a bit further down. Have a look.
Yeah, I know the one you mean. You've mentioned it, Drake, and look at this. He's scoped in, though. That Zipix surely knows he's there. They're going to try and pinch him. Dupree turned immediately in that position, and Drake missed some very crucial shots.
Yeah, he hits that. He might just stay alive. I think he was done for anyway, even if it being a 1-for-1. But still, man advances now for Astralis, and they make that towards the A side of the map. They're going for some B control as well here. Molotoving towards sandbags and the corner as well. Eradicates a lot of risk at this point. The bomb's still down at T steps. Dupree, I presume, is in the boiler room. He is indeed, and they've got so much to work with there. Still 1 minute. Bleed out whatever the CTs have in terms of their grenades. So you can see a smoke used towards the top of Banana. They could sense some execution potentially coming their way here. So that's what they want to do. That's the objective for Astralis at this point. Just get NiP a little bit worried and maybe force a rotation here. You can see Freiberg's by himself at the B site. Once a king, but is it enough to actually challenge 5 players from Astralis as the full execution comes in?
Smoke down. Dupree will go back off it instead. No need to aggress, as he's the only one in this, their first gun round. And one of the first that they've had an early pick. Look at Device's position. He thought he was so clever, but he's not. You're not as clever as you think you are, Device. Caught off in B. Dupree gonna try and go back over toward A. Molotov in between he and his teammate. They'll have to back off the hay bales. They'll go up like cinders. Tinders? What's the word I'm looking for?
I'm not sure.
Wick. Up and don't worry about it. Forrest doesn't care. He doesn't care about your words, Henry. He cares about kills. He's got one. Get right goes down. Zipix will go after the bomb in the site. Does well to find Forrest. But you're right. He has no time to play. I'm surprised exist still challenges on this. I guess they know he's out of money and they want to try and take him down. Zipix doesn't move.
Did you mean kindling, maybe? Is that what you mean? I don't know what you're going with.
I'll look it up.
Go for it. There you go. Well, Zipix does survive.
Someone will tweet me. I don't have to look it up.
That's true. That's very true.
Position of power. We don't have to do anything anymore.
That's the internet kind of summarized, isn't it? Anyway, 7-2, and Astralis can't pick up that round once again. Once finding that first pick and couldn't convert to a round victory. Freiberg finds Device. I think those kind of plays are not required when you have the man advantage on the T side, especially sending in a fake. And if it doesn't go well, you're just giving a frag away for essentially nothing. Freiberg got a little bit lucky with the timings in terms of where Device decided to commit, but still, NiP getting back into it. Open the hands of Draken once again. This is not a force buy from Astralis.
Now, get your words.
I'm trying. It's been a long weekend.
Has it? You were hanging out with Kasabian?
Kasabian.
I'm just doing that to troll you. How was it?
Awesome. I've always wanted to do some music stuff and got a chance to do it. I'll post a video soon.
Nice, nice. Hey, in terms of what?
The interview itself.
Oh, I see. There was a different one that wasn't part of the Twitch thing.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff we did.
Gotcha. Very cool. Well, in that case, we'll watch Get Right instead. He's going to try and play Coffins. Bring in the grave digger that is Freiberg. Sounds like a wrestling name in itself. One shot, I have another. Should have held the trigger down potentially, but he was not expecting the fact, excuse me, that Dupree would peek immediately after. That catches him off ever so slightly back over toward the A site. They catch Forrest in transition. That's Pit gone.
Yeah, the bomb's going out middle there. That's where Draken's watching, and he might... Oh, no gap.
Just shoot,
I thought it was.
Shoot. He's going to actually surprise them now.
Yeah, well, Dupree's coming from Boiler as well. This is actually looking promising for Astralis.
All because you lose Pit. Missed shot. Again, Draken makes up for it that time. Those are crucial. He has to hit those. Manages the one tap with the P250. Dupree has not peeked it. He's trying to make it seem unassuming that he would be in that position. It's worked because down goes Draken, and Kiabi's been able to strike to get existence all on to Get Right. He knows where at least one is, not the timing of which the other one should arrive, and as such, you are right, Astralis were in a good position.
They certainly were. It's all down to Kiabi there. He comes in by himself, and as you mentioned, Forrest caught in transition, going towards that B site. He's the only player at the A side of the map as well. As soon as he dies, they're calling for a full rotation. Everyone gets to the A side as quickly as you possibly can. Kiabi's got a decent position and an M4 towards Graveyard as well. He can protect his teammates, and Dupree, he's instrumental in that particular play as well. The fact he's holding towards Boiler, sure, device goes down, but the bomb's already been planted, and at that stage, dupreeh faces, manages to get a key frag there as well. Crossfire set up, 3-on-2, and NiP couldn't find anything there. It was just about to look amazing for them. 8-3, or 8-2 would have been as well. We're taking a pause, and I'm having a look at the money to work out who this would be for. Presumably NiP. Tactical pause. They've got a UMP for Freiburg so far. Exist has just over 4K, so they can get a full buy here. Draken brings out the orb once again. This is their final buy, though. Just a note, Draken's on 14 kills, 3 deaths. You said you haven't seen much from him so far?
No,
that's pretty good.
He's had some very good rounds. There's a few shots he's missed that I think were costly, pushing in apartments. Thankfully, they won that round, so it goes unnoticed. And in the last, he actually missed a rather easy op shot, I have to say. I say easy. Look, it was quick. It's a fast flick. It's remarkable, but at this level, it's easy.
Sure.
And he made up for it with the pistol, so all things considered, no harm, no foul. But again, in high-pressure games on LAN, you're going to start to see those mistakes be emphasized, I think, a lot more.
Well, Device picks up the AWP this time, the first time on the T side. It's not amazingly viable. I'm not a huge fan of the AWP on the T side, but certainly a player like Device can probably find some wiggle room to make it work. And Draken, he goes one step further than that. Glaive goes in front of the smoke at that point. He did flash over, but it wasn't effective. It's another 5-on-4 in favor of the Ninjas here. The in-game leader has dropped. So, a lot to work with here in terms of the Device AWP. He's going towards middle this time. Smoke down from to face towards Arch. And we'll see where everything comes of this. Freiburg's waiting on the other side of the smoke with the UMP. Gives his position away somewhat, but Forest still going for frags and nailing it as well. And then some more. Lovely stuff to take that Device as well. The all gone down. Pretty much the round concluded at this point, 5-on-2. They don't have to challenge here, really. They want to keep his 5 players alive, make Astralis kind of sweat the round out. They've got a minute to work with here as well, and Kiabi's been hit down to 23 HP.
Well, 65% of the time, you'll win at 2v5 all of the time.
Yeah, you almost got that quite right.
And some of the time, you won't.
I don't think they'll be doing this one. It's going to be down to Zipex, so you can see him kind of feeling out towards middle. His teammate waiting a B with a bomb, but he's going to T-spawn. So Zipex now just trying to maybe find any sort of mistakes being made by the CTs at the stage. Not going to be the case. So 20 seconds remaining. They might just want to save these AKs. It's quite a harsh reset, though, once again, though. And they do recover an AWP. So in terms of the force by next round, they are going to do it. That's something. And Zipex has certainly dropped that AWP to Device. I think with the AWP picked up, that's probably going to be the case here. Not going to have too much to work with, only $1,400 coming in. Kiabi saves an M4 as well, so that suggests almost certainly going to be a force buy.
Play hopscotch. Or kill a chicken.
Kill the chickens. So yeah, NiP. Forest, what a push that was from Quad. The timing was impeccable there. Gets the kill on towards Boiler as well. Then Device trying to get the refrag. Gets his head blown off. Doesn't get anything rolling with the AWP whatsoever. He's actually on 3 kills, 11 deaths. Astralis haven't really impressed me with their approach on the T side, generally speaking. I think their CT side's amazing. The T side is very hit or miss. If everyone's playing really well and you're sticking this pack formation, you're hitting all your shots, it looks great. If it's a bit of a quiet night and no one's really stepping up, it looks a little bit uninspired, I have to say. There's the smoke I was discussing before. Get Right throws that. It goes a little bit deeper than usual, all the way down to T steps, and he'll be falling back at that point. Draken in a good position once again, but Kiabi has got in front of him. He seems to have an idea this could be a possibility, though.
Certainly does. Certainly does. Still waiting. That left side nook, as I'm calling it, where Kiabi currently is actually very threatening for an AWP player if you're not quick on the draw, especially when they do something like that and get you moving. Kiabi will go over toward tree. Draken still doesn't know he's there. This is even worse, because now he's scoped in. He walks straight out, clean in the lane, and Kiabi takes down Draken.
That brings them the advantage. Khalil for dupreeh here. AWP recover, double AWPs on the T side. Not used to seeing it, but it's better than the pistol. 1 minute remaining as well. Freiburg alone towards the banana site, and it's going to be Get Right holding Arch. We're getting a bit aggressive here, and that's actually to their detriment as Forest goes down first. Now it's a huge advantage for Astralis, but Exist fighting back, not for long though, 4-on-2.
Get Right through the smoke, starts to look down the lane, but he realizes they're gone. Freiburg gets onto you. What will you do? 1 versus 4 shoots already, can't quite get the shots. Molotov, very shallow.
Yeah.
He'll get Molotoved off as a result. They'll smoke. He'll flash back in thanks to the smoke. And he's got them blinded up. Freiburg! Oh, ambitious, I have to say. Gets it down to just 2. for Get Right to try and make a play. We'll see if he can. Rotating around. In fact, he's going to go immediately on a banana, which closes the gap substantially. So Device's AWP, it's not going to quite have the angle, but now it has the information. Get Right gets KRB down, and this is where Device should be posted and ready. Get Right knows it. He's trying to bait him out. Shot through. He did dink him indeed. He's down at 34. Get Right is continuing to push as Device goes to the pistol. He's tagged back to 6. Knows he's still on the angle, but Device wins it instead. And it's well done from Astralis to close out yet another round.
Quite an interesting clutch situation there. Freiburg makes it possible for his team. I think he... Oh, if he gets the third, it's done deal. It's a very good play from him, flashing through there. Actually managing to avoid the Molotov deployed by Astralis as well. He gets to and buys his teammate enough time to actually make that a possibility there. Get Right coming from Banana. KRB, I'm not sure he had to give that kill away. The fact he's holding that angle was a little bit interesting in my opinion, but still, they managed to pull off the round. Device, just relentlessly facing from Coffins, wins the duel just about. Big push here towards Banana. There's going to be a lot of damage inflicted towards the T's, and Draken with the AWP, caught out of position. He goes down, smoked out. Freiburg along with Banana once again. Get Right has rotated over though with the UMP. Difficult buy for the Ninja. You can see 3 SMGs remain. That's why they wanted to go aggressive there. Send Draken out towards the card, see if he can get that first pick. He does a ton of damage, to be fair, but ultimately, still, Astralis another 5-on-4, make it 5-on-3 as the shot through the smoke finds Glaive the kill on Get Right there. This is why you have to be pushing the CD side. When you have just SMGs and no nades to work with, really, and your AWP's gone down, someone needs to be stepping up there. Get Right tries it. Gets punished though. And Forest though, this is still an interesting position. He's allowing his teammates to stick a banana at this point. He's saying, you know what, I've got second mid lockdown. We'll take a bit of a gamble here. Fortunately for him though, Dupree is coming in his flank, but...
I always like to stick bananas, Henry.
What does that mean?
I won't finish the sentence.
Stick them, right, okay.
Yeah. Well, the king of... Played the angle. Good read from Device.
Yeah, it's quite a standard position. It's a little bit desperate at that point. Like I said, it's a gamble. If it works out, he gets a kill and stays alive, it's great. But Device pre-fires the position, takes him down. 2 UMPs remaining now in a 5-on-2. It's not looking great. They might as well try and save him at this point. If it goes towards A, not even worth trying retaking the bomb site. Try and save the incendiary and the armor they have and the defuse kit. Maybe pick up the AWP. Oh, KRB's waiting. I didn't even notice that. Okay, KRB takes one down and finds another valuable frag there for Astralis. This should be an eco after this round as well. So Astralis right back into this game. Brings things to 8-5 here.
Smoke down, exist. Do what you can, my friend. Money not great.
No, pushing him in as well. We've got a Device coming from CT Spawn. He'll be holding
him in banana.
Yeah, I knew you'd take that.
I always do. Good play to Molotov them in, force the issue, but as you say, being pushed in.
Yep, Exist goes down, and it will almost suddenly be an eco here. NiP probably going to be saving money for the next round. I got about just over average 2K per player there, and Zeus comes out for Draken. He's a player who likes to bring that out quite a lot, to be fair, but we'll see whether he can do anything with it. Round of 14, they get 2K into the next round, so keep themselves at the 4K mark. They'll have a reasonable buy at least going into that final round. Astralis, though, looking to close the gap. It is essentially a full eco. 1 PV250 purchase for Forest and Draken and Zeus. Not really much they can do here, but they're sending one player in towards apartments. That is Draken, and we'll see whether he can find the zap of the Zeus to find a kill here.
Will you do the sound effect for me?
If he gets it, I'll do it, yeah.
You're going to do it?
Yeah.
All right. He's going to get it now.
Definitely.
I'll be quiet.
No, Molotov's not going to help.
It's going to happen. Don't doubt it, Drake, not for a minute. I was ready. So was Zipix, apparently, because a good headshot as they walk up. So Zeus, threat eradicated. Headshot, ooh, well found. As the rest of them are stacked up. KRB, thank you very much. He'll take all those, pad the stats, so when all those haters go on HLTV and look for red, he'll have a little bit more green to defend his honor as Device takes down Get Right.
Yeah, this was a really rough half to kick things off for Astralis, reset all over the place, but now giving NiP a taste of their own medicine and closing the gap as well. Round number 15, we said there would be just about a buy available for NiP here. Famas comes out for Freiburg and Forest on the UMP as well, but the AWP comes out for Get Right. That can't be right. No, it goes to Draken. I was going to say, that's an interesting decision. Maybe I had already 6 spawn, but not meant to be the case. It's going to be Draken out towards middle, who has quietened down, I have to say, since we've gone to the latter stages of this first half. Number 15 here, all for Device. And Draken, he knows he needs to step up once again.
It's a good point, actually. He's gotten 1 kill in the last, what, 6 rounds since you've made that mention, and oddly enough, those are the rounds Astralis are winning. So perhaps time for him to step up and get back into it. They'll flash down, smokes as well, deep, but Kiarbi again with the Nook tries to take advantage with the flash through. This time, though, they're not blinded, and NiP are able to capitalize on strength in numbers. The number 3. Forest is going to wait inside the paints the Nook. What do we want to call this? Can't call everything a Nook. The cubby really under the balcony. We'll call that shadow. Why not? It's like Mirage, but that's the best spot in pit right now, in my opinion. It's by far the safest angle we could get right. Oh, yes, yes. I thought he would wait. I thought he would look for more information because he gets countered immediately by Device. And I don't know that he was looking there or not immediately, but it's an easy pickup. Freiburg, though, has the defuse. This will go 9-6 at halftime.
It certainly will. That's actually not bad at all from Freiburg to finish things off. Got a bit scary there. It's actually Forest in that pit area, or Shadow as you're calling it with the UMP. I didn't think he'd better step up, but sets Freiburg up for the alley-oop there, and he finishes it with the Famous. Good work, 9-6. After what looked like such a promising NiP half, Astralis certainly got back into it, and it was a good half overall. Still anyone's game. We'll take a quick break and see whether this one's concluded anytime soon.
Tables continue to turn. When you look at the standings of the entire league, every win matters a lot. So as such, NiP, with a good start, I have to say, they're in a good position. 9-6, they'll swap things over to their Terrorist campaign.
Yeah, makes the pistol very important here. Astralis, slow to start into this one, but certainly got into 5th gear towards the end, looking very good, especially in the eco situation. The Tech-9's a couple of AKs, managing to step up tremendously. Glaive with amazing ace clutch as well, so that wasn't bad at all. We're getting to the second half here. Astralis swapping over to the CT side. And in terms of the buy, 5 sets of armor for them. And NiP, not a Superman buy, but Get Right has got the Tech-9, and they've got 4 sets of armor to go with it. The standard 1 smokers on the T side of Inferno, that's normally to go towards CT spawn in terms of when they go, if they do go towards B, if and when. It can be very useful for post-line situations on A as well, towards library, so you never know. B rush, it seems.
Glaive, gonna have to be ready.
Hello.
Not at all. Kiarbi, though, does get one back. Freiburg, the one to fall. Forrest, the one to get the opening kill. Kiarbi stepping up again, though, is going to catch up. Forrest, Astralis could find the chance to go 9-9. More so because the bomb's not planted. Draken taken down at Ruins. Couldn't even wrap around to get the flank despite being in position for it. And it's all on to Get Right, who has the Tech-9, but he is no raid boss.
He definitely wasn't. It's an interesting buy. Normally you want to have the armor there to really give the Tech-9 a chance to go in first and find those headshots. It was a straight-up banana rush from NiP. Nothing really to write home about in terms of tactical prowess. They go in first, and Forrest gets the first headshot, but Kiarbi, he holds his nerve, finds a couple of kills there, and buys some time for the rotations to come in, and Astralis run away with the round. 3 players surviving as well. As you mentioned, the bomb not planted there, Matt, so it's going to be a force buy here from NiP in the second round. Tech-9s, PD50s, 1 smoke as well, and they're focusing heavily towards second middle. No banana presence whatsoever. That suggests the round has to be quite quick here. They can't really mess around, as we have got Dupree waiting by the core position. Door closed there. And with no, the point I'm making is with no presence towards B, you have no idea if you're getting flanked at all, so it's in your best interest to operate very quickly here, and they are making their way towards the end of apartments.
Smoke's down, bust out, Kierby ready. Just to fire in, baited it as well. Dupree does a great job pulling him toward him like a magnet. Like flies to a light, to a lamp.
To a flame.
Moths to a flame, that's exactly the one.
Yeah.
That is well done, sir.
Not bad. Well, full eco, that didn't really work out for NiP there. That was forced by the Tech-9s, and quite a simple approach. Like I said, nothing really shown towards B, so you have to just commit to the apartments. Smoke goes down, they're running through a grey screen, and the flashbangs coming into their faces as well. It wasn't really going to work out for them. They needed the first frag to go very quickly, and they had that snowball effect. It's difficult at a tight choke point to make that happen, but full eco now. Tech-9s, Deagles, and no nades exist in the full eco. Quite aggressive towards Banana. It's going to be Glaive.
Spotted. He wanted to try and surprise. He may stick around, you know.
He might push, actually. That smoke going down, focus towards middle, see if we can get going on there. But Draken, he's aware there could be a possibility here.
Certainly is. I don't think Glaive's going to go in this anymore. Once he was spotted at logs, could have rushed it immediately after the smoke, but he's just giving himself up at this point. He is locking them in middle. There's nowhere for them to go. There is no map control. But one false play. Oh, good play from Device. Gets back in. Knowing the situation, one false play from Glaive, he could open up a lot of space in Banana, so they did have to be slightly careful. He'll go now. Smoke down. Freiberg. Back turn. Assassinated. It's going to be Dupree to get exist. This should be the end, with all 5 staying alive. No damage even dealt. That's quite remarkable. NiP not able to do a bit of damage that time. They will. 25 off Zipix, doesn't matter. 9-9.
9-9, we're all square here, and no bombs planted at all for NiP there, so it's going to be a difficult buy. You can see Draken, no orb, he's actually down to an SMG here. Keeps $600 in the bank for what I could see. Yeah, so he's trying to keep the fund a little bit more modest, I guess. 2 UMPs in total. To be fair, we saw Mouse Sports earlier showing that's not really a problem if you're going towards those B bomb sites as well. Pushing through the smokes and having the mobility to work with. 3 players as standard. We're going to have that smoke, presumably nice and deep towards the bottom of Banana there. Glaive looking to challenge. Smoke goes in. Nades are not that effective, and Draken trying to find the first kill now.
Peek out from Glaive.
He's by himself. We talked about his decision making. Pushing through a Molotov by himself. There's no chance to get a refrag there. He's only got an SMG as well. He dies pretty much round over. Freiberg trying to do what he can here. Could work out. He's actually going to be baited in there as Glaive finds yet another kill with that UMP. That's actually quite impressive.
Get right though. Does get Device back. This will bring Kierby down the lane. They're not going to spot him at all in the halls. The yellow halls of the yellow walls. It doesn't really work, but you know where I'm going with. We can't go with brown hall again. That's already been taken.
So you just went with yellow?
By my butthole. But Train also has brown halls.
Right.
Forest from the cubby gets 1. No need to peek that. Bomb's bottoming in. I don't think they're aware of it. They certainly aren't, because they'd be watching it more closely.
Well, Forest, if there was a man to pull off a 2v1 clutch, you'd expect him to do it. He's got 45 seconds to work with here, bomb down like he said. He has no idea if the CT's watching it, so he has to pre-fire towards a car. He also has crosshair placement towards that position. It's not really a car anymore. We'll call it barrels. And picks up the bomb. He's got a smoke and a flashbang to work with here. He knows the CTs won't be over-facing the situation. They'll be waiting for him to commit, so he doesn't really have to worry about smoking off of a bomb site when he scores coffins. He's actually going to be committing now, giving his position away, making some noise as well, just trying to hope he wins this duel coming in here. Glaive doesn't have to commit until he hears the plant coming through.
Plant in. Oh, missed shot though from Glaive. It's going to instigate a duel. He's actually going to get this down. That's shocking and appalling, because now at Forest it's the shot against Glaive. It's suddenly winnable. That's such a misplay. Glaive needed to kill him before the bomb went down, or at least wait to take the duel, because Forest is the headshot lineup. Thankfully, Kierby wins it. Or Glaive could have been in the sin bin for that.
Very good effort by Forest. I have to say, Glaive doing what he could. I'm surprised the bomb even went down there. Like, he's just ducking and weaving. I assume he thought another fake plant was coming in and didn't want to be baited in, and it's still a winnable situation for Kierby. Certainly was. Bought enough time for at least to get towards that well position. And at that point, the flashbang was almost useless on Forest, and Kierby was waiting for him to face. Finishes off the job, and it's going to be 10-9. Astralis take the lead here. It's 4-0 on the second half. Device with the orb. This is where things get a bit scary now for NiP. Bomb going down, a 4-stage loss bonus, enough to buy. Wouldn't be ideal. You can see exist just with the AK and armor, no nades whatsoever. And Astralis do take the lead. Where's this Device going to be going? Towards top middle, it seems. Only 2 players towards Banana after the CT side this time. No initial aggression, and oof, Device narrowly misses out on the kill there.
Well, Draken will sit at the underpass position. Call it an underpass. It's more of a rain gutter.
Where did he just kill Forrest? That looked like it was actually through.
Was it?
He saw him from Arch, by the way.
That's
up here.
Did he really?
Device has got that kill. I'm showing you. Yeah, so there you go. Thank you. He just did that wallbang.
That's sick.
What the hell was that?
Hole. Look at the bullet hole.
We need to get a replay of that, please.
Yeah.
Ultra slow-mo.
Yeah, I want 1 tick per second.
Maybe not that much.
Well, I'd like to see if there really are bullets in the air.
Okay.
If it's not just program code.
That was nuts. Like it did. I know we weren't really that hyped. I just realized after he did it.
I didn't see it either, to be fair. We snapped across. Freiburg, meanwhile, though, is locked out of B. That's pretty substantial. That's got to be so infuriating, especially because he thinks, that might be tradable. Someone's going to re-peek it. No one did. He's like not even there. He's already back at the arch in safety. What can you do?
Wow, 5-4. Looks like a B finish here from NiP. Nades come in, and it's Exist. Well, Zipex should say boosted up, gets the first kill, looking for the double, nails that. Should be round over.
Down he goes. In comes Glaive. Spray through the smoke. Oh, careful not to run out of ammo. Thankfully, Dupree's there. Zipex went down. 11-9. Let's see if we've got it on speed dial. And by that, I mean slow dial. Super slow-mo dial. They might have to wait, actually, because if it was off camera, I'm not going to throw production under the bus here. They do a tremendous job. They actually have to wait to get it off a demo, so it could take a minute. So that's...
we have a pause.
It's worth the wait.
But yeah, that was nuts. I've never seen that before. Like, he seemed really confident in the lineup as well. I'm not... The reason I want the slow-mos, I'm not sure whether the angle means you can just about see a foot or something, then go for the wall bang. Didn't look like it. It looked like he was so deep in arch.
Yeah, it's... If he was double scoped, and there's a very... The way the bullet hit says to me that there's not a line there. Because if you're double scoped, you can see like the texture change. Obviously, you can't even really tell that it's a human being. You just see the color change, and you go, "Oh, someone walked there."
Yeah, well, that was very impressive, I have to say. And that's going to be Astralis finding 5-0 here. It's 11-9, and another round where NiP do not get a plant. So they're going to be at maximum stage loss bonus, sure, but that plant is only $3,400 per player. It suggests it has to be a partial buy here. Take yourself down to about 2K with Tech 9s, maybe some body armor. And at that point, try and rush towards middle apartments. Just get that kind of snowball effect, as I mentioned before. But Device finding the round almost single-handedly. They funneled him towards B after finding that wallbang shot, and they were smoked out. NiP tried to push through, and the Zipex boost, he finds 2 frags. That is a very strong position. It's difficult to shut it down, especially when there's presence from like coffins or CD spawn as well. It's hard to go in and shut it down very quickly. So, tactical pause. I'm going to have a look at threats on the server. Zonic is, I don't see a threat. So, it's up to the NiP boys by themselves here. I'll see where they can bounce back. Get right. We've been talking about his form a lot recently. I've seen a lot of clips. I haven't been watching the games. I've been away. But he seems like he's finding form in ECS at least. Tonight, not so much. He's after 6 rounds out in the second half. He's only got 9 frags overall. So another quiet performance from him. From going from one of the absolute superstars of CSGO. He has had a drop-off in form, especially at the big events recently.
Yeah. And there's no doubt about that. There's been a lot of inconsistencies. There's been a couple people of late that have shown to surface at this point, I think, to submerge from the, or re-emerge from the depths. Guardian and Kenny S certainly spring to mind.
Yeah, well, Guardian's been fantastic recently.
I think both of them have, to be fair.
Kenny S, like Guardian's like returning to his old ways. Kenny S is getting there. Like he did great in the group stages, right? But then they looked really shut down in the playoffs, especially if it's Star Ladder. But yeah, it's great to see those big names coming back into the fray. But here we go, we're back into it. A little patch by Get Right. Which one is left himself with there? He's actually got down to 40 now. That's not the end of the world. He had a little more than his teammates, I guess. That's 2,000 for the glow and then 650 for the body armor. Freiburg and Draken, though, heavily effective at the start of that round, both down to about 40 HP. And not really much control of the map given. They have taken Glaive down somewhat, and Get Right's got control of bedroom, but not really much to work with in terms of utility. 1 smoke and a Molotov. They're both in the hands of Exist.
Forrest will wrap back around, having tried to ply at the seams and rip away the floorboards of the apartments. It's Glaive inside the site with Zipex at new. Boosted his Glaive as well. If he plays this far back, and you can see the smoke goes very shallow. He finds 1. Zipex walks out. Zipex gets 2, and finally will go down. That'll call for the rotation back to Ruins from the first man on the scene. Glaive against the pistols. It should be smooth sailing, and indeed the waters are calm.
Indeed, only one kill obtained there by Get Right. He had the Galil, didn't really get much for his money there. He still has cash to work with though going forward. It's going to be 12-9. Astralis yet to drop a single round here in the second half. 6-0 in their favor. And we do have a Drac in AWP, a bit desperate at this point maybe, trying to work out what's the play to find them around. And as we said, Starladder, he looked a little bit lost in the banana area on the T side of Inferno, was getting locked down consistently by the CT AWP, and that's going to be a bit of a problem against Device. He's not there this round, but maybe aggression towards second middle. I can see flashbangs going in that area. Kiabi was fancying it, I think, but doesn't inflict any damage. I think he could sense the wallbang coming in and didn't really want to take the risk at that point. So, Exo, that deep smoke we discussed it many times. That comes from Dupree to push down, get a lot of control, and Zipex actually in towards the logs.
Zip, indeed, will sit at the logs, try and get a peek toward the bottom of middle, or top of middle rather, depending on which way you want to look at it. Top of the T stairs. Device backs up ever so slightly. It gives Boiler a chance to be obtained. Attained or obtained?
What was the context you're using?
I forget which one. Obtain is when you put more work into it. Attain is when you just get it by default. I can't remember.
That's a heady sentence again. But anyway, let's get maybe cast first.
Well, yeah, I know, but listen, there's not much going on. I like to talk. So.
You do. That's one of your favorite things.
It is. It is. Typically, I like to talk to trigger other people, but it's not always the best idea.
No.
In casting situations, Zipex will get down two. Exist. We'll take down Zipex. Exist Nips. That didn't work.
Definitely didn't.
Didn't at all.
Not all jokes land.
Trying to get behind the sandbags. Come on, the jump shots. Not quite what they used to be. Glaive will put him back in his place. As a result, that Astralis continuing to roll now have every single round in the second half.
Yeah.
Just like they had in the last round and the round before that, because NiP has gone from 9-6 lead to a 13-9 deficit.
Yeah, this is looking brutal for them now. Another buy, then nothing really happens. They fought themselves into that round, but didn't get a single kill. Shut down the aggressive play from Astralis towards that B side of the map, completely overwhelming the Ninjas, and another force buy here. I guess at this point, they might as well. They're desperate for rounds, haven't posted a single one yet, 6-0. And we'll see whether they can get anything here with 2 AKs, 2 pistols, and a Galil for Exist. They're going towards second middle, no banana presence whatsoever, and Zipex is loving that. That same smoke going down, he's going to be there by himself. It's going to be Glaive rotating over. I don't think NiP got a chance in this round, but Dupree does give a kill away. Just as I build that sentence up, that frag happens. So, a chance.
Flash out from Draken. Everyone knows it. Off the chimney. It's a little high. Kirby will have partial vision left. Now he certainly won't as they wrap around from quad side. NiP's best chance at a round, and Kirby's going to try and steal that back as Forrest gets down. Zipex is all. Kirby, in fact, 1 versus 4. Good round from NiP, avoiding reset.
Yeah, just capitalizing on that frag they found in the bedroom position. Dupree, a bit more aggressive there, trying to mix things up and trying to find the players boosting themselves up towards the window. He gets taken down, and that's just going to be a Q at that point. You're forced by anyway. You've got the majority of your manpower towards the A side of the map. Push in, try and get everyone together and find the refrags if required. And actually had quite a clean round there. Device got out of position as well. He's very open. Wasn't on the site safely. He's actually standing in between quad and the bomb site itself. So he was always getting a refrag, didn't even find a single kill. So NiP find their first round of the second half, 13-10. Do not want to be reset here. That would be an absolute nightmare. Also money left over for the Astralis side. They get the AWP out once again, and this time Device is towards Banana. He'll be boosted up on the quad side as well. And nothing really coming in from NiP just yet, but they are focusing towards middle by the looks of things. 3 players in that position. They've got the controller Boiler as well. Forrest ready and waiting.
Trying to find the shot. Kirby gonna get walled. They hear that hit him as well because they'll instantly look above and know that he's there. He's gonna smoke off instead and back away. In the midst of the fog emerges the man who still exists. Because he's taken down Glaive to do so. It means we're back to 3 versus 3.
Well covered, but oh, that's a lovely shot by Exist. About to say, it looks like Dupree was going to shut them down with the crossfire there. Still equal situation. 45 seconds remaining. They don't have to commit towards A. They're going to pin to the site, trying to take down Draken together. Dupree, I apologize.
Such a long cubby now, elongated angle. It's very hard to clear that corner and get right. Shows us why as he takes down Dupe. Getting closer though. Needs to look this direction. Finds Device. Very well done. Could have easily been overstepped, and The Wisdom tries to immediately plant the bomb for the additional income. However, it is another round for NiP.
It is. That was a much-needed round as well. That would have been a harsh reset, especially at this stage of the game as well. That could have been the GG moment. It would have been 14-10 and no money in the bank. But they managed to pull it off, and Get Right steps up there. Doesn't go for the plant. Goes that smart play, walking towards Arch. And shuts down the CT player. It's going to be 13-11, and we have an AWP for Draken once again. Money now, this is the last buy for Astralis. So NiP, after having such a rough start into the second half, do find some footing now. AWP towards B once again. That's Device. Freiburg, though, ready to face. Might get flashed in at this point. Just holding up and seeing if any aggression does come in. And Device now hunting towards Logs, nails the shot as well. Can he get the second? Of course he can. Finds two. Draken finally takes him down, but the damage has been done.
Capri's going to wait it out. Doesn't want to give up quad side just yet. NiP, having 1-2, are challenged yet again in this particular round. Crosshair immediately on the hinge, or the latch, I guess you'd rather say. And it bounces the nade off toward Diggity. Oh, jump. That was just the wrong time. He was in the trough when he should have been on the crest of the wave, and he would have been able to see over the half wall and spot Xyp9x moving. He didn't quite do so. And now it's just a battle of wits between each of the AWPs. NiP still down one in this situation. Is going to try and move across all facets of the map, including that of A. And this is a good spot. Look at that smoke. Woo! Not looking at all, Dupree. No reaction.
Nothing at all.
Well then, it looked fancy. Turns out it works for NiP instead.
Oh, Kiabi's, he's in a real tricky position. Just as that smoke goes down, players in the apartments and quad as well.
Good shot. Forrest takes down Kiabi. This is pulled back. They've gone from a man down to a man up with a bomb plant inside of the site. Money's going to be gone as well. Yep, they're going to have to.
Yeah, as I said, that big clutch from Get Right's got NiP back into this game, and then some. Forrest, after losing that first play, like he said, he finds a couple of kills, very key one towards quad as well. And Kiabi, that could have worked out for him. Comes down to a few seconds there. If he has a few more seconds to work in terms of the smoke being down in the apartments, he might find the kill there. But Forrest times it to perfection, comes out of the apartments just as he's ready to strike towards Get Right, saves his life and saves the round. So he goes for Forrest, Draken picks up one as well, and Xyp9x and Glaive saving the much needed weapons at this point. That's all the money gone now for Astralis. They will be getting $2,400 on top of this M4 and AWP save. So they can buy around this, but could be just what NiP need to maybe even win this map still.
Maybe even win this map still. That's a thought, considering they were up so well in the first half and had a 9-6 lead at half. I emphasize yet again and remind you, for those of you who didn't hear or join us, yeah, it looked like they'd have lost all that momentum and Astralis would run away on this CT side.
They didn't force around it. That's interesting. Okay, they want to keep the money stronger. They're looking at the bigger picture stuff here.
Thank you.
That's just brutal.
You had to go back for it. You can't miss a knife.
I thought you hated when people kill the chickens.
I do. I hate Xyp9x with a passion.
Okay. Well.
Least favorite player of all the pros.
Okay.
Just a horrible human being. Okay, before people take me seriously, I actually think he's probably one of the nicest guys to talk to of anyone. He's just so calm all the time. Draken. Op ready. Ooh, flashed off.
Yeah, this is a difficult round from Astralis. Didn't force into it. An interesting move. A lot of teams would have been tempted to with the M4 and AWP saved, but for now it's Device. He'll hold towards B by himself, and what a hold it is. Takes down Draken as well. Headshots him, and he's just going to leave B open. He thinks he's funneled them back towards A, and that's certainly the case. Get Right finds a kill in return.
NiP's going to tag. Timing was there. Shots were not. That was a golden opportunity. Unfortunately, couldn't really make it work to convert. Xyp9x still does manage to get one with the pistol. That's going to bring him back onto an M4. Does he have a light for the cigar after all? Because it's Freiburg left in a 1 versus 2. He's going to hold this. He's going to have to, but Xyp9x is on the case, and Xyp9x will take him down. Very well done. 3 kills for him, 2 for Device. They're the 2 that survived the round.
Huge round there for Astralis. Didn't even force around that. Just that one M4, an AWP as well, and his Device by himself at the B site. Knows he needs to find a frag. Gets aggressive towards the barrel position. Takes down Draken. If you take down Draken, you know there's going to be him by himself, right? He's the AWPer. No other banana presence to that point. He's funneled them towards A. He's confident in that decision. Rotates into his teammates as well. And that actually works out very nicely indeed. Glaive and Zipex doing phenomenal work there, especially Zipex. What a decision to make to shut down the plant coming in as well. Default plant finds it. An advantage to Astralis once again. 14-12. Another difficult buy for Ninjas here. This could decide who wins the game this round. Right here, right now. If NiP lose this, they've got no money left whatsoever. And it's match point for Astralis. So 3 AKs, a UMP, and a Galil for Exist.
Smokes go down. They'll try and beat them with the flashes out. Push back the players at the arch side. Into the device. Clutch they go. The clutch is of there, I should say. Dupree's pushed out. Molotov in behind him, and that's going to give Device a better angle once more. Kiabi finds the shot on Exist, and I say that is the writing on the wall, the icing on the cake, the pretty please with the cherry on top.
I was hoping you were going to say cherry. I wanted to come into that one, but you stole it away.
It's fine. I usually have my cake and eat it too, Henry.
So as we said, NiP, if they lost that round, that could be it. They're only going to have a second stage loss, man. That's $1,900 on top of nothing. So as you can see, Tech9's a PT50, a few nades here and there, but very unlikely they win this round. Even if they do that, it's not like they bring it to overtime. It's going to be a few more rounds after that as well. So lots to work with here. Astralis aggressive once more. Device picking towards middle. They're aggressive with Banana as well. So Device almost certainly going to kill here. A rare miss.
Yeah.
They had that for days.
Well, not quite. Tech9's, we know what that can mean sometimes, Henry.
What does that mean?
Well, usually that they'll win the round.
I'm not feeling it right now.
No, you're not?
No, not from what I can see.
I do think, Pistols, it's time. We've had our fun. We've all had a laugh.
Ooh, collateral.
It was indeed not quite a kill. Freiburg was slightly lower. That was a kill.
Dever.
Get wrecked. Horizontal before his body touched the cobblestones beneath. Zipex will spray through. Down goes Draken. This one is done. For those of you cheering for NiP, you can let out a deep sigh of depression, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back with our second of the best of ones in a moment, I'm sure. Another shot through the wall is going to land. Get right vantages, at least something inside of the smoke.
Might not be over.
Well,
you never know.
You never know, except for this. Ooh,
there,
dink.
that's that is it now, officially.
Yeah, that's done. And I know you want to say it.
I don't know.
It's done, and you always say
done and
it.
dusted, your catchphrase. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah,
right,
there, perfect. Well, if that's exactly what it is, I think it goes to state that it was a very good CT side from Astralis, coming back from 3 rounds down and only getting 6 in the first half. To be fair, they were a slow starting team. The second half of the first half, you want to call it the second quarter, if you will, was actually quite well contested from both teams. It was very just slow, especially for the money for Astralis.
Yeah, Astralis did take a little while there to get into it, but certainly warmed up in that second half. And you have to be a little bit sorry for NiP, losing to a couple of ecos there as well. It slips away from them, but there's a decent showing. Still have another map to go, as you said, so I'm sure they can bounce back and maybe split the series once again.
Oh, well, thanks. What's going on, guys? I was laughing over at chat. I didn't even hear the throw.
No,
yeah,
I was doing the throw.
You were doing the throw.
I was doing the throw.
No, I got it. I got it. 16-12 for Astralis over at NiP. Good showing from them. Rough T-side for the NiP guys. Only picked up, I think, 3 rounds overall, and they ran your strat twice.
I'm so glad that you blew my trumpet then, Jason, because I thought I was going to have to do it myself. But they ran the strat. Henry didn't notice it, as per usual.
Per usual. Selfish, that
And then they tried to run it again, but then you saw the way that Astralis were able to adapt. They had 2 players who hid until all the flashes had come in.
Which Lauren brought up on the desk. You guys have really earned the paycheck today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we...
I'm not even going to hit that topic, Jesus. Way to go, Jason.
Lauren can eat this week now.
Yeah, I don't need help on that front, but yeah.
But yeah, like the way that they just adjusted to any issues that they were having with NiP's attacks was really good to see. Device once again with the AWP all around the place. But NiP would be, I said the same thing about Mouz on that overpass game. NiP would be disappointed. They were 7-2 up on the CT side. Everything looked like it was going in their way. They had some close-ish rounds. They won... There was a few rounds that they shouldn't have lost, right? There was that Glaive ace. I think it was like a 1v3. Yeah. He played that so well. Yeah. And then I think it ended in the B side where he had that one-on-one
1v1 with Freiburg.
Yeah. So that was good. And then they won another force buy round that they probably shouldn't have. And that kind of, you thought, oh, okay, NiP is still looking good. The rounds that they're winning they're just making a few silly mistakes. If they tighten that up, they'll have a strong second half. And that didn't happen. they got blown out of the water.
And I think you can add a touch of longevity to Astralis. Something we didn't mention at the start that we kind of probably should have, or I should have brought up, is the fact that they are in the office right now, in that refresh office, you know, that everyone got really excited about. They're actually in there playing these games out. So they have that kind of like longevity recovery factor. You know, you kind of play a little bit more seriously, not just sat at home. You kind of you know, get each other back in the mentality. You're kind of going through the motions of not necessarily an offline event, but you know, you're kind of in that mentality. So hopefully that adds to it.
Yeah, to build on that, I know they've been very disappointed with all the 1-1 splits they've been having in the different online leagues they're playing on at the moment. And this is probably something, you know, okay, guys, let's put an end to that. Let's get some wins on the board. And as Lauren's saying, it's always so much better when you play in that environment, right? You get the fist bumps are going, the excitement's in the room, everybody's like getting pumped and pumping each other up, and you just play a better brand of Counter-Strike. And you feel more accountable, right? If you're all in a row or whatever, and you know that you might potentially get told off for making a mistake, you're not going to do the same stuff as you do at home. And we already know it's more of a relaxed style of Counter-Strike online. You bring it into that environment where at least you guys are landing, tightens up a little bit.
Yeah, and that's obviously helping with maybe the refresh executive standing behind them, the old bosses standing behind them. So that's good stuff. Yeah, coming up, we're going to have Cash. But overall, a solid performance from Astralis. Would you say this is more Astralis winning or NiP losing?
Astralis winning.
Astralis winning?
Yeah, it just shows, you know, like they've got that extra gear above everybody else still. But NiP, you know, it's still good signs, right? Because at one point we were counting them out. I thought they were down in the dumps. But they're in, like, I guess, a resurgence period. The fact that the only thing which kickstarted T rounds for them was one gimmicky execute, I guess you could call it, but quickly got adapted to further down the line. That is an issue. They need a few more things up their sleeve. But a better looking unit, you know, Draken as well. He's able to put up some frags, look a bit flashy from time to time. It's good to see.
Yeah, overall, a very good game. We'll see if Astralis can avoid that split. When we return, it's going to be the second map of the two. And yeah, Astralis is going to have to avoid the split. We're just going to get out of here. We'll see you guys after the break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back for the last time tonight to ESL Pro League. We got one more match. It's going to be Astralis taking on NiP.
I'm sorry.
It's the slur.
It's good.
Slur comes out
Let's
late
do
at
one
night.
of those segments, Lauren, where we can't turn the tables on Jason. We
Let's
know he's
not-
having
let's
a-
not
we know he's
do-
having a
let's
rough
not do one of
time.
those segments.
He's having
do
a
you
rough
reckon this
time
is
hosting.
easier?
I don't like
maybe
that
maybe
segment.
for him to answer the questions would be a little bit
I
easier.
took
for us
this
time
hosting
round.
role so that I didn't have to do this.
So, Jason, going into Cache, we know we did see NiP just marginally lose that in the ECS 16-14. I have watched the match live and a demo since then, and just
So the cool thing would be if you did this, because I didn't see either of them.
something that I just wanted to point out was how gender fluid the CT side.
You can't even give a straight face, can you?
The CT
you
side
can't even finish that question.
of Astralis is. They're all moving around constantly, you know? Everyone's always at a different bomb site. They're moving each player around. Everybody knows how to fill in different roles. And that's one of the things about this map that I think we saw this last week, and the T sides were like 11-4s. When they played the match, I'm pretty sure the CT side was like a 10-5, 11-4. And that's because how much they were moving players around. NiP then flipped over the coin, and then they did a very similar thing, but they had more constants. Like Freiburg was always B, and Exist was always A, but the other three players kind of moved around in a very similar fashion. Whereas when you watch this this Astralis unit, it's like everybody is moving quite regularly, and that's where the CT side calling, which is a very important but sometimes forgotten factor, comes into play, and I think they've got that on lock on this map.
I mean, you started that as a question. I don't know if I'm supposed to answer anything. I was listening for a question at some point. You shifted gears halfway through that.
We just kept talking.
You just got excited. You're really pumped for the counter tonight. Lauren, what do you think of the apparently gender fluid style of defense that Astralis plays?
I love how non-binary it is.
Yeah.
It really appeals to me. And most of my followers as well. Like, we're all very open to it. I'm going to stop. But no, I'm kind of surprised how CT-sided the game was when I caught a little bit during ECS. So it was kind of weird seeing that way around, because both of these teams have been incredibly creative on their T-sides. NiP had the kind of molly play towards A very historically. Astralis had that, the double deep smoke towards, towards the truck on A on their T-sides. That, it was kind of small changes on things. So it was quite weird seeing it so CT side biased, but I'm kind of interested to see if anyone's tried to change anything around coming back into today's game from literally, it was, yesterday or the day before for the ECS game. So I'm kind of interested.
It was last week. I think it was.
Was it last week?
It was either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Molds into one when Battlegrounds is
Friday, Saturday,
going.
or Sunday. I know you're on a different time schedule to the rest of us.
You are on a very weird time schedule.
But in that match, it was very default specific from the T sides, and that's why having the CTs constantly moving around and forcing aggression in different parts of the map keeps the default on its toes. Because if you're defaulting in your spread, everyone always has to be ready for a potential frag. I hope the adjustment is we see more of a faster pace, maybe going back to the flip side, as I like to call it, connector and highway mid smokes with lots of flashes over the top. Take that area first and then start dictating the pace on the T side, because both look relatively lackluster in that match. And I think maybe we'll see the swing going back in that direction, because Keisha slowed right down now. I'd be like to see the speed pick
up the pace type thing. Yeah. I mean, is this where defense kind of has to go? We always talk about on Cache, there's so many different places that you can make aggression. Does it kind of have to be a little bit more fluid and then choosing where you want to make the aggression happen?
I imagine a Counter-Strike world, right? Do we have to throw?
No, you're good. You're good.
Keep going. Just that sharp breath of
condensed. Do a pansy
Imagine
crits.
a Counter-Strike world where every team is so well done at the theory side of Counter-Strike that all the CTs can constantly be moving around based on spawns, and you get the best out of them.
It's a beautiful place.
We're never going to get there, but imagine that. Maybe that's what Astralis is doing.
There's probably
right now
unicorns there as well. That'd be sweet. Either way, send it over to two beautiful unicorns themselves, Henry and Sadicus. Back to the studio.
What was that?
My unicorn horn is bigger.
I've never heard the term gender fluid used in Counter-Strike before, but they've managed to way to crowbar it in there, so I have to applaud that, I guess.
Yeah,
You're flabbergasted, you've got nothing to say.
Yeah, no.
What can you say?
I tuned them out. So, that said, it's going to be Sweden, it's going to be Denmark, it's going to be NiP, it's going to be Astralis, it's going to be another best of one, but this time it's on Cache.
It certainly is. Once upon a time, the NiP, very strong map for them, almost unbeatable on it, but as of recent times, not so much. They certainly have dropped off in terms of that impeccable form they had on it once upon a time. So Astralis, though, this is certainly not one of their best maps, I have to say. They're certainly up and down in it. They rely very heavily on the individual performances of the likes of Dupree's actually very good on this map, and Device, of course. We say that every single time they go into this one. And his threat, he is on the server. I was spectating he wasn't, so apparently he is. I couldn't see him on the server. I could see Zonic, but he is certainly there, alive and kicking. And he's got a Negev, so I respect that.
I played today in a pug.
I don't think that's the other one, actually. Is that the Negev?
That's the Negev.
There's another one as well, the M249. I'm not sure the difference.
Oh, no, I think that's...
he's running so slow.
The Negev's a little more... I don't know either, you're right. I played a pug today on some service that exists online. Got wrecked, got carried by a girl as well. She was very good. But I bought a Negev, and I got 8 kills with a Negev in a single pug.
I was going to say, like multiple, like you bought it multiple times or like 2 rounds?
Yeah, no, I bought it. We planted round 1, and instead of saving, even though we lost to get the AKs, we all bought Negevs, and I got 4 kills, and then...
Yeah, everyone was kind of like outraged in his first got down to 2K, but like the thing is, it's trash.
Even when you tap it, it's trash. You have to be 15
that's
bullets
the thing,
in.
Like, everyone was like, they haven't actually used it in so long, they hadn't realized how bad it was now. And
if you can get a lineup, though, for example, we were playing this map, and I went out to Toxic Sunroom, and just shot into the smoke toward checkers and killed 2 of them with headshots just because they ran by and there's 150 bullets going at them. How do you avoid it? It is stupid, though. It's not viable at all.
No. And it's interesting how Valve are focusing on things like that, like novelty weapons. They don't really have a place. Cisco, I hate the weapons that take, like, you have to warm them up like a minigun. It doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't really fit in CS. Like the revolver, that's why that failed so badly. It's not Counter-Strike, so it's interesting they went down that path again.
Right click to have the barrel spinning, and then immediately go for the left click to fire.
Well, it looks like we are ready to get into this one. Zonic joins up in his coach position as well.
The last character I played with that specific mechanic. I'm sure there's someone at Overwatch. I'm sure there's someone at TF2. But I think it was Dirty Bomb that had it as well. Yeah. One of their heavies. Lauren would know. She played that game quite a bit.
We are into the pistol. It's going to be the Superman buy for Draken. And no, well, there is one smoke there for Exist. I was expecting some flashbangs to come in, but I guess he dropped the Tech 9 over. So this will be the smoke towards Highway, presumably. They have one player watching for any B aggression as well. They won't be committing just yet. 5 sets of armor once again for Astralis, and an A retake coming in potentially, yeah.
Potentially. It certainly looks to be the case. I won't deny you of that. Smoke down. They'll cross over timidly to make sure that there's no one, at MBK or at Quad. KRB is set and ready toward Highway. He has to wait. He'll back off, allow them in. And this is where the attack, the stranglehold back toward the A site, becomes a factor. The first shot successful, but look at GetRight, as only GetRight can do. I think KRB's heard him because he's already looked back. Where has he? He's turned away again. GetRight could strike, does, finds 2, brilliantly done. And that should secure the round in itself.
Yeah, GetRight single-handedly shuts it down there. 2 kills for him. Zipex and Glaive remain. They have no care. Like we said, 5 sets of armor to this round, so they're going to struggle. Try and get some consolation frags potentially here. Glaive gets 1. He has been great in this series so far. Doesn't look like he could get much more, though. Freiburg gets that final kill, and GetRight, 3 in total. We've been talking about his poor form recently. That certainly didn't echo those sentiments. Very good stuff from him. And we'll have a look at the replay as well. What perfect timing here. Back to that classic lurking roll on the T-pistol there. 1-0 for an IP. Simple tactic and perfectly pulled off towards the end. It's going to be a force fight from Astralis. Deagles and P250s here, and we'll see if Device is eco. He is indeed. So no armor for him, just P250. And a couple of smokes to work with as well, but it looks like a very fast approach for an IP. No one towards B storage, which suggests what I said in Inferno. You don't send anyone towards that side of the map. You have to commit quickly towards A.
Molotov's in Quad. NBK covered off. Zipix waiting inside of the side, has smokes in front. He'll try and counteract the motions of those which try and take over default. Get in a position to find headshots. However, watch Device, because counter flashes. He's bought himself some space. The problem is on the edge of the smoke. They so too have spotted him. Draken continues to look accurate on pistols. Finds another kill. We might get a team ace. Everyone included in the action except for Exist. Let him go hunting. Let him try and find Dupree on his deagle and armor. It's Draken that's going to be the first around the corner instead of the Tech 9. Dupree will do what he can. He's expecting, perhaps, with the shake of the mouse, that someone's going to rotate that direction. Freiburg will get a second on the UMP. And we'll go up 2-0. 2-0. Yeah,
quite a clean round there from an IP. towards A once again. It's quite rare to see a full commitment in the second round of that. Normally you want to do a default and just work out what's being presented towards you if there's a scout, but I guess if you're doing a nice little simple set piece like that and going in with the SMGs, you're normally going to be fine. It's got to be the full EK here from Astralis. Nothing purchased whatsoever, not a single dollar invested into this round. It's number 3. 3 players heading towards the A stack, and another A-side approach from NiP, it seems, as well. 4 players on outside the map. Smoke's going in as well, and flashbangs. Kraken should be striking first here. Spots one towards Forklift, finds the kill, and that should be round concluded. Not really much the CTs can do about this.
Kiarbi is going to sit inside of the smoke. Force, never mind, might get caught by that, but certainly does not. Glaive gets the shot from range, though, to take him back down, and leaves us in a situation where NiP are comfortably looking to take this round, and will do, with Freiburg yet again being the one to be aggressive at the end. Draken with 2 kills that time. I believe both of them did come on the MAC-10. Will be at plenty, tons of cash. Don't even need to mention it, 8,800.
And this is certainly a bonus round going into this one. They did have a MAC-10, they've thrown that away. So a couple of UMPs, and they bought an AWP as well. So that suggests, I was going to say, these sort of rounds, you know, the CTs to be limited, might not have a head armor. You're going to be doing very fast and trying to stick together and shut down any close-range CT players. I think this will be more of a default considering they bought the AWP here. So Draken will be boosted up. Device has got the AWP in return. He's towards B for now. He's been smoked out, fires off a shot. So given away that he has that weapon at least, that's towards the B side of the map. So will that dictate NiP going towards A? It's yet to be seen. We have one player towards the squeaky door. That's Forest. Kraken setting up for a smoke. I think that's towards the top of Highway. It is indeed. So this will be an A-sided attack. Smoke's going in, and Forest looking to find the first frag.
There's about 4 smokes you can throw from that same position. That one's the Highway with smoke. Good find from Dragon. Better find from Device, because that's one up and the other down. Although Dragon, obviously, in this particular round, did find an opening kill on Dupree that allowed the bomb to be planted. So yet again, Astralis are going to have to work back inside of the site. Flashes go over, and Zipix fires toward the open doorway to get Forest still peeking. But the same thing again as the pistol round. 2 for Get Right late, and Kiarbi the first to go down again in that same situation. Once more, it'll secure the round, and NiP will go up 4-0.
Yeah, we're getting some vintage Get Right lurks coming in here. That's exactly what we saw in the pistol as well. Comes from Highway, times it to perfection as well. CT's just about to make their ascendance towards that A bomb site, and he comes in, shuts 2 of them down, and finds the round victory there almost single-handedly. It looked like Astralis could get back into that one once the kill was found towards Squeaky Door. Get Right manages to find the 4th round. 4-0 now, another eco for Astralis. 4th day loss bonus, not really going to be lending itself too well towards Astralis here. So they get Deagles and a 5-7 for Zipex. And in terms of the stack, nothing really coming in. 2 players towards the A side of the map. Dupree alone in middle. Very good with the Deagle, but whether he's going to be too much here, I'm not so sure. Probably be Molotov'd out momentarily. Some mid-control coming in from NiP here. Freiburg looking for the first shot. There comes Molotov, as I said. And Dupree will be going down very quickly here.
Where did it go? Oh, okay, it did land. It sounded like it just floated in midair for a second. Either way, Kiarbi boosted up. We'll watch Highway now, knowing that it's been given up. He's got to keep his eyes on that position, and they've spotted him with a well-timed flash. Forrest will go beyond that to find his 3rd. Potentially 4th now. Tap, tap, tap. Nails the headshot. Ace was available. In fact, Device heading back that direction. Does Forrest get there first, or does someone in mid find him? I would assume someone in mid's going to get him instead. That would be Freiburg, or that happens. And now Forrest could go get the ace. Spots him out, gets tagged up. Spraying in. They want to allow him to get it. Exist is trying to keep him in the corner, but he says that's you've had your fun, Forrest.
Certainly has. NiP with another huge lead here. They had this on Inferno, though, as well, to be fair, and we'll see whether they can hold on to it this time. Another full buy for Astralis. 5th day loss bonus, so $3,400 coming on top of what they saved in the previous round as well. Device with the AWP once again. We have always said their cash isn't exactly convincing overall. We've always said it when we cast a game. We've always wondered how it's got here. But they do get the results in it every now and then, but for me, it's always looked a bit ropey, especially on the terrorist side. We'll see whether they can get back into this one right here, right now. Round number 6.
To be fair, NiP has always looked brilliant on cash, but has had very, very memorable, for all the wrong reasons, games on this, and it's 2 of them that come to mind. Flip side, and obviously Vega.
Yeah, right. Especially the latter.
Oh, this is good. Oh, did Freiburg see his feet? I think he did. And that spoils it all. They're going to walk in. Astralis are going to continue to sit scoreless in this game.
This is such a dream scenario to be in as an in-game lead. I'll get into that for now. Later. We'll get into this for now. So it looks like interesting.
There is a chance because there's 2 kits and they found the opening pick, which starts to make the post-plant look a little bit better for the retake. Mates go over, flashes, Molotovs, pre-fire from Freiburg. He's fully blind, so Zippix hits that shot. Forrest, though, down below in heaven, or excuse me, in hell, finds the opener. It's down to 1 versus 1. Off first off. Oh, Device through the wall, but Draken goes for the re-peek and nails him.
Yeah, he had to get the headshot there. He gets the wall bang, sure, but then as soon as he gives that away, Draken knows there's a second reset there, goes for the kill, manages to pull off the flex shot as well. Device jumping, hoping he misses there, and doesn't work out for him. The point I was making, when you have 5 rounds in a row, like NiP do, and you've been showing so much towards the A side of the map, you've got a ton of money available, you can make these sort of calls saying, well, right, we've shown 5 rounds in a row, we've actually gone towards the A side, let's just throw in a B set piece here. If we trade frags and actually get in there, it's going to be such a dream setup for us, and it actually works out very nicely indeed. Freiburg finding that opening kill. There was a bit of a reply from the CTs there, and a chance for them to get back into it. Zipex, I thought there was a jumping kill coming out of heaven as well. Not enough, though. 1v1 goes in favour of NiP. It's going to be another eco here for Astralis. A partial buy, to be fair, though. They have got CZ's body armour and a couple of Deagles thrown in for good measure as well. Glaive, he hasn't purchased armour. This is the problem with Astralis for overall. They're trying to bring it into their game. Double AWP setup's not really something they have as a real viable option for them. It's Dupree's on the secondary AWP, which is, he's okay with it, but he's certainly not like, on paper, going to be going up to the levels of Device. But Dupree, this round, he's very good at the Deagle.
Yeah, certainly is. Great shot. Another one. He's got Get Right down. Every time he pulls out a Deagle, he finds space with it. And look at Kierby as well. This time it could be everything. Don't fire yet, son. In fact, oh, okay, all right. It's a risk sometimes with the CZ at range. I might have said sit back and just let the play happen and walk in late, but he gets the opener. That's going to call Draken to turn around, but they double up on him. Device finds a kill, and it's all the Forest. He's bought himself some space toward the lockers, but Kierby's had enough of that. And Astralis finally went around. Careful not to kill your teammate. I think that actually liked him at the end.
This was a lovely round from Draken. Like I said, that shot comes in. Nice flick shot as well. He's very gifted in terms of mechanical skill. It's sometimes his decision-making lets him down somewhat, but a big round from Dupree. We always talk about how strong he is at the Desert Eagle and displays a great amount of skill there with 2 headshots towards the A side and ultimately winning the round for his team. Still going to be a full buy, of course, for NiP. Tons of money still even after this rebuy and looking to shut down Astralis at this point. Won't be a full reset. They win this round. Obviously, that was an eco victory. The Device, not towards B this time. He's actually in the squeaky door position. This is what he's known for, dynamic play, and looking to find Forest, but can't find anything just yet.
Well, it's all to play for NiP in this particular round as well. It is a bit of a gift that they win that on pistols, because reset aside, they get basically some free charge, especially that of the AWP. But now it's pressure on for Astralis. Glaive back toward box, got to check and checker. But will he checkmate and checker toward this man with his motocross gloves? Get Right. How are your gloves doing?
Not great. I bought the worst ones.
Well, not surprising. You're a poor man after all.
It's true.
You bought a flat.
Yeah.
Kierby has the angle, works it. Gets Get Right down. Exist will get the follow-up. Dupree may have done well to strike sooner, but it's Zipex instead sliding down highway. That's going to double up, and Device, good shot immediately as the door opens to take out Forrest. It's all on to Mr. Mechanic, as you said.
Yeah, see what he can do here. It's not really worth Astralis even trying to challenge this right now. Let's let the timer tick down and lock him into a position, then try and kill him as the time runs away. Don't give him any sort of window to eradicate your money supply. It's going to be Draken now, holding towards the mid-warehouse, edging towards T-spawn as well. He knows he can't really die after the time runs out. Wants to make sure he survives. He is being hunted down. Will hit this shot, no problem at all. And I think he survived just before the timer expired there. He certainly did. So he does get money into the next round. Not a ton of it, but still money available for NiP to buy. Zipex stepping up tremendously there from the highway position. NiP changing things up, going for that heavy mid-control this time. And Zipex strikes with a flashbang. He gets 2 frags to the M4A4 and manages to find the second round for Astralis here. 6-2. And we still have the buy coming in. This is probably the last buy for the Ninjas, though. Great start, like we saw in Inferno as well, but Astralis fighting back now as we head into round number 9. A fast boost up towards middle. Draken waiting for Incendiary to extinguish, but actually takes quite a hefty amount of damage there.
Hefty is one way of putting it. That's a good angle. Get Right in the smoke is given the window of opportunity. Did he throw that second smoke deeper to give himself that space away from headshot? Because if so, that's very clever. Clever indeed. Nearly snaps back to find out Zippix. As Draken will respond, though, by being boosted. And did he make the jump inside of the garage? He does. That's actually not, it's not impossible. Obviously did it. It's not, but I mean that, you know, anyone could do it, but it's not easy. Device will get Draken. It's hard to do it in reverse when you come around from the garage to land on the AC unit and then back out. Zippix fired upon inside of the smoke, taken down. Freiburg will grab bomb. 2 versus 2 down to a 2 versus 1 on a luck shot. That's very frustrating for NiP. As Freiburg gets above, Device finds him immediately, and it's now 3 on the bounce for Astralis.
Yeah, Zippix stepping out tremendously there. Look, NiP did enough to get into that round. A play from Get Right as well towards the B side of the map. Gets the opening pick, finds a second in Checkers as well. There's equal trades while it's all going on, but Draken, I thought he sealed the deal once he found that kill towards the vents, but it wasn't quite enough. Zippix finds a couple more, and that's going to be the money gone now for NiP, losing 3 rounds in a row. After Astralis bring out the AWP once again, they're looking a lot more solid here. Tactical pause presumably coming in from the NiP side, just working out what their approach is going into this one. 3rd save loss bonus, so they'll have $2,400 on top of what they already had. It's looking about $3,500 per player, maybe a little bit less than that on average. So in terms of a buy, there is one available. They could go Galils if they wanted to, or Tech 9s and try and force a set piece, but at this point, maybe it's just worth a partial buy, not going all in. So Forrest buys first. He goes down to $600, gets a Tech 9 armor. So yeah, this will be the partial buy as the loss bonus accumulates. Trying to get the bomb down. Still can always win these rounds, but will be a bit of a challenge for them. This normally suggests he'll go for a full execution towards the A side of the map. Drop all the smokes required, Molotovs as well, and see if you can overwhelm the CTs waiting on the other side. But Astralis will be tracking the money at this stage as well. So
when do you think this parking lot was last paved? That is some really bad asphalt.
I'm not sure it's their main priority once all the bad stuff went on around here.
In Donetsk?
Yeah.
That's a lot of shifting in the ground, specifically around that sewage pipe, which tells me there's quite a bit of moisture in the ground underneath here.
Well, there's some real analysis for you.
Someone send FMPONE or Sal a message and ask when it was last done, because they need to get the maintenance crews here.
Device back to the squeaky door. This should be a guaranteed frag.
That they gotta know.
They knew.
Door opened, inward. Take no chances here, no lies. That's not how the quote goes, but the bodies will lie on the floor when we're done with this. Astralis certainly stepping up. Despite that NiP had numbers to rush down Device, they back off accordingly and they respond in good effect. It's now 4 in a row, and much like Inferno, when NiP had a great lead, they've lost the momentum and economy.
Yeah.
As such, it's now Astralis in the driver's seat. What is that mound behind it as well? I never noticed that. Just a bunch of dirt and a house that looks crooked. Now it's level.
I have no idea, but it's something I've never noticed, so there we go. Learning every day. NiP now, no AWP available, but they do have the 5 AKs, 4th save loss bonus, and Device changing up once again. Squeaky door before, this time towards A main, and what a shot that is. Rips off the head of Draken, 5 on 4. Very quickly into the round as well. No further work required. Device has done enough. Fall back, and then wait for the next move to come in. Nice shot.
He backs off. Goes all the way to B.
Well, for now, smoke's coming in. Take the vision away. Try and get control of Checkers. They have 4 players making 3 towards the B storage and 1 holding towards middle. A frag desperately required here, but Device, he's reading it very nicely indeed. Using that smoke to give him an opportunity to find a kill towards Checkers, and nails another kill.
So steady as he brisks and wades through the waters toward him against the current, finds the kill to fall away. It's Glaive, smoke down. Molotov landing on top of him, and a bit of spray that he's able to evade as he works his way in behind Quad. It's dead, watch. Get right. Looked like Carby was at the right time. This is certainly better. Has to go early because the turning of Forest, well, it gives away the trigger discipline, but it's Zippix that actually just got one through the garage door on Get Right. So it exists left in a 1 versus 3 degree. No idea he's there. Glaive responds. And it's 5 in a row now for Astralis.
Yeah, Astralis is locking them in towards that B site, and NiP trying to do what they can, trying to overwhelm that B side of the map after losing the first kill, but Device using their smokes against them finds another kill towards Checkers. Dupree coming with a flank as well. Perfect counter strike from the CT side. 5 in a row now. So maximum loss bonus for NiP, but no bombs going down in the last 5 either. So they've been shut down pretty convincingly, I have to say. Another force buy comes in from them, though. They've got 3 AKs. I think Draken keeps the money a little bit high. He's on 2K, so he didn't want to go all in here. Wants to give the AWP as an option. But dupreeh, looking to challenge here, gets a dink in return. He will be able to fall back, backed up by his teammate, and then some as well. Glade finds a headshot for the smoke, but also takes a lot of damage there. So NiP will be away. You get a sound cue and you hit a dink. So they know 2 players are going to be low HP on this side of the map.
Wait for the peek. Time with the flash.
Perfect.
Perfect indeed. dupreeh was a little slow to find the first kill. I wondered if the vision would be restored. It wasn't. And now NiP are looking flat.
Well, this is the round that dictates whether they get back into this one. 6 in a row. It's looking a bit rough. That was a force buy with a maximum loss bonus. They can buy into this one, but you can see that their buys on par with each other. Like the previous round, 3 players forced in, 2 didn't. They still can buy into this with 2 AKs, 2 UMPs, and the Draken AWP, as I said before. And we'll see whether he can get anything rolling once again. Get right, focusing towards middle. And maybe a fast mid play here. No incendiary, as I say, that does come in, so that will slow them down somewhat. They will be smoking it out, though, and trying to go for the first pick. dupreeh, discipline, though, not facing towards that boost position. Device, once again, opening things up as he takes down Forest. He's been very good at opening up the map.
Cabby. The shot against Exist that now leaves things problematic for NiP. Draken's got forward of the smoke and mid, but there's going to be no one facing him. There's no need to. This bomb is a bigger concern. It gets found coming through the doorway. It's round done. Don't say your catchphrase, Henry. Molotov goes out, gets in behind the forklift. That's going to reveal Get Right is towards Squeaky. Draken was hoping that some chaos would ensue, or at least some shuffling that would be careless enough to be caught off. But as soon as he moves, so too will Kirby from inside of Z Connector. And this should be the end.
Yeah, 45 seconds remaining. If Draken hits that shot, maybe there's a chance there, but ultimately it gives away his position.
And this from Device is quite good as well. He's lost himself in the smoke, or has he? He's trying to back off toward Quad instead. Get Right was out towards Squeaky. They heard the shots, and then he ran back. Would have been heard. Device knew he was there for coming from A main. That's going to be the round. Draken goes down. 7 in a row for Astralis.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mess now for NiP after that amazing start they had. The 3-0 that's controlling the money and the pace of the game as well. Like we said, it was a dream setup. They've gone to A 5 times in a row, then threw a B set piece in there as well. It was looking great for them. 6-0. And then they lose 7 in a row. Astralis have to take the lead now as well. It has to be another eco for the looks of things for NiP. Round number 14. Partial buy coming in. Tech-9s and Deagles. A couple of smokes here. And yeah, this is a bit rough for them after trying to go away from that A side of the map, focusing towards middle. They've been shut down. Device especially finding the opening pick time and time again. And it looks like Kiabi was going to find that first kill. A nice shot from Draken, and maybe a chance here, but dupreeh holds his nerve, and his teammate backing him up as well. It's Zipex as they mop the floor of NiP. They just Get Right remaining as he takes an A to the face. 69 HP, Tech-9 in hand, and should be dealt with accordingly. Finds 1 kill, but Zipex finds the final one. 8 in a row now for Astralis. 8-6, they win the half. And a final buy here for NiP. They managed to convert this on Inferno after losing so many rounds in a row. Very similar fashion in terms of they had 7-1, I think, on Inferno. And then it slipped away from them. They actually won the half 9-6 in the end. And we'll see whether they can find this final round here as well. AWP and 4 AKs. And we'll follow Device. He's been so good at opening up the map so far. We'll see whether he can do it again. Heads towards B this time.
B indeed. Device. dupreeh down. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. Didn't even get to see you. But it's no exchange, and NiP finally with something to squawk about, perhaps. Will they write a 7 over the 6? Device is still trying to get some information out towards Sunroom. Get Right, not quite reached by that Molotov. Interesting.
Still seems to know.
Yeah. I would have thought would have been enough to get toward the corner, but apparently not. Meanwhile, middle, Draken trying to find an opening as well. Device, we'll see it, is rotated away. He's going to go mid. Draken, he could be caught off looking the wrong way. This could be perfect timing for Device, but he's hesitant. He knows he has no one to flash him back into the position. He has no information as to where they are. Behind bags, his teammate's there. Down he goes. He's got to repeat it. Smoked off. There's going to be no chance. And that's actually a smoke from his teammate getting ready to re-smoke middle. He dies with the smoke in his hand, and it covers off Device's position. Yet somehow, Xyp9x is still able to find the refrag. And it's over toward A. Everything shuffles despite that early exchange we saw at the sunroom. Glaive is ready. He's got above the smoke to look in. Sees it as well. Takes down the bomb. Line up from Xyp9x to find Forest, but it'll be a retake in the end because bomb is going to go in. That Molotov doesn't bounce off quad. It will not make it to Freiburg. He'll stay in this. 46 HP. He would have had to be a martyr to put the bomb down. He may still... No, the nade doesn't go. Goes too deep again. He's left on 46. Get Right's got Glaive, and it's down to Device. Who knows it? He's tagged up Freiburg's further. More utility. And he'll ignore Get Right for now because he wants to push on to Freiburg and deal with that first. Then he can isolate the one-on-one. Won't even get that far. Get Right strikes.
Well, NiP do manage to pick up the last round there after losing 8 in a row. They managed to get round number 15 there. It's looking a little bit rough for them. Some clumsy CS towards the end, but still a convincing scoreline all the same. It's going to be 8-7 in favour of Astralis in the first half. Take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see if NiP can get back into this one.
It's an even half this time, 8-7, although there's a bit of a storyline that goes along with it. It was 6-0 NiP, and they lose the half.
Indeed, 8 in a row. Once the orb got rolling for Deve, he managed to find kills all over the place, opening up the map left, right, and center. Very strong stuff from him. 8 rounds in a row. It's going to be demoralizing for NiP, but they managed to sneak away with the last round there, so not all is lost. We'll go to the second half. Pistol, as always, going to be very important here. So that was a great flashbang. I love that recovery from Astralis in that round. And we'll see whether NiP can maybe tie things up after winning the pistol here. Problem is, Astralis, so good on this pistol with this map in particular. They're so good at getting the second round Deagles out and winning those rounds, and Dupree especially, he's very strong actually winning the individual clutch situations. So NiP, I have to say, they looked a bit clumsy for me after they had that great start. Seemed to drop off and looked a bit flat once they started getting shut down all over the place. Let's see if they can find anything here. Regardless, joining us, we did have Inferno to kick off this little series we've got going on. It was Astralis picking that up, and NiP looking to split the series, but after the performance we saw towards the end stages there of the first half, I'm not so sure it's possible, but they managed to do it at ECS. Can they do it here in Pro League?
Certainly is a question that begs for an answer. Idioms and expressions are hard, Henry.
Yeah, that's the thing with idioms. You have to get it right.
Yeah,
it doesn't really work.
Idioms are hard when you're an idiot.
Yeah.
So it's challenging for me, as you'd expect.
But so we'll be getting ready to get into this one momentarily. Pistol rounds, we'll talk about what Astralis can bring to the table there. Obviously, B rushes are prevalent on Cash these days. You wait up for the initial CT aggression, then you kind of overwhelm the CT waiting on the corner, try and get in there as a 5-man unit, or you do the simple take like NiP did. One smoke towards highway, flash in, and just trying to abuse the fact that most CT sides use a retake methodology on the CT side and the pistol. And those are the two pistols you're normally going to see here. It's like Mirage, it's quite easy to predict in terms of the buy what you're going to see. Sometimes you get a mid approach coming in, and he saw Get Right using that as well. He went for the little flank at the end there after the A split came in. He actually did that a couple of times. It was great to see him when they actually had the huge lead. He was actually instrumental in finding those with the backstab frags. The lurk. Classic Get Right play.
Classic indeed. Twice that he was able to do so with great success. So they've taken all their time to get ready, but we are back into it now, Henry.
We are indeed. I'll have a look at the buys and we'll see whether I can work out what Astralis will be bringing to the table here. Get into it. 4 sets of armor. Zipex yet to buy, so no utility as of yet. That suggests maybe the B rush comes in, and Zipex will get armor as well, so it will indeed be something a little bit more simple at this point. They do have 3 players heading towards B storage.
Henry. He's on Navi.
What did I say?
Simple.
Oh, right, you're doing a joke.
Do I have to point them out now? Are they that bad?
That one wasn't your best.
That one was pretty good, I thought, actually. Sometimes the simplest jokes are the best. Henry.
Yes, for simple minds, perhaps.
Keep it simple, stupid. Kiss. That's what we did. There you go. Forrest will wait. And he'll try and allow someone to walk into a said trap. It'll be just him peeking immediately over toward that site. Freiburg's close enough by, though, in the corner of the A site, so he'll bait them toward if they go that way. Doesn't look like they want to, though, Henry.
No, they're going for quite an aggressive stance towards the squeaky door here. No flashes or smokes, like I said, so lots of vulnerabilities, but it is a full retake, as described. Just Draken there towards Highway. He's watching towards that area. Could find a couple of kills here, depending on his timings. Door's open. Now he will have a chance to maybe mow them down.
Maybe mow them down. Shot in from Draken. Oh, does find one head. It's Zipex to fall. He's still going to try and get more as well. The only kill thus far is the first, the aforementioned. Glaive gets the response. That means 4 versus 4 post plant. Cabby, he'll watch anyone that wants to go fork side and try and get back toward quad. Meanwhile, Glaive's going to try and mimic Get Right. He's got the first shot. And it is on Get Right as well, who's trying to read his reverse. Drinky gets the shot to Glaive, though. Foot showing. Cabby, limited. Forrest going to try and hold the angle to keep him off of it. Close the door and make sure no one out there has any position, but Device is still alive. Draken will push off on the backside. Device gets all 3 at quad on a very tight and fast angle.
Didn't even need KRB there, just single-handedly finds 3 headshots with a Glock there. It's a great position to be in quad as well, especially you can hear the sound cues. CT's got to work very quickly at that point, trying to get the refrag. Only allow him to get 1 frag, but it's Device, and he steps up tremendously there. And it's a big pistol for them to take as well. NiP looking to get back into this game. It's a rough end to the first half for them, but 9-7 comes in. No force buy from NiP. They do get upgraded pistols, but only Get Right gets the armor here. He'll be towards middle, and he could go down very quickly. He does indeed. Didn't have head armor, so quick headshot from Device. Finds the 5 and 4 straight away.
Dupree has an angle set and wait toward Freiburg, who's trying to play a very, very tight position with his Deagle. A Freiburg Deagle, Henry. How do you reckon?
We'll see whether he can step up here. It's not looking too good towards B store. It's a very tight angle to get, but Desert Eagle certainly lends itself towards 1 shot potential. There it is. Doesn't land it.
One, but not done. Freiburg does fall back. That one's going to miss as well. Looking for it still. He's getting closer. Getting much closer to finding a shot. He does at least do damage, but it's him done. And the round might be over. Force, do it. Do it. Oh, doesn't land. So, Henry.
Hello.
This round's going to go to Astralis.
I would say so at this point. That's a fair assessment. You've outdone yourself.
Pretty good predictions when they're already done for me.
Forrest, the last remaining player here. Freiburg gifted a couple of opportunities, did considerable damage, but ultimately gets nothing for it. But Forrest does find an AK-47, takes out Glaive, who was hunting for him. And it looks like they might try and take down Forrest. It's not really worth giving away what you've got. 3 players very low HP as well, so it's not like they can force around this AK-47. He finds another kill. Kiabi blind at that point as well. I didn't think Forrest had a flashbang, but he's blinded by his teammates, I'm not 100% sure. And there's going to be 3 remaining on low HP, and I don't think Zipex, it's not really worth it, but yeah, there you go, full back. Forrest does survive, he gets a couple of kills there. And makes the round expensive for Astralis at least, but this still has to be pretty much full eco. Forrest had a Desert Eagle, throws that over to Get Right. It will be 10-7, so unless Forest goes absolutely sick this round, it's going to be 11-7, but we'll see.
I feel like those gloves are more appropriate for terrorists.
They're pretty cool, I like those ones.
They're just really a bandana wrapped around and around. Do they even classify as gloves? Does that count?
I guess so.
They all count. Molotov down, Glaive gets his way out to the vents. Forrest, or rather, excuse me, Freiburg is waiting on the other side. Forrest has to be careful with where he positions this this AK. All the things are very challenging in my life right now. I've gotten highway control. Deep far though, careful, because that brings Forrest's AK into the picture as he rotates in. Bounce flash, Forrest has 2. NiP could do this on this AK alone. Good start on the damage held off. Freiburg gets Dupree. This is down to just 2 remaining all of a sudden. For Astralis,
what?
Forrest finding his 3rd. We said that AK had to be decent. Well, it's been absolutely exceptional. As Xyp9x will manage the first kill for Astralis just now in what's a 1 versus 5, about to be a win for NiP.
Yeah, you would hope so at this stage. Forrest, I said he had to go sick, and he steps up above and beyond that. 3 kills for him towards middle. Look very confident, and only some great shots there, and brings NiP a bit of luck in their favor. So maybe hunting down Forrest towards the end of that round would have been beneficial for Astralis in the end. And it's actually shut down their money as well. It was an expensive round before, even more so in that one. So they're going to be forcing into this one from what I can see so far, yes. So Tech9's, a UMP, and Xyp9x had a bit more than his teammates. So he gets out the AK-47. Still a shout within this round. We said with the Tech9s and Smokes, you can go for those set pieces. Towards B they go. Forrest waiting towards Heaven. Smokes out towards B storage. Allow his teammates to maybe get a little bit deeper. That's going to be Freiburg towards Checkers here. Doesn't go for the challenge, but he's watching vents. 5 players from Astralis now. They have got a very good B execute. Molotov towards the site. Smoke towards Heaven and Spawn as well. Let's see if it works out for them.
Bounce Molotov's going to go back toward quad stack instead. They've already put the one down toward the generator. Does flushed Forrest out of position, and Astralis are finding entries, but they have now found Get Right, and he gets 3.
Good work. Nice spray control, another thing he's known to be very good at indeed. Comes in, mows them down after what looked like a bit of a dicey round there. Equal exchange after the full execution from Astralis, but Get Right pushes through to Smoke and finds all 3. Another eco now for Astralis. It just ties up a 10-10. That amazing round from Forrest has certainly given NiP a lifeline here. Nothing really purchased into round number 5 here. P250s, Kiabi on a full eco here. No nades, and this should be a clean round. No bombs to be planted here. Hold the crossfires. Don't have to overcommit. No one needs to push, but Forrest has somehow gone down to 2 HP. I think he was facing towards B storage.
Certainly was. As it appears, Astralis want to do equal damage back with their own pistols. Nade through. Flames will force Xyp9x to back off. Get Right needs in, that's perfectly placed. Dupree takes the brunt of it, but watch device. He's closer to Get Right than he was expecting. Damage is done, kill found. No gun to be had. Covered off and guarded by those of the players inside of A. Specifically exists who waits toward quad. Look at Freiburg, gets out of the sight. Spots 1, backs off. Glaive, good headshot angle. We might have return serve.
Yeah, I think we certainly do at this point. 2 players remaining for NiP. This was just P250's no armor. They've overwhelmed the CG defense, and that's up to Draken. Exists now, smoked out as well. Do they even have footing to even try and challenge this one? I think they have to try and at least give it a go.
Just is going to. Wants information. Can't get any in. Yeah, that's it. If he has no angle, just back away.
Oh, that's shocking. It was Forrest as well, challenging at the start of that round. He gets taken down to 2 HP. Left Freiburg pretty much alone on the B site. Couldn't back to the all, and Draken drops as well. He didn't want to save, apparently. He gives away another AK. A full AK win for Astralis. Just P250s. That shouldn't be happening. And Exists. Quiet game from him. Look at the scoreboard disparity there. 5 kills, 14 deaths. Game leader having a rough time here on cash. Quite an even spread on the Astralis side. So Exist does manage to save something into the round. Drops over an AK, I think, and buys an M for himself. They do have money to buy into this round after winning an EK themselves. So Draken, he's got the orb once again. But Astralis keep the lead 11-9 as we get into round number 6 here. So still unclear who's going to take the advantage going into this one. Quite an equal situation. You can see NiP struggling somewhat with the utility. Forrest and Garo have absolutely nothing, just M4s And that normally suggests you want to be working a bit harder for the frag at this point. Maybe Draken needs to go slightly aggressive towards the A side of the map this time under quad position. And B control comes in, heading towards Checkers. And Freiburg spraying wildly through the smoke, hoping for the best here. Doesn't get any damage inflicted just yet. That's a bit.
That's not the worst. Gives the M4 a chance to capitalize now, and Forrest gets 2. So making up for the last round. Certainly didn't know them anything after winning with the single AK, but he's certainly given them a chance now in this one. Round 6 of our second half, therefore round 21 overall, Henry.
Indeed. 5 on 3 now. Forrest finds something in the Checkers after they're trying to boost himself up, try and get the mid-split going on. Actually backfires and gives 2 frags in favor of the Ninjas here. Still within a chance though with the time remaining as well. Trying to find a kill in the vents position as well. It's going to be Device, but at this point, NiP don't need to face at all. Wait for the commitment, wait for them to go for a bomb site here. And at that point, that's when you just go frag for frag, trade out, and it should be absolutely fine there. You've got such an advantage. Device alone in B, trying to get a kill here, but no reason to commit.
Draken fits the kill against Glaive.
It's the bomb down as well.
It is indeed. Device is going to try and find a headshot toward headshot, but without doing so, that's going to spell the end of it. He gets found, so too does Zippix, and we stay within 1. A back and forth affair. Could we get another overtime tonight, Henry?
I think we probably could. This will be the last buy from what I can see from Astralis. Dupree's all in, so is Device as well. Kiabi and Glaive, not so much. They'll be down to pistols. Zipex comes in with the final rifle. So a difficult round for them, but if ever there was a team to use Deagles and find wins with them, it would be this team here. Kiabi and Glaive trying to step up to get into round number 7 here. Draken looking aggressively towards B storage. Flashbang doesn't get him. Sneaks past the smoke as well. So he's got a lot of vision towards it, but pulls out his knife just at the wrong time. That takes a lot of damage. Oh, goes down as well.
That nearly was worse. Freiburg was behind it. He could have been collateral damage in all of that.
Yeah, so Draken had a huge advantage. The moment he goes away, it's the spray through the smoke, and Dupree with 2 now as he finds Get Right as well.
Molotov'd off toward Squeaky Doorway. Gives Forrest a bit of time to look elsewhere, check mid, confirm any activity or lack thereof, and not leave his teammate in a hanging. The problem is he's done that at the exact time that they've snuck in behind the white box, so they are relatively close to taking from Highway. Device would be the one to lead it. Thankfully for their sake then, Freiburg has made his way closer to the site. Could be able to shut down Highway immediately when they make their way to the top. That door's going to open. Who wins the exchange? I fancy Forrest in that position. Exist. Shots already in. That should open the door momentarily. Another Molotov goes down in front of it. Those Zippix opens. He can't see through it, Forrest. Although Exist does step up, and NiP, very good defense. Freiburg, as well as previously mentioned, had made his way toward E-Box. There's no access. 20 seconds. They'll try and beat them back to B. That's not likely to happen. And it all starts off in a 5 versus 3 heading toward the site, and NiP completely lock them out. Glaive could try and beat him there, but he's going to have a greeting at heaven. Sneak by him, don't even take the fight, does, oh, but he's missed it. He doesn't get the plant. 1 second too late.
Oh, that was a strange decision. Like, even if he nails a kill straight away, he still doesn't have time there. I think he has to get the bomb down there and take the risk, but doesn't work out in that fashion. We go 11-11. NiP bouncing back after some difficult rounds, especially losing to a full eco here. And I think they've shut down the money at this point of Astralis as well. Glaive saves an AK, but he gets no cash after the round expires. So he's on $900 and he won't be forcing around this AK. It's up to him to find an opening. They won a full eco before. This is one better, having an AK with the PT-50s. Dragging towards middle this time. See if Device decides to challenge. Doesn't look like he will. He's got the PT-50 out and a bit out of shot, but he gets a bit more than he bargained for. Gets taken down.
So what a tying round from NiP. Having gone down early to pull it back. And now, the fate of the game relies on the economy, of which Astralis don't have much, but they certainly do have kills. Glaive, at least one of them in this one, is going to pick up Get Right. Leaves a gun down. They'll slowly work toward that accumulative goal to get that weapon. Draken, slow but steady. Manages to get repositioned in time, but Forrest gets one that allows Dupree to find 2 headshots on a Deagle and open up a lot of map for Astralis.
To question these decisions to challenge. You know they're down to an eco, so a very large advantage they're potentially throwing away. But Freiburg starts to pick up the pieces here. Just Zipex now left in the 2v1, but he is the clutch master, so do not discount him out of this round just yet. Takes a tick of down bench. That will be a sound cue for Freiburg to suggest he's there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem for them now. Freiburg's not going to peek. 34. Can't afford to do exactly that, but couldn't land the shots that time.
Freiburg does get baited out with a fake plant, but does win the duel overall. So Astralis now, third save loss bonus. The money's still not really balancing out for them. They can't bring out the device AWP, which is significantly powerful in the first half. 4 AKs this time, and Glave's down to the Tech 9. Still a relatively good buy. They have enough for a set piece if they do want to bring that into this one. Haven't really seen much of that as of yet. Maybe boosting up towards middle here. I'll be thinking about it, doesn't do it just yet. And in terms of aggression in the CT, he's got a default round for them. Default on both halves, to be fair. But Forest once again finds another opening pick. That's towards the B side once more, and Dupree does go down to another AK-47 headshot.
Device through smoke, hoping for a chance that someone's in the corner going for a boost. Oh, that's common. We see people run boosting that, by the way.
That's true. It's because it makes a lot of noise.
That's true. But it was the thing, and it was cool.
It was the thing. You're right.
Glaive checks at least heaven. He's made it that far. Crisscross, as you say. Vent wall, as I say. Cubby, as Get Right plays. Could be perfect as well if they go on this. He's ready for it. He knows what those smokes mean. But he's also curious as to why he's not spotted anyone yet. Now he has. Down goes Device. They thought they were so safe. Certainly not, as Forrest tries to spray back in. He's getting closer on it. He's also tempting Fate, but Get Right through the vent will help Freiburg close off the kills.
Forrest has looked great here on Cash. He's on 23 frags, opening it up time and time again. Finds Dupree. I think it was through the smoke towards B storage. Didn't quite catch it. I didn't even see it on my screen. It was a very fast kill at the start of the round there. And it's going to be 13-11, and NiP take a firm grasp here on the CT side. It's going to be 4 in a row for them, and that's not really enough for Astralis to buy, especially with the bomb not going down either. And Glaive, he got that full reset a few rounds ago when he saved the weapon. So, a partial buy here. Draken finds the opening kill once again. That's Dupree towards B storage. They've got one set of body armor, that's Device, but no nades to go with it. So it's very unlikely they find anything with this round. Get Right. Just tapping away towards the boost position there and finds the kill eventually.
Bye-bye, Deva.
That's why the AK is so beneficial on the CT side. You can actually challenge those sort of positions, not needed the double dink to find the kill. A single shot.
Double dink sucks, doesn't it?
Excuse me.
It just sucks.
What do you mean?
No, but the fact that it... Oh, he hit that. Nice. I mean, like going to a headshot server where everyone's running AKs and just pick up an M4 and you'd see like how...
It's a challenge.
No, but you know, I think nothing highlights that disadvantage more than that.
Yeah, sure. But there it is. That's why we've got 4 AK-47s on the NiP side, and now we'll pause for Astralis. 14-11, NiP in touching distance of actually taking the second map, and it looked unlikely considering what we saw. Them taking a huge lead once again here in the opening stages of Cash, then throwing it away. 8 in a row for Astralis. I thought NiP were done, but Forest, that's save round with the AK-47, seems to have revitalized them. Draken's doing a very good job as well. 20 kills for him. Exist starting to get back into it. Hits double digits finally. He's on 10 for 14. He was, I think, 5 a few rounds ago, so he's found a few kills in the last couple of rounds. Number 11, and we do have a full buy finally for Astralis. I think that's maximum loss bonus. It is indeed 5 in a row, $3,400. No bombs going down, but the full AK in the previous round allows them to get a full buy here. So 4 AKs, the Device AWP. We haven't really seen that in a while, to be fair. It's mainly prominent on the CT side. I haven't really seen it up here at all here in the second half. So Zonic will be talking to his troops right now and working out how they actually find a round after losing 5 in a row. They actually haven't won a gun round now. They won the pistol with a 2-0.
It's true.
Then they won that full eco as well to find their third, and that's all they've done.
Indeed correct. That is rather bizarre for a team like Astralis.
Well, we said that T side, even going into this one, I've said that CT side's normally fine. It's the T side. Unless someone goes wild and starts winning clutches all over the place, then they do look a bit flat.
Don't NiP board a plane like tonight or tomorrow?
To go to what, the summit?
The summit.
I know Alex left today, so, or maybe tomorrow morning he's going actually.
So I would assume NiP's the same. These lads probably have their suit, actually knowing them, they probably don't have their suitcases packed, but they should. Exist finding the opening pick. Zipex.
And they're playing very late on the first day. They got the last game. So.
Good enough. Through the smoke, Dupree greets Get Right unfavorably, rather rudely, but effectively, nonetheless. It's 4 versus 3. Freiburg pushing back, though, could make amends. And he has the bomb.
Assertive play there from young Freiburg, managing to drop the bomb with it as well. Got the man advantage, but I was about to say maybe a caveat coming in. His device to be taken down by Draken. That should be the round over, but dupreeh in a very possible 2 versus 1 here. He's got time to work with it, but okay, Draken once again doesn't need to challenge that. Let him have the bomb. Just play the 2v1. Now you've made a real difficult situation for Forest. dupreeh's low, 35 HP, but he's got the AWP out and 3 kills so far. Waiting for a mistake to be made from the CT side, but for now, things start to quieten down. Forest still towards B. dupreeh leaves himself an exit plan there, opening the door. Oh, this is rough now for Forest.
Yeah, that's a
long Draken had to do that
way
at
to
all.
go.
You've got the advantage there. It's almost match point. Let him have the bomb, that's fine. Just play it together.
Well, he's made it to the truck at least. Not a lot of time to work with. Has a kit, has a Molotov. Or a can of flames. This timing, though, dupreeh.
It's a weird decision. I think he must have assumed he's coming from
A-main.
A-main at that stage. I think with that kind of plant down there, you get towards lockers, you can hear footsteps coming from T-spawn. Quad there, you've got so many angles to watch. And
That's true, yeah. You get A-main with that wide plant, you have one angle you have to hold.
yeah, and then if he comes from like the mid warehouse, you got to hear him at some point. Unless he goes super quiet, and then at least you're in lockers, he's got to check that. Yeah, towards quad, that was... He always limited himself there completely with 35 HP, especially. Forest probably couldn't believe his luck, and it's going to be match point for NiP. Draken probably size a little bit of relief there, but still, round number 12, Astralis with the bomb plant going down. Managed to get another buy here, device back on the AWP. And Draken looking to get aggressive in B storage once again. His device is squeaky door though with the other AWP, and he's getting wallbanged through the door there, down to 40 HP.
Draken.
dupreeh.
Yeah, flirting with it. Device tagged on 47, Zip gone. Forest with the opener. Over toward A again, no smokes, just a blind peek straight in. Dry. At least force the rotation from Drake, and that's big though. That's bomb inside of smoke. Freiburg will be able to hold that off. dupreeh into the corner. I think he has realized it as well. Spots the gun. Ooh, better shot though. Is dupreeh able to hold on just a little bit, grab the bomb back potentially, and back away from B main.
4 on 3 now. Kiavi lurking in towards the highway position. I think he can find some rotation frags here. Goes one better. Forest has no idea he's there. Brings it to a 3 on 3 as well. Full control of the A-bomb site. Decent Molotov towards truck as well to stop the CTs actually overwhelming at this point and maybe denying the plant coming in. But it's dupreeh. Let's see if he gets a better position this time. The bomb is planted.
3-3 on the retake. Kits on all 3. Flashes. There's 3 of them. There's 2 on Drake and 1 on Get Right. He's going to be a long way away from this, going for the big flank as well. This could have aided device entirely as Draken's already gone down to it, but he's ready for it, and that should be the round. It will be. Kiabi will take exist. So Astralis hold on, but only just.
Well. Astralis finally find a round after dropping 6 in a row. It's down to that Kiabi flank as well. Freiburg did such a good job there. Gets the bomb down to B storage. He spots the barrel of dupreeh in the corner as well. But like he said, an amazing shot coming in from dupreeh to get them back in the round there. And Kiabi seals the deal as well towards the A side of the map. They make their way in towards that area. Good crossfires and device watching the flanks as well. So we have another round here at least. Number 13. We want to go in the full distance as we get into it. Draken this time it's towards squeaky door like device in the first half, and that's a lovely shot from him. Will be shut down through the smoke from dupreeh, but still that was very, very quick indeed to make that first frag come in.
Zipex, rather, excuse me, exist. I've done what you did on Inferno.
Yeah, I did that a couple of times.
We'll sit back behind quad in the 4 versus 4. Kiabi and device. They'll start to back off and look elsewhere. Device is still boosted up as well, trying to see down over top of middle, but dupreeh, he's going to wait and see if he can find a pick before making action toward a bomb as well. Squeaky door is going to try and be quick. And Glaive, with dupreeh holding the angle towards Z, is the money man. He needs a pick.
Well, still 4 on 4 for now. Will be an A-side finish for Astralis. 2 players there, though. Exist and Get Right. Forest watching connector as well. Freiburg alone in B. Anytime now, they're hoping the device can maybe get a pick here. Could allow him to have some time, but that's a key duel, and Forest comes out on top.
That is a massive duel because we saw the positions of the other 3. They were relying on opening pick from Glaive That's not going to happen. Get right playing from MBK. It's down to Device, 1 versus 4. Good comeback from NiP. They started strong, fell off, and this time they'll close it, unlike they were able to do on Inferno. So they go 1-1 this evening.
Absolutely. They split the series once again, and NiP showing they still can roll with the big boys there. Forrest especially. What a legend that guy is. What a performance overall. CT side out of cash, locks it down, finds opening frag, and a massive round as well when he just had the AK-47, his teammates on pistols. A stellar performance from him overall, and NiP do indeed take cash. Astralis, I had to say, in the second half especially, looked very flat indeed. Couldn't really get anything rolling. Nothing really inspired me in terms of executions overall, but still, can't take anything away from NiP. Good performance there. It got a bit dicey in the first half after going up 7-0, but they held their nerve and managed to take it home.
Well, with that, we will take it home to a man we call Dad.
Daddy.
It is Daddy, so let's get it right. Come on now. Well, Henry G was uninspired by that T-side performance from Astralis, and rightfully so, probably. They only win, what, 1 round, 2 rounds in the second half? Do I see that correctly? 4?
4, Jason.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Daddy can't
Listen,
count.
it's hard
Too
to
busy
look
powdering
over.
bottoms.
There have been a lot of bottoms powdered.
Changing diapers. Speaking of someone who might be changing diapers soon, Forrest had a really good game.
Yeah?
I'm just going to start a rumor that he's expecting a child.
Okay.
Wow, Chad, that's a great one to just slide in there.
I'm sure he's going to love that.
Yeah, that's completely fictitious. The key factor here is all 3 star or potential star players for NiP had a big game. Drake and Forrest and Gerard all contributed when they needed to, and the 2 support players did their role perfectly as well. Freiburg even had 19 frags, so they all were having impact plays, and it was a much more convincing T side from them than I'd seen the other night.
Yeah, that gender fluid defense didn't really come to play today, I guess.
Yep.
Just leave me hanging on that. You started that, and here you are.
And he's just finished it as well, pretty much.
Right?
But again, no, I've got to highlight as well, get right. It seems like this is becoming a really good map for him specifically, even in his like downturned kind of performances. Even the game they played against Astralis last time around, he was an outstanding player. This time again, he seems to be having a really good run of things. So it's good to see him finding some form here, maybe feeling a bit more confident because he seemingly didn't have the best performance even in the last map. So.
Well, I mean, this is kind of how the scoreboard has to look if you're NiP, because this is how this team is still tooled. Right? Go Forrest and get right on top of the scoreboard. Everyone else kind of having the impact plays, filling in some of the gaps, but we just don't see it frequently enough.
Yeah, this is what you want to see on paper. Like we did see Exist having like a really good performance at Katowice, right? He was probably one of their best players then, which isn't an issue. There's no problem for him to be able to do that, but everybody else still needs to be fulfilling their roles. You don't want players to drop off too far for the in-game leader / a support style player to be too high up the rankings on a regular basis. But I think Astralis are going to be, disappointed with that 1-1 split again. That's been happening to them around the clock at the moment. So.
Yeah, they're not able to get over that hump, even being in the office, like we said. Maybe that helps them out, but still, not in this game at the very least. I mean, out of Astralis, what are some of the issues that we saw to this T side? Just some small issues. Anything you guys noticed?
I just think it's one of those maps, that I know that's such a broad statement right there, but when you're getting pushed, like we saw that Freiburg, he pushed a main mid-round. When teams are doing that to you and able to get away with that, it just shows that this map is so difficult to cover on both sides. On the T's, if you do a default spread and you lose a pick, there's a massive gap. And if that can be exploited in any way, which that Freiburg push is a good example of that, you're going to have a really rough time because you're trying to posture in the mid-round, you're trying to make up your next decision, and someone pushes in and grabs a frag or 2. It's really going to throw a spanner in the works and make things difficult. And then once again, on the CT side, we're talking about dictating the pace and having to be more aggressive on areas. You almost need to do that on both sides, right? I think maybe we need to see more early aggression from the T side. I said this in the pre-show, swinging back to mid control early, because I don't think teams are doing the 3 mid as much anymore, right? You're not seeing the one guy push up under the vent, one guy push up to under the boost, and then the guy swinging.
We may actually see that more. I mean, this map has been a little bit underplayed, it feels like, in recent times. But either way, let's check out tonight's results in case you missed some of them early on. You just tuned in for the second series. It was FaZe taking on Mouse Sports. They win the first map on Overpass. They drop in overtime on Inferno. We saw them win that one for the championship and Star Series in Ukraine. NiP and Astralis. It's all Astralis 16-12 in the first map, and then NiP responded to the game we just witnessed on Cash. Good victory for them. Astralis again split the series. Both matchups being split tonight, which is pretty cool. These are the the standings, the updated standings. You can see their FaZe has actually, with that split, moved into 5th. Astralis is still in 1st, or has moved into 1st. I don't think they were there at the beginning of the day. Yeah, Na'Vi was 1st at the beginning of the day. They've dropped down to 2nd with Mouse Sports. So, I mean, pretty much all these teams, and NiP, unfortunately, that hasn't really helped them a whole lot. Some of that series at 9-11, still getting over that slow start. If you're going to stick around, if you're still awake, if you're having a whatever it might be, energy drink of some sort, some coffee, this is the NA schedule that you will see for these matches tonight. Over on the other side of the pond, it's Misfits and Winter Fox taking on 2 maps, and then Immortals taking on Complexity. So it feels like some pretty one-sided matchups there in the NA region.
They'd probably be drinking some Mountain Dew, I would assume, Jason.
Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Yep. Good stuff.
Mountain Dew is good stuff. This is tomorrow's schedule.
Yeah, the
Na'Vi,
KFC Zinger Burger hot match of the week.
Yeah, the Zinger Burger hot match of the week. Na'Vi versus G2. That's going to be good stuff. Virtus Pro taking on Heroic as well. That'll be a little bit of a rematch, maybe a grudge match from when Heroic knocked VP out of the groups in Katowice in front of their home crowd.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to see some angry polls going at it. I don't know where I'm going with that one.
Angry polls going at it.
Yeah, you like that? It was probably some of my best work.
Sounds like some of your Saturday nights.
Not all of them, just a couple.
Just a few.
Just a couple.
Got to dabble every now and then.
Either way, on the note of angry polls, specifically my angry poll, we'll be taking away. We'll be getting out of here for the evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good evening.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.